Oh, wow, I'm so fucking lucky to get a fucking chance here to sit here and watch how the game is supposed to be played, and it's going to be so important, and it's going to be so fucking like, oh my God, I cannot wait to see the fucking most dog shit fucking bullshit ass fucking games I've ever fucking witnessed, where not a single fucking player can play outside of the fucking 1, 2, 3 simple ass fucking game that they're fucking told to fucking play. Oh my God, I'm about to witness some fucking just some magic happen. Some shit that's just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I cannot wait to be shocked. I cannot wait to my eyes to just see something that I'm just not like I've never seen before. Oh my God, it's about to be so fucking amazing. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to watch two four shit teams sit here and fucking play for their fucking life. Oh my God, bro. It's so serious. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy fuck. This is wonderful. It's just so wonderful because whatever I'm about to watch, I'm going to take away something and be able to put it in my games. I'm going to be able to use it and understand like this is the way, like this is how the game should be played, and there's absolutely no fucking issues with that. That's just going to be wow. Wow, wow. I cannot wait to see this. I cannot wait. I'm just like so ready. I'm so fucking ready. I'm just unbelievably prepared to watch fucking this game. And it's like, bro, like I do not want to even like I don't even like I cannot even think right now. Like that's how beautiful this situation is. I can't even fucking think. I can't even think. I'm not even allowed to. I'm not even allowed to think. I'm not allowed to sit here and do anything besides fucking just like I don't even get it. I'm not even human. I'm not even a human being. Like seriously, like if I have to spend 5 hours doing something, like 8 hours doing something, and like it's like I cannot. I honestly can't even put it into fucking words. This is about to be the greatest thing I've ever fucking seen. This is about to seriously like this is about to affect my fucking day. Like this is about to literally make me so fucking happy. Like I cannot wait to start shedding tears over this fucking game. Holy fuck. The fuck am I doing? Like seriously, like I honestly give two literal fucks about this fucking game right now. Like this is so fucking ridiculous. Like this is so fucking ridiculous to me that I'm like legit like I don't even I what am I supposed to fucking do? Like seriously. Like I'm legit a fucking robot. Like this is so fucking fun. This is so much fucking fun, dude. Cannot wait to see this shit. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not fucking sitting here looking at the fucking scores. Like this is about to be so much fun. Holy fuck. Oh my God, I cannot wait to see something that I'm just just going to it's going to move me so much. It's going to make me such a better player. Like all that bullshit. Like all that bullshit, right? All that bullshit because it really this fucking matters. No, this is so fucking important because guess what? This dictates what where the game is going to go because it's that fucking important. Holy shit. I see this all the time in my games. I see this all the time in my games. Honestly always sitting there wondering, "Wait, why did we not group up for this objective? Like, oh my God, this is so much. This is about to be so fucking impactful. It's definitely not a waste of time. Definitely not. Definitely not. Let me just go ahead and throw it out the way. What am I sitting here fucking like? What am I protecting? What am I trying to fucking do here? Like, legit. Like, I'm just sitting here in my fucking chair, just doing absolutely fuck all, right? Like, that's literally all I can do, right? Cool. So much fucking fun. Cannot wait. I cannot wait. Fucking 6 hours. 6 hours for 5 games. Let's go. I'm just so fucking ready. Holy fuck. Oh wait, the game doesn't start for a fucking hour
Familiar
because
with the LEC.
we know how to fucking manage our time. Now we know how to not waste people's time. Like that's so fucking great. What am I about to see? Am I about to see the same 10 champions? I cannot wait for this. This is about to be so interesting.
Very excited to see what finally overcomes their
Especially when I'm
demons
sitting here and it's
against their
like,
region,
I
or whether
really give a
PSG
fuck.
Talon can actually be taken down once more as we hop into draft though. Let's see what's going to happen.
All right, let's go ahead. The bans are already underway. We are moving immediately in this first one. It's Wukong, Poppy, and Azir banned out by MKOI. Over on Fnatic's side, the Orianna, the Yunara, the Taliyah, a lot of common bans that we've seen so far throughout the tournament in these first few days. Do want to point out the very early Poppy ban priority from MKOI that stands out to me as we go over to their side, and they will first lock the Rise there in the mid lane, most likely for JoJo.
Yeah, it's kind of been the JoJo special. He actually started to bring it out initially in the LEC and was kind of his pocket pick before everyone started to pick up on the trend. So not fully surprised to see that. On the upside, though, I think we'll get to see kind of that focus more towards the things like the Vi, maybe even the Jarvan here, because the Vi Kai'Sa has been the Fnatic special all year. And we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan. As no, actually going to top over towards the Pantheon. It was Elyoya on that Pantheon in game number 1 who kind of ran Fnatic around the Rift last time we saw these two teams face off. So Razork wants his chance.
I always love to see Pantheon in the game. I think the playmaking opportunity on this champion is absolutely huge, and it feels even better when you have some powerful split pushers, powerful side laners to play alongside it and really get maximum value.
Oh wow, Rise, Cass, Pantheon, like damn, I missed so fucking much. I missed so much. I missed so much. I missed so much.
Pantheon here is more about that early game aggression. Last time it was all about the bot lane for these two teams. Who can control?
Holy fuck! This draft is important. Like it's important. It's important. Oh my god, fucking Kiana, like wow, so great, so crazy. Like how could this happen? Like how could this happen? How could this happen?
Couldn't actually find the win on it, so we'll have to see if MKOI can try and right those wrongs.
I think Kiana is such an exciting champion to watch in the jungle. Assassin junglers in general, because it is much more feast or famine.
It's just going to be so fucking
like
important
a tank,
to me.
Like a utility pick.
It's just going to make a fucking huge fucking change. A huge. This is going to have big impacts on the fucking game.
Exact timing of when you need to go in, when.
Because it's Worlds. It's Worlds. It's the most important games. Most important games. Why even care about anything else? Why even look at anything else? Why even have a game? Like seriously, like only literally the people that are sitting here on the stage should be allowed to fucking play the game.
You have to be very careful here as Elyoya as to exactly when you try to go in. But Oscarinen looks like going to round out this third pick with Mbessa to answer into that Sion. So Fnatic definitely opted into it. You were already saying, Flair, is that opportunity to try and play side lanes with this Mbessa and trying to then set up for a strong team fight as well with this Cassiopeia as that main DPS.
And I do like seeing the Cassiopeia already on the lineup since Sion is locked in on the enemy team. We've seen multiple games so far throughout Worlds 2025 where Sion is locked and the enemy team does not have the damage to get through him, and he just becomes an
It's like these are the most unimportant games in the entire fucking tournament. Most unimportant, like literally. It does not matter at all.
Fnatic, they're kind of hoping they can avoid the meatball in some of these team fights, right? If you have an Mbessa and you can get off to an early lead, there's always a chance
win or lose. There's still fucking. There's still more games to play. It doesn't even fucking matter.
Fights, and especially if Fnatic can start up with, you know, already the Pantheon as this strong engage, you can look towards something like a Nautilus or an Alistair or even the Rel for making that bottom side. That is where they can try and focus. But for MKOI, I mean, it looks like they're going to be able to move themselves over towards strong engage for Alvaro, which has been their
about to watch this at 1 speed too.
Supa,
just so I can really sit here and like, because I'm not going to sit here and like legit like, right now, why am I going to space things out? Like legit, like let me just throw this out the fucking way.
Ezreal, Nautilus, Tristana, Nico, all banned away here in this second half. Xayah immediately slammed there by Fnatic. Always a great.
Go ahead and just throw away like years of my life, like real shit.
What do we want to see from MKOI here for their bottom lane?
I still think you have to go.
You want to see the fucking same bullshit, Corky, like fucking out, like.
So I wouldn't be fully surprised to see that one taken here. And then for Supa, I am unsure what he wants to try and answer with. Has played things like the Zeri. Maybe they really want to try and go for something like the Caitlyn and bully out on that bot side. But the only thing I'm worried about is if you go the Caitlyn, you are kind of hitting that trough. So it will be the Zeri that he's going to answer with.
Okay, the very scary hyper carry Zeri, the thing that has terrorized League of Legends in the past in the metagame, of course, far from, yeah, exactly, there we go, picking it up, but we've got not obviously that level of Zeri in the past that had dominated the meta, but can still be a very powerful pick, very big carry throughout the game. And you have a strong front line there with the Sion. You have Rise that can also create a lot of space around her. And now Rakan locked in next to the Zeri for that big initiation potential for the team fights.
Yeah, and that's, I wasn't sure what the answer here was going to be from Fnatic, because Mickey was hovering the Bard. And if you change over to the Bard, I feel like it changes a lot of the identity that Fnatic had here, because it ends up teetering more into that pick style competition.
Please tell me this is a best of one.
least having
Holy
the
fuck.
Alistar here, you now have a strong front line in both the Pantheon and this Alistar that can set up now for the DPS tools of the Zion, the Cassiopeia. Whereas an MKOI side, some side lane that can
Please tell me that they don't do a best of 3 to get eliminated
but definitely
from
wanted
Worlds.
to play that front to back with Oyoya threatening on the flank.
So looking at
This
both
is not even like
now,
this.
we've got
This
all
is
10
literally
champions
like
locked
this
in.
is
Do we
to
feel
get
like either
into
side has a
Worlds
specific
still.
edge, or is it more of just differentiation in styles?
I think the
So T1 plays a play-in. It's a best of 3 to go to a best of 1 to go to a best of 3 to go a best of 3.
But I think a lot of this is going to come down to execution. One of the things I've loved about this Kiana Ryze combo from like the top teams that we've seen playing it, like guys from like Tarzan and that, where
Here we go.
You use the Realm Warp to reposition Kiana mid-fight so she can find a flank, and I think that's something that's really cool
that's
that you can try and do.
like that's definitely gonna happen this game. It's 100%. That's just how the champions work. You just reposition Kiana to whatever the fuck he says.
I think they should have a lot of tools to try and win out there.
All right, I'm excited to see what we get here. An LEC rematch
I am
of a
not.
head-to-head.
I am not excited in the fucking slightest. I could give two shits. Literally.
Whoever comes out on top in this
I could
best of
give
3
two
gets to stay
motherfucks
here
right
at
now.
Worlds at least a while longer. But one of these two teams' journeys ends here today. I want to see all the stops pulled out. I want to see both these squads bring in their best shot here. Obviously,
Yeah, let me
Worlds
just
has
bring
not
in my
gone
best
the way
shot
they
here,
wanted it to
'cause I
thus
get a
far,
fucking
but you
shot.
can always try to turn things around, and you got to start right now. As JoJo and Poby, it's just a quick
Just
trade.
gonna
but
be
not
sitting
just
here
blast for
just
nothing there.
handshaking
So Poby
over
gets,
and over and
first strike
over.
in mid lane.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna go too hard.
The
Oh, I'm
issues
not
that we've
gonna.
seen
You're not
from
gonna
both
go
these
too
teams
hard
in
on
the
me
LEC have
either.
been exemplified on the main stage, where MKOI have got off.
We're just
to
gonna
great
sit here and
starts,
keep
but they
farming
haven't
and
been able
farming
to,
and
close
farming.
it out. Whereas for Fnatic, it's just kind of been that team cohesion and finding the success that they really want. So I think both teams.
Oh wait, guys, it's been 12 minutes. It's been 12 minutes. We gotta do something. We gotta do something to let them know. We're all together.
In professional League of Legends is the presence of the spellbook for the supports. Both of them having it this time around. Rakan versus Alistar. Neither one of these two are really playing to
Look at me,
slam
I'm
the
playing the
lane,
game so
Spellbook
fucking
makes
hard.
sense.
Yeah, and it is also you just.
I can't miss a second.
So many options in the later.
I can't trade a second of this game.
Map quicker, exhaust for someone like a Kiana that's trying to get access to your backline. It's just works so incredibly well.
And for those of us who might not be as familiar with the LEC throughout the year, Dagda, we've got the information on the screen.
Nobody's
right now
fucking
how this
familiar with
head-to-head has
this
gone.
shit, dude.
Yeah, I mean, the main
Come
ones to look at
on.
are those last two, right? Like, you can see in our summer playoffs, end up facing off twice. It went to 5 games the first time around. It really looked like it was coming down to the wire. But the second time we saw them face off, honestly, it was MKOI dominating for a large portion of that. And that came down to a solid game plan of, we want to access the bot lane, we want to snowball Supa and make sure we can shut down Upset and Mickey. This time around, though, having the Kiana will make that game plan more difficult to operate on. You don't have that same kind of ease of setup on the level 3s, the level 4s to look for the dives. So this may make Pantheon a little bit easier to work with.
So checking out where our junglers are here at the very beginning, it is going to be cross-map starts for them, both of them starting on their own respective red quadrants. You're going to see Oyoya take a quick back after that first 3 camp clear just to pick up the additional longsword for the extra clearing power, as JoJo and Poby trade back and forth here in the mid lane. JoJo with the aggressive flash, though, forcing out the response flash from Poby. Only a slow on the rune prison, not a stun. So both of them very low on health, very low on mana. No flashes available for 2 immobile mid laners, Dagda. I'm feeling like this is a big
gonna be
flashing red
absolutely
light for either one of the
nothing that
junglers.
comes
That's
out of it.
Razork swooping around the side first. We'll
That's
see if
how
he can
I'm
make this happen
feeling. I'm
against JoJo.
feeling
Waiting
like
for the
there's going
minions.
to be
Waiting for some
absolutely
as far as
no
they can. They see him
punish.
early. JoJo without that flash from Razork into the point and click stun. It's done. First blood, Fnatic.
Great response from Razork being able to move in towards that mid lane, but Supa and Alvaro even hovering up, but not going to be able to find any success. And it's a little unfortunate from JoJo. I love the idea. He was about to hit level 3, could get the root and look for the kill, but just barely mistimed that tick over to level 3. So it was a slow rather than the stun when he hit those buttons, and it means that you actually end up with Poby escaping.
Yeah, that was tough, man. I feel like if you're going to play those aggressive early flashes, you've got to respect the possible presence of the jungler. JoJo doesn't do so, and it means that Razork gets paid early on this Pantheon, a champion that can really run away with the game if he starts to get accelerated, especially if he hits an early level 6. You catch somebody off guard with an early ultimate, but now it's MKOI invading the jungle. Razork trying to clear his blue buff here, as now it's a flash engage. Razork, remember, he already used his flash to make the play earlier, but now JoJo gets his revenge. MKOI, nice, seizing the opportunity there. Again, recognizing a flash down and pouncing.
And JoJo being able to get back into that mid with the wave pushing and bot lane pushing, set them up perfectly. And I was about to say, if Elyoya got a couple of those kills at Kiana, just as strong as a Pantheon if she can get rolling, but it's making sure that JoJo set up comfortably in the mid lane is the focus here for MKOI.
Especially after the early death, right? You don't want your Ryze to get set behind. You want to make sure he's able to keep stacking. Elyoya not grabbing the kill on that one, but still 34 to 20 in terms of the farm count, so not feeling too bad about that. Of course, the gold still mostly even between the junglers because Razork was the beneficiary of the first blood, but that was Elyoya's flash being used for that one. Kiana, of course, a very highly
another
mobile
5
champion,
minutes
very
before
slippery
anything
champion,
else
stealth,
happens.
So not going to feel the missing the flash as much as some other champions might.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the fact that she's just been able to power farm her way through has worked out great, right? Because we had the play in the mid lane while you had the full clear coming through from the Kiana. She got a crab, then she started to make her way in for the kill, pick up some of that CS in Razork's jungle, now going for the
Yeah, so if you really want to watch the game, just sit there and listen to it for the crowd to go, ooh, and that's probably when you should watch the game. You could probably just tab out.
They're from upset with a blade collar, so
It's just gonna be boring as fuck.
does take a chunk of HP, but they return some good firepower themselves. They've got the.
I legit, I don't even know what to say. I mean, I'm just watching. I mean, Zeri's a first pick, but it's probably just as dry as any other
Nobody
pick.
putting any super early attention on that one just yet. I feel like when we have all these flashes down early, when we have these attempts,
Because even though it's a 2v2, it's a 1v1, it's a 1v1 here, and they have all the information that they need, you're never gonna see them fucking try.
Going to see if they can get the setup, but Mickey not able to get the pulverize on the play. It was a nice call, especially as this wave is frozen, but it doesn't really matter, right? You don't get the kill, you don't get the play, but Upset still has the wave in a perfect spot for him.
Yeah, that wave frozen exactly where they want it, and Supa's walking right towards the pixel brush. Razork jumps in for the stun, but buffering through the wall there with a wall slide from Supa means the Zeri gets away very easily. Ward dropped in the Dragon Pit there from Fnatic, just to keep an eye on it, just to make sure they're not going to try to sneak that one away after seeing Razork show up down here, but instead it's the mid lane. That's your target, beautifully done from Elyoya and Alvaro to set it up for JoJo to knock it down. Kill number 2 for the Ryze, as Mickey X wanted to try to get something back here with his Alistar, but he just doesn't have the chance to do it.
And that's that unsealed spellbook that you were talking about.
It still doesn't fucking matter.
TP taken from Alvaro, so in the mid, Poby thought he was safe, but Alvaro comes in on the teleport play, sets up then with his jungle, and manages to get a perfect play in that mid lane.
And here's the thing, Dagda. Yep, they put the ward in the Dragon Pit. Yep, they know that MKOI's taking it. Nope, they have nothing to say about it because their mid laner is dead.
And it still does not even matter at all. At all. It does not matter in the fucking slightest. They're about to sit here and throw everything on Atacon.
It's still 50 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn, so it's not like you're losing priority over that side of the map to secure the Drake.
And it's actually Fnatic who are scrambling to try and keep some semblance of control in that regard. They move
Because we can't let them snowball, so let's just make it hard for everybody to play.
So it's Poby who has to move down there. Now you've got Upset is in the mid lane, and it means that if we end up going for this rotation, which I assume is going to happen,
but we need to make sure they can't just perma invade. We need to make sure they're giving bounties out. We need to make sure that there's, you know, if your team just starts inching, that they stop giving as much gold.
That aggro there with the ulti, if they try to engage on him, so that's going to be a consideration here for MKOI. Mickey's Alistar only just ticking level 5. Means that if we do get a grub fight, there's going to be no chance for the Alistar to be able to use the Unbreakable Will, really start the fight off with impunity. Alvaro also pretty far away from being able to have the grand entrance for this one here, as well as the Scuttle Crab is the target for Elyoya, wanting to secure that for the extra vision and control over the top side river. Alvaro and Razork both just kind of going to whiff there, so not a whole lot to be traded back and forth, but I'm seeing a lot of bodies show up to this potential grub fight, my friend.
Yeah, because I mean, when you get pushed off the drive super hard, you don't need to make an adjustment. Just keep fucking farming. Because again, does it matter? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Doesn't matter at all. And so when you don't fucking prioritize it, do you think you're gonna walk over there and get it? Do you think they're just gonna walk off of it and you're just gonna be able to take the grubs from them?
It's a 4-1 game with a 2,000 gold
lead. Fuck no.
gonna go the way of MKOI this early game.
And this fucking game is over.
The fact that Fnatic couldn't match those lane assignments from MKOI came back to bite them. MKOI get pushed mid, JoJo's able to isolate Upset from being able to join in the fight, and in a 3v4, MKOI take down Fnatic.
This is a rough game state here for Fnatic now. Hex flash over the wall though from Mickey. Here comes your Grand Starfall from Razork. Supa's gonna die for sure. Shut down for Razork means Fnatic at least gets something back there to staunch the bleeding.
Yeah, still, the kill going to Razork isn't ideal. They would have liked to have given that to Oscar in and to try and have something, but Mickey gone too far forward.
Yeah, Mickey
this is
very
genius
far
play
forward
by
into enemy
Alistar
territory.
right
The Alistar's got to be careful here. Elyoya
That's
does
it.
a lot of damage on this Kiana.
Oh, and Nabessa walking in,
a little bit of fire,
that's
just
even
trying to
better.
get an
It's
escape
like
route
the
here
best
for his
play right
support.
there.
But now Oscar in lockdown. JoJo cannot arrive in time, however. No flash available on that rise to try to get in there for the extra damage. Mickey down to 50 HP. Brother, you have got to get out of here.
Yeah, I think if you want to stick around, it's not going to be a good time for Mickey's. May not be for Oscar in as well. Again, the overextension for Mickey causing so many members of Fnatic to try and join, and now JoJo control over the wave, denying Oscar in the back. Like, MKOI are dominating this early game.
This is about as much as I think you could ask for. You've already claimed Feat of Warfare. You're up 1,500 gold. One more objective. They're also going to secure the feats in their entirety because they secured first Drake plus those Void Grubs. It's still about 2 minutes out until we get the next Drake spawning on the map. However, as JoJo crashes this practically double-stacked wave into the turret here, into the tier 1, wants to get this first play, does a lot of damage to Oscar, but now got to be a little bit careful. Here's public execution. JoJo taking a ton of damage from the initial Ambessa burst. Teleport coming in to try to save JoJo, but he cannot stay alive long enough. Nice pickup there from Fnatic.
And a much needed pickup for Fnatic. The fact that they'd already started to lose out across the board, and now Oscar and gets something back opens up that opportunity for him to be a threat on side lanes and a big threat in those team fights. Nicely done by Fnatic, as MKOI might be looking to answer back here as they move in towards the jungle.
Okay, Mickey now with the level 6 on the Alistar has Unbreakable Will. Far harder to catch him out and burst him down like we saw in the fight by the Grubs. Razork jumping in after Alvaro. Mickey wants to go over the wall to follow it up, but a nice escape there from MKOI to not get caught.
Alvaro has been so slippy when it comes to Mickey's engages. Time and again, he's been able to step away from them, and it just leaves Fnatic wanting. Poby, though, has been able to sit in the side lane at least for a little while and, you know, get some of this farm and get into a position where he's relatively comfortable, but it's a long way from Fnatic scaling.
Okay, now we just,
Speaking
again,
of scaling, just checking in on where we are with itemization here, because we are seeing first items come online.
This
in a
is
few
probably, I
different roles.
mean, this
You've
is
got
like
the Eclipse for
this is
Ambessa,
like that
makes
one
her trading
game. This
patterns
is that
much
lucky
more
ass
brutal in
game.
the lane.
You're just gonna
Sundered
see,
Sky,
okay.
Profane Hydra,
Wow,
for
so
the two
many
junglers,
fights.
and Rod of Ages for JoJo stacking up. Both mid
And then
laners
they're gonna go back to their
stacking
fucking
about
huddle, and then
2/3 of the
they're
way
gonna
done
get
already,
bitched
but a
at
big
about how they're
difference is that
fucking
JoJo
playing too
has
far
that
up,
Rod
playing too
online earlier.
aggressive.
It means
And
he's
they
gonna
need to
get
sit
stacks
here and
earlier.
play,
It
be more
means that that's gonna be
patient,
another
wait for the
point of
team to
power
set things
that
up.
MKOI could potentially play around later on.
And then we fucking see a
It's
fucking
where they have been putting
a
the focus,
0-0
right, is having,
game
hey,
for
JoJo
20
in the side
minutes.
lane. We're going to try and play off of his pressure into potential invades, into putting down wards, and now it's opening up that opportunity to keep pressure on both mid and bot, start up Dragon, and I mean, for Fnatic, they need someone to try and face check up, but I don't know who does.
All right, top side, neither one of these top laners has their teleport available to join the bot side fight, so it is just going to be a 4v4, unless you can try to get Sion out of the lane and use the ulti, but no, the Dragon is already secured, and considering Elyoya and Alvaro both have the ability to just exit safely through the back of the pit. However, Supa dropping the lightning crash there versus Upset. Does not want to take any more of the fight, though, considering Mickey was nearby, would be able to turn that into an unfair fight very quickly.
This is great start though from MKOI. 2 dragons to their name, already with a gold lead, and there just doesn't really seem to be a way for Fnatic to break this. You now are so far behind, it just makes it difficult, and in the goal difference you can see at the bottom of your screen, whoever got the gold lead fairly much went at the game. Razor, can you try and change that?
Yeah, he wants to try to
That
alleviate some of
Pantheon
that gold lead, but the Grand
amazing.
Starfall just
Like,
ends
that
up resulting in
Pantheon
a whole lot of
was
nothing.
so fucking
Pantheon
good.
ulti ending up being a whiff. That feels
That
so
shit
painful.
made
The
so
cooldown on that
much
ultimate is
sense,
pretty
dude.
long. You really
That shit
want
was
to get
so
value
close.
whenever you're making those
Holy
plays.
fuck,
because
how did
not
that
only are
not
you
work?
not getting the value you hoped for, now your opponents have 2 minutes to just
No,
sit there
like,
and say,
that
okay, we
might
don't
have been,
worry
like,
about
the
Pantheon.
best,
We can
like,
make the map moves we want to
was
make.
that Spear shot in the flesh?
Trying to play around Poby though in this sort of regard, because one of the things I love about Pantheon and Ambessa is that setup, but Mickey wants to be that setup.
Yeah, Mickey trying to set it up for the Cassiopeia. Gets trapped in the Rune Prison here as JoJo wants to buy a little time with the phase rush. Elyoya's coming around from the side. JoJo wanted to use the realm
like
warp
that
to get away, but he's
ultimate
trapped
from
in the
Rise,
petrifying gaze.
that
Redemption
shit was
coming down, but
fucking,
JoJo
like,
is already
bro.
dead. Elyoya cannot arrive
He
in time.
like,
Nicely
bro,
done
like,
from Fnatic
how did
to
that
get
not
another kill
work?
to JoJo. That's
How did that
3 or
not
4
work?
kills on the enemy mid
Holy
lane. The game
fuck.
is tied
How did
up
that
at
not
least
work,
in
dude?
kill regards.
That shit was so crazy.
To Poby, who can do some damage.
Let me just kite this shit out. Let me just kite this shit out. Let me just kite it out. Let me just kite it out.
You've plenty of time to try and run away.
I just have to kite this out. Let me just fucking pace back and forth in the alcove. That's how you fucking do it.
Fnatic starting to move out and should be in a position to defend this.
Yeah, MKOI continuing to try
Desire,
to get some
just
value
like,
out of those
oh my
Void Grubs
god, bro,
earlier.
like,
and honestly, ever since
you need to
the
keep
Void
picking
Grub
this
fight,
shit, bro.
we
Like,
haven't
this
really
shit works.
seen a lot out of MKOI.
This is your
they
pick.
managed to secure the dragon, but they haven't made any plays against
yeah,
their
like,
opponents
this shit works.
specifically.
Like, this
so
is your
Fnatic
pick.
have done a good job being able to fight back a little bit.
Playing the
Remember,
fuck out
right
of
after
this
the
pick,
Void Grub
dude.
fight that MKOI just slammed. This gold lead was 2.3 thousand gold. So Fnatic have come back into the game almost 1,500.
Yeah, and a lot of that has been them MKOI trying to set up for Yoya with the vision and potential invades and seeing if maybe they can find Razork in the jungle, and that's kind of where you're seeing that the goal or the CS numbers in the jungle look so swayed, whereas because Poby has kind of been sitting in the sideline, despite the fact he's a kill down, still keeping within touching distance of Jojo Pyun on the opposite side, and it's more Supa who is kind of taking the lead for MKOI when it comes to that gold.
And the biggest gold lead individually in the game is Supa on that Zeri, like you're talking about. 700 ahead of Upset. The Rift Herald has spawned, and neither side wants to let the other one have it, but it is Fnatic first to the scene. They've got it down to about half HP already.
Yeah, because you couldn't do this for Void Grubs. Hell no.
As now MKOI wants to
This
move
is
forward.
no.
Fnatic all grouped up.
No, you can't do this for Void Grubs. No.
As immediately Razork going to lose about half HP, but now Alvaro is all trapped up. It's the first kill going over to Fnatic. Razork still low, but he ain't dead yet. Supreme display of talent, going to find multiple targets here, but everybody on Fnatic still hanging on for now. Finally, Razork is going to die. Upset and Poby still staying alive for now as Oscar Renan is down to 200 HP. MKOI are cutting off the escapes, and they are cutting off the hopes of Fnatic. Upset and Mickey trying to get themselves away back through the tribe rush. Elyoya and Jojo on the chase. Mickey with the flash of the wall, but Supa is ready to tumble right after him. Upset, the last man standing. He's going to summon up the Herald to try to get away. Maybe try to take the taxi home. A little bit more damage might just be able to stop him, but no. Upset will use the Herald to be the only man on Fnatic who survived.
But that was supposed to be the only silver lining for them, and it's Upset who has to use it to escape. MKOI played that fight so incredibly well, but Razork finds Elyoya.
Yeah, Elyoya sticking around a little bit too long, perhaps. Dodges the Comet Spear there. Did not want to find himself hit by that one. Could have been a potential execution as he does escape through the invisibility. That is Pantheon ulti down again. And there's what I was talking about. The gold lead now, the largest it's been all game, up to almost 3,500 as the Herald makes a very long walk back down the top lane. And this could be a very long journey back to the fountain, although it might actually be for MKOI as Fnatic is ready to try to punish this invade. Alvaro first to die as Mirwin now locked up by the Blade Caller, and it looks like he's got nowhere to go but a gray screen. Does try to pop the ulti there, is interrupted by Mickey X, and Fnatic continue the chase after the Scion. He's pretty tanky, but surely they're able to catch up to him here. Decimating Smash to try to make a little bit of extra distance, but no, it's Headbutt Pulverized, and with a shutdown going over to Upset, that's exactly what Fnatic was hoping for.
MKOI just tossed that gold lead out the window. The fact that you managed to get all those kills in the jungle, and you're going to get that top tower, plus you're getting set up for the dragon now that's about to spawn. That was halving their gold lead just immediately off a bad play.
Oh, but the lightning crash, it's going to be Mickey X the target now as Razork immediately gives his life over right next to it. Fnatic, they get an amazing punish. They force MKOI into a bad spot after MKOI wanted to get more in their own jungle, but then Fnatic is possessed by the same greed. They invade the MKOI jungle. They get caught out, and the damage is just massive. Now this dragon that you're talking about that could have been some breaks slammed on the soul stacking instead is just one step closer to MKOI securing a very early soul.
Lars, what in the name of God is going on?
This is a bit of a crazy game, my friend. We've got 18 kills in 18 minutes, but every objective sans the Herald has gone to MKOI, and the Herald had to be used as an Uber to go home for the AD carry.
Yeah, you kind of thought it was like, oh yeah, call an ambulance, but not for me when it came to the invade on the bottom side. And then Fnatic were like, no, we'd like an ambulance as well, actually, if you wouldn't mind.
Call two.
Yeah. One for me, one for you, and one for the viewers who are very upset at what has been happening. But across the board, as you say, MKOI still in a very strong position. They're now
Speak
getting
for me,
access to
bro.
this bottom side and starting to crack open the turrets in their favor. And with Jojo having this lead, he is now in a very strong spot to actually be that threat in the side lane, can realm warp into a lot of the fights and just cause issues for Fnatic on sides. Because sure, Poby, as you can see, can eventually clear out waves, but against the Ryze, if you end up with the Kiana coming over the wall, that 1-2 combo can be so devastating for Poby if he's left alone.
Poby's Cassiopeia, 4 stacks on his Rod of Ages, fully charged Seraph's Embrace. Over on the other side, it is 8 stacks for JoJo's Rise on his Roa, as Elyoya with a supreme display of talent right back into the wall. Razork thought he was fighting for a red buff. He was fighting for his life, and he'll lose that fight. MKOI, they take away the enemy jungler from the map for the next 27 seconds, and now they'll just easily rotate up towards that top lane, take down the remaining tier 1 turret from Fnatic, pick a couple of flower petals along the way. They'll place him on the grave of Razork, and they'll celebrate a 5,500 gold lead.
And a well-deserved one as well.
MKOI, that's how those work. And
here and
are we
there,
calling those
but this
reverses?
is what MKOI has made their name from the LEC, this strong early game where they can very quickly garner these leads, start to try and play through side lanes, and when you've got this combo of Alvaro and Elyoya that is so potent with the CC into the sheer amount of DPS that this Kiana can provide, it's difficult for Fnatic to even approach their own jungle.
I'm not even sure if you use
Everything
roses
on
for
that
a funeral
scoreboard is
or
a blue
side.
side gold advantage in
kind of
whatever
like a,
role you want to pick and choose. But it's really jungle and AD
Valentine's
carry
thing,
where the two
like
largest advantages find themselves. Elyoya sidestepping out of the way of the public execution, and with Ambessa not able to join up, that just means Mickey is alone in no man's land.
If you dip to
and
a
MKOI
lover,
pick up a free kill on the enemy support.
Yeah, and that Adicon looks fairly lonely, but I don't know if it's about to have a bunch of MKOI friends coming over to say hi in a couple of moments as well, because with the Alistair down, the TP coming in, it's an MKOI objective.
I feel like Otacon has been the same type of objective for y'all in the LEC that has been for us in the LTA throughout the year, which is if he survives until 21 minutes without somebody trying to attack him, it's pretty surprising.
Which is kind of rude, if you think about it. You know?
He's just not welcome on the Rift, except this time around, because they got the free pick right beforehand, there's just no way for Fnatic to try to challenge, so it ends up being a free objective for the MKOI side. 31 petals to 13 is a ton of extra adaptive force.
God, dude, that made such a difference.
Has to flash over the wall just to escape another death at the hands of the supreme display of talent. But the problem is, Dagda, that's another flash used defensively from the Alistar. That's your main engage. Flash, headbutt, pulverize, and now you don't have it. JoJo just sidestepping around Razork, takes him down to about 1/3 HP. Poby slithers into the area to be able to at least save Razork's life. But this is a 7,000 gold lead, and we are under 2 minutes until the Cloud Soul spawns. This is a very dangerous soul to give a team that has Rise and Zeri.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time, and honestly, it doesn't really feel like it's been a fun time at all for Fnatic. MKOI have been finding the picks, they've been playing so well, and the last time we saw Elyoya actually bring out the Kiana, he got off to a fantastic early game lead, but they couldn't find ways to enable him
and then it's only two.
to actually carry that gold lead into a victory. This time around, though, he's been playing on the fence.
I'd like to see
well.
that if I give up first 2 guys. I'm trying to stack all 4.
When they have these gold leads in this tournament, it hasn't been going so great, as you can see on your screen. Even domestically, there's been a couple of hiccups, but it feels like with this sort of gold lead, it's nearly insurmountable.
Right. These ones, you know, you're looking at a couple thousand.
So how do I not go back to the game and look at that like as a mistake? I gave up first ride, first robs. How do I not look at that as a mistake? How do I not try and correct that?
On the clock until that Cloud Soul spawns.
Every single game. I mean, I'm going to just throw everything at an objective later on anyways.
Right? The entire river is a very scary place to try to approach. Yeah, Mickey or Razork could try. Mickey's got Unbreakable Will, Razork has his shield. But then if somebody gets caught, you're pretty much forced into a fight. And those fights are not going to go your way unless you start them off with some kind of a pick, some kind of a big engage. Mickey with the Hex Flash over the wall there real quick, as MKOI does have 4 men in the bot side river. JoJo just kind of potentially playing the bait here in the mid lane. Does have his Seraphs and Rod fully charged, fully stacked. Still 2 stacks to go on the Rod of Ages for Poby. And this is what I was talking about earlier, the difference in completing that in time. Razor going for the flash engage there onto Supa, who makes the distance and gets away. Supreme display of talent, not going to get a whole lot, but Alvaro's got the quickness to start the fight off in earnest. As
you know what they should do? They should just literally, they should just give a bunch of gold to the losing team. Like, they should just give a full item to the losing team, because they're going to. There's no way for them to come back. Why would they? Why? Like, how are they going to be able to play the game? Just give them a whole item, an entire. Just give them GA.
Fnatic are just too far behind when it comes to the gold. Even if you're not getting full value from the ultis, Alvaro sets up that engage, sets up the turnaround, and MKOI sweeping through Fnatic.
MKOI, they get themselves their clean ace. I could see the desperation. And let's take another look here in our MasterCard priceless moment of the game as Razork starts it off.
Can't wait to sit here and watch them just start
the ultimate only hits onto
game
Razork from his free
faster.
display of talent. You're not really getting full value, but this Alvaro knockup sets up perfectly for Jojo Pyun to follow through. They managed to finish off any sort of threat on towards Supa, and he's happy to follow through then.
I'm gonna pick Ambessa. I'm gonna pick Pantheon. I'm gonna do all this. Never touch the ADC.
I mean, Kiana.
Like, I'm gonna engage on anything that I see.
A whole lot to react to. Just, you know, you're trying, but when you're 7,500 gold down, when you have to go with the flash Pantheon stun to try to initiate
you just throw
the fight.
Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna lock in Sion.
% chance because otherwise it's a 1, right? And now
where does Health Bar go?
Yeah, I don't think this
Bruh,
long
zero
for this world.
anti-tank.
That is not Ambessa from Arcane, my friend. That
From
one
anyone.
is, that one's out of here.
Well, to be fair, Arcane didn't go too well for her either. You know,
Okay, all right, you got me there. Sorry for anybody who hasn't watched it yet. I guess that might be a possibly inferable spoiler. But
The commentators, I mean,
13,000 gold plus a Dragon Soul plus about 24 petals advantage. So that's about
Not about
2,000
anything
gold
really
worth
at
of
this
active
point.
force. And Baron is on the map. So if you're MKOI, it feels like a pretty safe bet. You can just take this Baron, force him to come answer, and then you either get the Baron and run into their base, or you just ace them and you probably don't even need it at that point.
Yeah, I think if you're Fnatic, you hope that for a brief second, MKOI forget how to play the game for about 5 to 10 seconds. Don't hit any of their buttons, and then you have a chance.
That's pretty much what it's going to require, but you can
Yep.
see on your screen right now, it only takes Elioya
Brilliant.
and Supa to kill the Baron off. Mirwin and Jojo can just cover these flanks, make sure nobody from Fnatic can approach. And sure enough,
until we give the losing team 3 lives, 2 lives every time they fucking, if they're down 5k gold.
Red Bull Baron power play because there was no attempt from Fnatic to try to stop it, and I'm
Everyone gets an Anivia egg.
Explode before that timer runs out.
Yeah, I agree, Flares. I don't really think
You get oddments when you sit here and lose.
3 items on the Cassiopeia is a decent spot to be, but it's just everything else is so in favor of MKOI. I just don't think you have a chance, but here we go. One more play. Can Fnatic do it?
Well, there's already a ward right where the unsealed teleport was coming in from Mickey. Jojo flashes to the other side, but Mickey's ready to flash after him.
Yeah,
Alvaro
all the
coming in to
stuns.
cover for his mid laner as Jojo is still alive now. Fnatic continue trying to press the assault, but now Mirwin is charging in from behind. A supreme display of talent right back into the wall. Fnatic
Gotta make it look
tried,
nice at
Fnatic
least.
died. There's no way to stop MKOI now. Oscar Rinnan's the only one standing. It's a double kill for
How could
Elioya
you
there.
slow down
An
the
ace to
game?
end the
How?
game, 24-7 with an 18,000 gold lead. What'll be a 20,000
What can you
gold lead? I have to
do?
think by the end of this one. We'll
Look
see
at
if
them.
those
Look at
towers
them.
give
They're
it to us.
struggling.
It'll be
Look
just
at them.
shy, but it won't
They need
matter.
an extra
27
life.
minutes into the game, MKOI slam game number 1.
That was sheer and utter dominance from the MKOI side.
Of course, it's a
I
best
mean,
of 3.
Fnatic just didn't look like they showed up at all.
Single game, single game, single
It was-
game. Best of 3, best
it
of
was a
3.
little close early, right? We got to see them make the play. Razork got the first blood, swooping around on the side on Jojo, so that was good. I like the punish there on the aggressive early flashes, but after that, once MKOI got ahead, they just never really gave it up.
Yeah, and I think it was, again, really good coordination between Elioya and Alvaro, getting that vision, making the play set up, and making things very difficult for Fnatic.
All right, that's game number 1 done and taken care of. MKOI are looking good. Desk, what do you guys think? Very good.
I don't even know, man.
Good.
I don't even know. What was this? Is my mic?
Of here to get to be able to have easy access to C
For like another
play.
how they were clearly the fourth best team in the LEC. We heard it from interviews, we heard it from players, we heard it from coaches, but they managed to get that upset over KC with a fantastic performance that put a lot of hope into the Fnatic fans. But now, after making it to Worlds, it would be heartbreaking for those same fans to see them lose once more to MKOI here on the international stage.
All right, let's jump into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX here for game number 2, as Fnatic has switched over to the blue side. They will ban out Nico, Talia, and Yunara.
I don't gotta treat you like a kid, bro. No toys on the stage,
focus
dog.
with
Like, come
Oriana,
on.
Azir, and Aurora. First pick of the draft is the Rumble.
No, you
for
can't
Oscar.
take that into
The Rumble
restaurant,
surprises
bro.
me. Wukong has been such a strong pick
Like,
in
when
the
the
meta
fuck
at
are
the
you
moment,
ever gonna have the
and not
time to
going
pick up
towards
the
that
fan
definitely
with
feels
2
like
hands on the
obviously it's
fucking
getting
keyboard?
comfort for Oscar Innen, but maybe not comfortable with the meta. Because now you've even got opportunities for Mirren, who has liked playing things like the Cassante into this in the past and has looked incredibly strong. There it is, into Oscar Innen specifically on this. Like, Mirren 1v2'd Razork and Oscar Innen in this pick in game 4 of their last series.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one. I remember that highlight.
Yeah, it
that
echoed
was,
across every sphere of social media.
Yeah, that was a pretty tough one there for Fnatic to deal with. Now, interestingly, with this Poppy, I wouldn't be surprised to see this locked in. It's very effective against Wukong, and remember that in the previous
I'm glad
game,
you remember
MKOI
it, at
actually
least.
banned
As long as you
Poppy in
remember
their
it, bro.
first rotation. It was their second ban of the
I've got
draft,
so much
which
to
is
I've got
pretty
so much to
unusual,
look
so
at right
clearly they were
now.
noticing
I
that
honestly
Fnatic
wouldn't know
does
what
like
to
to
do
lock
if they
the
just
Poppy,
showed
so
the clip
that
on the
one will be
screen.
slammed here.
Like
It
that
is also a
would
bit of a
fucking
special, right? We saw it in internationals last
That
year.
wouldn't- that
with
wouldn't
G2
explain
and he had a
anything to
very
me.
strong showing on it, but something that Razor can play exceptionally well too. So you do, as you say, have those options to rotate it. But there is upset going back towards the Kai'Sa. So this says to me what Fnatic are probably trying to go for is Poppy into the bottom lane, and they want Razork to be able to go back towards the Vi. This Vi Kai'Sa has been a really strong combo for them. Works well with the Rumble as well. But if I'm MKOI, I'm probably just going to ban it on this next rotation.
Exactly, right? You don't have any more picks for Fnatic before the next round of the bans come through. It looked like MKOI was thinking back and forth there between the Annie, which is a pretty common pairing with the Wukong, but instead they go with the Sivir, locking that one in for Supa for the powerful wave clear, the AoE, the late game carry potential.
Yeah, especially, you're already setting up for a great team on an MKOI side.
Late game, like,
opportunity
25
to go for,
minutes.
like another control
Like,
mage
20,
in the mid
25
lane,
minutes.
facilitate that, and you've strong front to back.
25
Alvaro
minutes.
Can go towards the
Like,
the engage if he wants
like
to,
a
but if I'm the
15-minute
MKOI,
or-
I'm probably trying to leave counter pick here for Alvaro until I know exactly where that Poppy is going and give Alvaro a good matchup.
Yep, the Sivir here is the most played for Supa throughout the summer in LEC, so makes sense to lock that one in here in the first half, make it so they cannot remove that one from the table. Nautilus banned out. Whenever I think of Kai'Sa pairings, Nautilus is always one of the first champions that comes to mind, is just an incredible pairing with her, applies plasma very easily, can be a strong lane buddy, dive buddy later on in the game. Braum now going to be banned out by the side of Fnatic. They do not want that extra defensive capability for MKOI's squad.
Yeah, I think you're kind of in a bit of a pickle here as MKOI on what you want to do with your mid pick here for JoJo. Because oftentimes when
10
we see it,
matches,
even when Rumble just
6
exists in the
hours.
game, they're happy to take the Galio mid and say, hey, we don't have to think about any of the control mages that you can bring out. But there's always the opportunity for Poby to try and flex in towards something like the Yone
the draw
has some
for
sort of
tomorrow.
AD mid, which then doesn't give you the best of times here for JoJo. So with all these support bans, he's just going to lock the Bard. Okay, he says, doesn't matter. I'm happy enough to just go with this.
All right, Bard locked in here for Alvaro. I love watching this champion. I think it's super fun. It's one of the best champions in the game if you're really good at it. And it's also still a champion in the game if you're bad at it.
That's kind of where we've seen that mix match here. The Alvaro has won on the Bard consistently. Doesn't look the best on the Bard in those games. Can oftentimes position poorly, being points where he's in a bit of trouble. But we'll have to see as this game goes on if he's kind of right those wrongs since the summer split.
Ooh, and Fnatic fans, I think, are going to be worried about this one because Jarvan, so far at this tournament, I believe, is 0-9. This was a pick that I know a lot of people coming into Worlds 2025 were talking about looking at as potentially the best jungler on the patch, or at least a top jungler on the patch. He's been locked in by a lot of different teams, and he's not won a single time.
Yeah, but EU's very good at the 0-10 power spike. The only problem is it hasn't got there yet, so Fnatic might need to be sacrificed a little bit before. But either way, I like it in this draft because I think you've got an awful lot of follow-up that can come through with it, with the Jarvan having the setup for the Rumble, having the setup for the Chaos Storm now with the Victor, and it's much more about playing front to back rather than this all-out dive, which I think can work well. But JoJo has played this before. Is he willing to bring it out once more?
I'm not going to trust it until the timer runs all the way down. This is one of those picks that they'll bait you with. Yeah, that seems much more realistic, but no!
Yes!
Okay, never mind. We are getting JoJo Pune Kassadin into Poby Victor here. This is what I want to see teams do with red side 5th pick. Slam the counter pick. Show us what you've got. Kassadin, you want to be able to have easy access to CC to lock him down. Kai'Sa doesn't have CC. Rumble has a slow. Jarvan has CC, but you have to be able to hit the EQ combo. Victor has CC, but you have to stand in the thing for the entire time. And Poppy has conditional CC. Honestly, this seems like a pretty solid Kassadin angle.
And it's something that he's brought out twice now over the course of the year as well. He is 100% win rate on it, likes to take it slow, and we very much like to put in Twitch chat that level 16 to see exactly when he's going to be able to hit us. But it is a pick that obviously will lose as gracefully as possible in the early stages, but then come alive on those side lanes in those team fights later on in the game.
Exactly. Levels 1 through 5, you're kind of a melee minion. Levels 6 through 10, okay, you're a bad champion. Levels 11 through 15, you're a good champion. Level 16 plus, Riot, please balance this.
Yeah, it's the age-old Kassadin story. And again, it works very well, not only as you're saying with the lack of CC, but the fact that everything is kind of short range on the opposite side. Like if I'm Kai'Sa and I'm like, cool, let me send myself in with Killer Instinct into the backline and I'm into the waiting arms of, well, actually, I suppose, yeah, her dad. It's not exactly great. Maybe it is a loving embrace, but I feel like that's not going to happen this time around.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit of family therapy here in this one, as it's do or die for Fnatic as we head into game number 2 of Fnatic versus MKOI. Summoner Spellbook for the Bard there from Alvaro, but Mickey running the Hail of Blades on the Poppy for the extra combat power in lane instead, so not going to have that same level of utility. Here's a look at the runes that JoJo is running on his Kassadin. You can see he's got the Conqueror, sudden impact, last stand for when he gets low to be able to find those amazing outplay situations.
This is
I only see his
greedy though
rooms.
from JoJo as we get a little bit of trading on the bottom
Everyone
side.
else's rooms.
Because I would have expected him to go for the inspiration tree and try and get the biscuits and that, especially against the Victor, who is notorious for being very strong in lane and being able to trade effectively. For you to try and survive in this early stage, it can be a little bit of a pickle, but for JoJo, feeling happy enough to try and take those runes that will empower him later in the sudden impact and that ultimate hunter to really be a mega threat when he gets to that stage.
Kassadin, level 16 with Ultimate Hunter on top of the items he already likes to build is just going to be it's Earth mode Kassadin, right? Like this could be a problem if Fnatic allows it to go late, but immediate flash stun into the wall coming out from Mickey. Alvaro down to 50 HP. He's gonna die. It's first blood to Fnatic at 1 minute and 45 seconds into the game. Mickey X is bloodthirsty.
Alvaro not respecting what Mickey can do on this Poppy. It is a pick he made his name on at MSI last year, and now bringing it out in what is potentially Fnatic's last game of the year and picking up first blood.
You love to see it when your back is against the wall.
I would not be
You've got to be
surprised
willing
if
to
they
put all the
just
cards on
ran
the table.
this-
You've got to be
this
willing to pull out the
stream
pocket
for 6
picks.
hours
Mickey
just to
there with
film
the
this
Hex
slot.
Flash out of the brush, just seeing if maybe he could have got another slam
And
there
just
onto
end
Supa.
it.
Supa stays safe enough. Poby having the push in mid lane. This is exactly what you would expect. As you already said, Kassadin's job is not to win lane. It's not even to break even. It is to lose as gracefully as possible in the early stages. Then once you get to level 6, you become a real champion and you can start at least trading back a little bit.
Yeah, it does give Fnatic a lot of windows of opportunity to be aggressive in the early stage, and that's why I like Razork's pathing here. He's going to sneak into the backline. Supa already low, and Razork's here.
Supa at 200 HP. He has Hot Cocoa behind him, but it's not very
Oh,
well
is he
charged.
walking up
Supa down to 100,
coming
flashes
into
away, but Razork with a flash follow. Razork gets the second kill of the game for Fnatic. Dagda, it is not even 3 minutes on the clock, and Fnatic are 1,000 gold ahead.
And when Fnatic have looked at their best, it's when they can set up upset for success. It's exactly what we're seeing here, being able to put that resource into the bottom lane, and now you've got 2 kills already to the Fnatic side.
And I mentioned in draft, how this Sivir was the most played for Supa throughout the summer in the LEC. Well, Kai'Sa's also the most played for Upset throughout the summer. This is a champion he's got a lot of reps on. This is a champion that hopefully, with this early extra gold, with this extra early power, he's going to feel empowered on.
And this is what I was saying. I love this pathing from Razork, avoiding all the vision that could potentially be set up, making his way in towards this bottom side. And Supa knows he has to push out this wave, or he's going to be in a terrible spot. Fnatic use that to punish, and the follow on the flash from Razork was perfect there.
Nicely done, and now a death for both
Mickey.
bottom laners on the MKOI side. Mickey just passing through mid here, as is Alvaro. Alvaro clearing out a little bit of vision as JoJo just continues trying to farm as many minions as he can. Of course, every time Alvaro gets to stop by mid, he can place down some more of those hot cocos for JoJo, essentially just giving him an extra weak health potion to be able to have some extra sustain in lane, which he is going to need a lot of.
Yeah, you've heard of Mojo Jojo, now it's Coco Jojo.
Yeah, Coco Jojo is what he's going to need a lot of here to get to level 6, have a little bit more presence in the lane. Supa gets tackled out of the way there. Void Seeker doesn't hit him. Mickey's going to take a little bit of damage here. Only one side of the boomerang blade connects, however, so Mickey not feeling too bad.
Yeah, again, I think you're perfectly happy for Fnatic with the way this early game has gone. And again, you kind of get to continue this for a little bit. Ayoya wants to be level 6 before he really starts to interact with the lanes. Doesn't have great setup anywhere if he tries to interact, and Alvaro actually.
Yeah, Alvaro is going to find a level 4
He's no
Razork
flash.
waiting on him. This Bard is level 2. It is very difficult to deal with a Jarvan as level 2 Bard. And under the turret goes Razork, back to the fountain, goes Alvaro. Fnatic claim the feat of warfare, not even 5 minutes into the game. They are 2,000 gold ahead of MKOI.
And looking very impressive doing it. This is when, again, Fnatic have looked at their best and most confident, and Mickey is zoning Supa off entirely by himself and denying him from being able to re-access this lane. Dragon going to be secured. Fnatic off to a great start.
Yeah, there's no way that anybody on MKOI is even approaching this first Drake. The 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic, the total control over the bottom lane, upset level 5, just going to rotate over and help Razork take this thing down. You can see there when Plasma procs, it procs for
So
about 500.
if Wukong doesn't get to
It does
bot, doesn't get
quite
to
a lot
mid,
the
doesn't get to
neutral
top,
objectives.
he's just
And
going to
so
sit
then
here
that
until
leaves Razork
6.
the opportunity to just finish off the smite, take the Drake.
Again,
that was not
that's
even
your
a full
pick, bro.
minute after the Drake spawn. That's the Mountain Drake, that's the tanky one, and it already belongs to Fnatic.
Yeah, and again, they kind of just get to keep up with this pressure, move in towards bottom side. I think they might be trying to, oh no, he's going to be spotted, but using Razork to just hold this wave on the bottom side for upset. Again, it's kind of everything on Fnatic playing around this AD carry. Now, obviously, again, as the game goes on, you do have a lot of threats for this Kai'Sa in the Wukong and this Kassadin, but it doesn't really look like Fnatic are letting them get to that position as Mirwin.
Yeah, I mean, Mirwin's getting aggressive here on Oscar, but when you look down at the scoreboard, Oscar's an entire kill's worth of gold ahead of Mirwin just based off of farming, because there haven't been any plays on the top side of the map, because everything has been about this bottom lane where Mickey got so aggressive with the flash at level 1, because Razork is then down there in the bottom lane, and Ayoya, like you said earlier, is just trying to power farm. The top laners are left to their own devices, and Oscar Renan is handling the matchup plenty well.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy with the way things are going. The fact that now as well, you can end up using this push to try and reset for the Void Grubs on the top side can work out well as well. You can already see Supa trying to move up into that top side and prevent that push. But if I'm Fnatic, I think just rotating upside and making to continuous matching into this Sivir is going to be perfect.
Okay, let's see how close Ayoya is to making a play. He is level 6. We do have the Cyclone available on the Wukong, but they're going to need to find a good angle if they want to go for anything. When you're this far down in gold, every play just becomes a little bit scary to make. Oscar Renan rushing the plated steel caps up there in the top side for the extra mobility to sidestep away from those third and Tofo strikes alongside the armor to deal with Kassadin in general. Of course, Mirwin wants to go with the early Negatron cloak, as pretty much any tank wants to do into the Rumble matchup.
So the lane swap here.
The jungle,
Kassadin hit 6. That's his potential in the game.
Towards that bruiser itemization.
Not going to let him catch back up
and
to
then back
Victor.
in mid lane, Poby level 6 on the Victor, only 6
their bot
stacks,
lane.
so not stacking a whole lot here just yet, but still 500 gold lead from the farm advantage plus the kill. He's feeling great.
I do like these rotations from Fnatic though, moving upside to mid this time around and keeping Poby on the bottom side. Poby probably has the least amount of damage that can be brought to the table at this point in the game, so using this Rumble instead as this touch point with the Jarvan can be crucial to the success. But it looks like it's going to be a Void Grub fight.
Okay, you've got Cataclysm plus Equalizer. Equalizer, of course, still on cooldown for about half of that duration right now. Exactly, the spicy hot pot combo. Very deadly for the enemy team as JoJo now makes his way up towards the top lane. MKOI trying to approach towards this grub area here. Razork going to go ahead, use his combo plus his smite to take the first grub. Elyoya wants to step in. MKOI's goal here seems to grab at least one grub here. They do so with Elyoya's smite, but now they're trying to get back away. Alvaro wants to flash in the magical journey. The Cataclysm wall was on top of the normal wall, so he could still get away with it. Fnatic now trying to get back as Elyoya goes in for the Cyclone, but he only finds the knock-up onto Oscar. Now Razork's going to be the next target, and Supa's on the board. MKOI, they steal away one of the grubs. The third grub is still alive, and they get the kill afterwards. Despite their disadvantages in the game so far, MKOI find a decent play there, but now Elyoya's in some danger. Tries to jump back in on Oscar, but Elyoya sticking around a little bit greedy with that positioning, and Fnatic get a punish.
Yeah, Fnatic weren't accounting for their own, but here comes the
Kazarin
Equalizer.
The Equalizer finally off cooldown for some immediate pain on Supa and Alvaro.
We're going to
Of course, they
30%,
cannot get any kills on
25%
that
of
one.
his
The
health
magical journey
to
to keep Alvaro
Rumble
safe
and
as
Kazarin
Mirwin goes
getting
all
turned
out on
around.
Poby. Does need to find some more damage here on the Cassante. Poby trying to kite this one out, but Cassante is very dangerous in these types of situations. His cooldowns are so low. He tries to dash forward with the footwork, but the stun from Poby is clutch, and he gets away.
Holy moly, Poby, that was crazy. Able to sidestep so much of that damage from Mirwin and just outlast him until he could get this done. Really well played by the Fnatic mid laner.
Very nice stuff from Poby. I thought for sure he was dead there. You see Cassante on top of an immobile control mage that does not have reliable CC in the middle of the lane. You're thinking, all right, man, see you once the screen's back in full color, right? But Poby lands that gravity field exactly where he needs to land it, just at the very edge. Mirwin can't escape in time, so nicely done. And it's still about a 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic. Feats of Warfare secured, 2 out of 3 progress on the neutral objectives, and the next Drake is spawning in 30 seconds.
I think for Fnatic, as long as you can try and keep up this pressure, kind of do what MKOI did to you in the last game, you should be in a decent spot. Reset's starting to come through. I don't think Upset will have finished his Kraken Slayer just yet, but either way, the lack of ultimate from Oscar Rinnan again was used to good effect, so I'm not blaming him for it, but it is going to mean that it's putting a bit of a slow on Fnatic and how they want to try and operate on the map. I think they will have to wait for that ultimate to come back up before they really do anything.
All right, JoJo, let's take a look in on this Kassadin. About to hit level 9. Still down a couple of waves in comparison to Poby's Victor. Still not Rod of Ages completed yet, so wants to get that online ASAP. Of course, when you do kind of fall into this game state where you're having to play so safe because the enemy jungler's ahead, the enemy mid laner feels empowered to play aggressively, it is going to be a slower completion on that item. So time is, of course, always in your favor when you are a Kassadin, but that clock ticking forward is going to feel painful in this game for a while because of how badly the early game has started. The Drake is alive, and already Mickey is in the pit, Razork's coming over, and Elyoya on the other side of the map looking to make a play lets you know that MKOI just, they're not going to try to contest this. Okay, Elyoya going forward, but no, the Cyclone misses. There's just no play to be found from MKOI, so this is nothing but a win for Fnatic.
Yeah, Oscar Rinnan had to flash to get away from that Cyclone there on the top side, but that is something where Oscar Rinnan in the past has got caught out on those plays. So having that flash keeps him safe, means that Fnatic can get the Dragon. And at the moment, there's no real response, but there are several members of MKOI here.
Okay, let's see if MKOI can get something else done. They are bringing up Alvaro to maybe Temperate Fate the turret, but nice using the Equalizer from Oscar to burn down the wave.
Good roam from Upset as well, knowing that if they could get some damage down, have that killer instinct to try and follow through. So keeping MKOI out of that top side, and Oscar Rinnan stays safe.
Okay, Oscar doing a good job absorbing the pressure from MKOI's only possible move if they weren't going to try to contest the trade.
And the problem for MKOI is they are feeling that pinch of, hang on, Mirwin, he should be fine. But the 2 double dragons being taken. You want that time to buy for your Sivir, your Kassadin, even Mirwin to come online and become mega tanky. But because now 2 of those dragons have been taken, you're going to be forced to fight at this next dragon. You do not want to give it Cross Inferno.
You can see here as Fnatic just disengages yet again from an MKOI play. There's just nothing coming up for MKOI here. They're trying to pop on the hunt. They're trying to make stuff happen. The poor little scuttle crab got knocked into the forest. He's an aquatic creature. He doesn't know what to do there.
I mean, look, he's been a great tourist. Look at him. He's having a fun old time, waddling along.
He's seeing the sights, sounds, and smells of Summoner's Rift in places and ways that he never has before. And now he got beat over the head by Wukong, and he's dead.
Well, that's what happens when you go to the jungle sometimes, you know?
At least he had a good trip on his way out, even if he ended up in a dangerous part of the Rift. But it's a 2,500 gold lead for Fnatic. And we had the stats up on your screen just a little bit before that potential fight broke out. Last game was great for Supa on the Zeri, but this game, since things started out so rough, so shaky in the bottom lane, it's been kind of hard to feel like you've got good ground to stand on.
But again, that has been the Fnatic game plan for not only their series against MKOI, but a lot of the split is get upset ahead, let him be that main carry. And again, that focus has paid dividends for them now, as Supa and Alvaro always love to play aggressive on that bottom side, but sometimes it can come back to bite them.
So looking at EXP right now, we are approaching a pretty critical break point. Jojo about to hit level 11. Alvaro has the stun into the follow-up Cosmic Binding. Now Poby dropping the Arcane Storm, trying to get away. And again, they try to put the pressure on Poby, but they don't have enough gas in the tank. Poby gets away and doesn't even have to flash to do it.
Just barely able to get that gravity well down, which gave him the chance to step away. It's a little bit worse for wear on that top side. We're going to be happy enough that he escaped with his life.
Hey, he's got buddies coming up to help him. Mickey X wandering through here. You can see by the extra terrain, it will be a topside Otacon again this game, same way that it was in the previous one. Jojo still about 3/4 of the way to level 11. Pretty big power spike there for Kassadin. Obviously, every level in the ult giving you significantly better cooldown on that ability. And if they can get to the point where he's level 16, that's where you have the chance to make up for the fact that the early game has gone so bad. But that is still a long way away, my friend. And we are seeing first items coming online in a few different spaces, a few different places. 14 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock as Jojo completes his Rod of Ages. That's a pretty slow completion on the Rod.
Like right now, they should just be able to
throw
out like a bounty. Like you should just make your own bounty.
Sometimes it's not the end of the world when you're playing a casting, because you do get the level later, which means that you're able to get a higher level, which is technically more XP when it pops.
Right, more value.
Exactly, but not ideal in the you want Kassadin with money, and the lack of money on the Kassadin.
Like just a pot of gold, like the rainbow should just pop out on the map, and then pot of gold should just be there, and it should just be a fucking race to go
playing
get
off
it.
this Sivir push, getting access towards River, and there's no real play into Jojo in that top side.
So the thing that I'm noticing, Mirwin is walking up. Neither one of the top laners have their teleport available to join in this fight if they want to stay down to the bottom lane and split push. But MKOI is saying, all right, Mirwin, you're going to have to give up that side lane farm, that side lane EXP, and make your way up here manually instead, because we want to fight for the Herald, and that's what they're going to do. Herald started up by MKOI now, as Oscar's just going to take the opportunity to push the wave down here in the bottom lane. Oscar looked like he was thinking about maybe moving up towards the Herald. Instead, realizes he won't be able to reach the objective in time, so just goes back down to split push instead. Herald is secured by the side of MKOI. Mickey was charging the Keeper's Verdict there, thinking about maybe if there's an opportunity to try to allow Razork to go in and steal, but they think better of it. So it's Herald over to MKOI.
Yeah, Herald goes the way of MKOI. Can they get value out of it, though, is going to be the real question, because you can see in that bottom side, with the lack of TP available for MKOI, you should end up, I believe, with this wave. Oh, actually, I was going to say, I think you should have been able to take it, but Jojo able to get down there quick enough on the Kassadin to keep that tower standing for the moment.
Yeah, feeling good about that. They need to get some value, like you say, out of the Herald use itself. Some freestanding turret gold could be very, very good to try to close some of this gold gap.
Especially with 3 seconds now until that third dragon for Fnatic. I think that's where maybe you can use it as an aggressive Herald in the fight, try and find some success there, or pull Fnatic to that mid lane, which it looks like that's what Oyo is going to do in response to trying to set up for Dragon.
Okay, Herald summoned as the Dragon spawns. The Herald, they're trying to get the charge on it. Looks like that's all you're going to get, but now the fight has already broken out. Poby taking a little bit of damage here as Tempered Fate catches out the Fnatic mid laner, but a nice Keeper's Verdict to knock Jojo away from the fight means there's not enough follow-up damage. Equalizer down on a Stupa, follow-up there from Razork. Killer Instinct jumps in, and Stupa's already down. Oscar Innan's cooking Mirwin. Alvaro's already dead to the Acadian Rain.
Yeah,
and
it's over.
when it
J4
rains, it
is getting
pours.
close.
Fnatic are bringing it down on MKOI. A double kill. Back to upset, and it's an absolute slaughter for Fnatic.
Fnatic aren't done yet at Worlds 2025. Finding this fight, it looked a little dicey, I'm going to be honest. Poby not in the best of positions there, but doesn't even burn the flash, just as happy. Tanks the Bard ult. With that ultimate from Mickey, knows there's no real threat coming through from the Kassadin. And instead, Fnatic turned the tides, killing off Supa, and Oscar Rinnan's able to deal with Mirwin alongside Mickey on that top side to keep this fight rolling in Fnatic's favor.
They are going to roll over the fight. They can then immediately translate that into taking the Dragon. They take the tier 1 turret mid. They take the tier 1 turret bot. They have the wave shoved into the tier 1 turret top. Dagda, they just doubled their gold lead and moved a soul point off of that fight.
Yeah, this makes it incredibly difficult now for MKOI because you are nowhere near the position that you need to be either on Supa or Jojo to try and carry these fights. And now Fnatic,
if I was watching
down the barrel of that Infernal Soul plus position now to take this top lane tower, so much gold has been injected into them.
This game state, this gold
Any other sports
is almost unplayable now for MKOI when you're looking at 18 and a half minutes
right
into
around,
a game
I would turn
of
it
League of
off
Legends,
at this point.
being down 5,500, being not allowed to surrender another Dragon for the rest of the game. The timer on the Dragon, 4 minutes. 4 stacks on Kassadin's Rod of Ages. The Rod of Ages will not be stacked by the time the soul spawns, and you do not get any, okay, well, we'll just give this one and fight the next one. Infernal Soul given over is not an option. Supa still only at 1 fully completed item there on the Sivir. Not feeling great about that one either. This champion needs time to be able to scale up. You've got the 1 fully completed item on Mirwin. Of course, you're going to have time to complete that by the time the next Dragon fight breaks out, one would think. But it's just been disaster from minute 1, and I mean that literally minute 1. Remember that first blood this game came in for Fnatic from Mickey's level 1 flash at about 1 minute and 48 seconds.
Yeah, and again, it's what we were talking about. Sometimes Alvaro not giving the respect on this Bard to the position that he has, how squishy he can be, because he does look fantastic on some of these engaged supports, but the Bard hasn't always been that top tier that we expect from Alvaro, who's made a name for himself, honestly, as the best support that we have in the LEC right now. But not able to perform this time around, getting caught out, giving that opening then from Razork to follow up on that second gank. It has been Fnatic steamrolling through this bottom lane.
All right, MKOI, let's see what you guys got to defend, because Poby has used his teleport to join up here in the top side with the rest of Fnatic.
You know what
to
time
be the one
it
that
is.
could be the bait in the top lane. Otacon alive now as we crest the 20-minute mark into the game, and it looks like Fnatic are ready to just start it up. MKOI hanging out nearby. Jojo and Upset, the only two from either side that aren't here just yet. Upset going to join up with the rest of the team now as Jojo is still making his way over. The Otacon is dying pretty quickly. Scryer Trinket going to find Fnatic there, but the Otacon's already going to be secure. Keeper's Verdict knocks the enemy jungler out of the fight, and MKOI took too long standing around watching the Otacon get taken. Mirwin's already down. Razor traps everybody in the Cataclysm.
Oh, Alvaro.
Tempered Fate to try to slow up the follow-up, but it ain't going to matter. I would have to think. Elyoya is spinning, but MKOI ain't winning. Fnatic, they're going to find a kill on the enemy jungler next. They got the Otacon. They got a 2-for-1 trade after. They're chasing after MKOI. I don't think they're going to find anybody else, but they already got what they came for.
I thought that Tempered Fate might have been enough to turn the fight, but as he said it, Flowers, the Otacon goes down so quickly. The ultimate there is perfect, and Supa pops his own on the hunt, but doesn't catch Mirwin. So he doesn't get the speed up, ends up falling down. MKOI get one back where they deal with J4, and I thought with Elyoya going in, maybe they have a chance here to turn this around, but Supa has to run for the hills. There's nothing he can do. Jojo doesn't have the damage, and once again, it's the lack of teamfight power initially, right now in this moment, that is coming back to hurt MKOI.
This is dire. Otacon giving them all of those flower petals.
I don't know.
But again, I always like to bring this up because it's something that's so easy to gloss over.
Maybe
with Otacon
8 dragons a game. I don't
with
know.
the stats being kind of invisible.
The dragons are now in the base.
33 flower petals to 12 flower petals is somewhere between 1.5 and 2,000 gold's worth of adaptive force for free. That's on top of a 5,000 gold lead, and it's 60 seconds until the final dragon spawns if Fnatic gets it. That's your Infernal Soul. That's your massive power spike again.
Each
Jojo,
team takes
level
turns
13 on the
doing the
Kassadin,
objective.
still has to tick forward 3 more times. And you can see here, 1 and 8, Kaisa at the event. 0 and 9, Jarvan at Worlds 2025. This is looking like it just might be Jarvan's first win.
Yeah, I mean, look, not quite the 0-10 power spike, but Fnatic going to be happy to try and take that one. And it has been this kind of Kaisa plus dive combo that Fnatic have been famous for in the LEC. Now making it work against their LEC counterparts, it looks like, as MKOI stepping in early to this river, hoping
I know, like, may Dragon only be able to be taken with 5 people.
Slam into the wall, comes out, equalizer over the top. Elyoya going to be targeted here as soon as he gets out of the stasis. Probably going to try to spin. Redemption comes in, looking to heal him, but it's upset into the back line here with the Killer Instinct. Super trying to get away. Razork on the chase. Elyoya first to die. Razork might get traded, but no. JoJo has no damage. He's dead now as well. The Arcane Storm is half as big as the enemy jungle, and Fnatic get 4 for nothing.
That is exactly what Fnatic needed. They wiped the fight. They will take the soul. And after they've taken the life of MKOI, they might just take this game as well.
Might.
8,000 gold. Infernal Soul. 25 flowers. Not sure what MKOI does.
Yeah, if that isn't a MasterCard priceless moment right there, I don't know what it is. With the soul and everything taken, Fnatic just get to continue pushing. This feels so night and day from game number 1. And again, I love this call. Mickey flashes immediately on towards Elyoya, forces Alvaro to use that early ultimate to keep his jungler safe. But again, Upset, this is what he started to change in summer in the LEC. This ability to
well, they just showing him like, hey, like this is what would have happened if we had tried to fight for drag.
Things happen for Fnatic. He barely survives.
And you can see a little bit of frustration there from Elyoya. And I mean, hey,
this is what happens. This is gonna what would have happened if every time we try and fight in the last 15 minutes.
Everything they need, and it feels like every single time we're counting a new big thing that Fnatic has achieved for themselves. Whether it's a big team fight win and a gold spike, or maybe it's moving to Soul Point, maybe it's taking the Otacon, whatever. The next thing's only a couple minutes away, and now Baron is just 45 seconds away with Fnatic commanding a 10K lead and an Infernal Soul.
How about this? Let's just ban. Let's ban all roams. Let's just stay. Like the pros are only allowed to stay in their lane the entire game.
Elyoya and Alvaro finding the success they need, absolutely taking over the games with the picks. Whereas for Fnatic now, it has been about their team fights in game number 2. And honestly, I think a little bit of greed for MKOI with their draft that Fnatic have been able to punish, and now find themselves just moments away from taking down MKOI in game number 2.
Okay, so the one big thing I will point your attention towards, JoJo did have his Rod of Ages finally proc, and it procced, I believe, once he was level 14 to spike him to 15, like you were talking about earlier. He needs 5% more EXP, and he will hit level 16. A level 16 Kassadin might be the only chance for MKOI to try to come back into this game. There it is, JoJo Pune level 16, but the Baron is already down to half HP, and Fnatic still commands a 9,000 lead with an Infernal Soul. MKOI on the approach. Tempered Fate doesn't hit anyone. Baron at 2,000 HP, and it's already going to get secured by Fnatic. Mirwin trying to escape now. Razork still pushing forward. Poby's also got a stasis. Keep your eyes on that armband. If MKOI try to turn, it can't be onto him, as now Mirwin wants to drag Razork forward. They're going after the Fnatic jungler. He's already dead, but he cost the Cataclysm before he died. And that means MKOI's going with them. Upset is dominating. Supa's out of the picture. Fnatic end up getting a 2 for 1. They've got the Baron. They've got the Soul. They've got the lead. They've got their eyes on the Nexus. And that first inhibitor turret is not going to stop them. Mid lane inhibitor about to die next, as Mirwin, Elyoya, and JoJo will try to defend. JoJo using the ultis, trying to get the stacks up, throws forward a little bit of damage, has to again ult backwards, trying to escape the gravity field. Mirwin burns down, and Upset is godlike. First Nexus turret down to half HP. Elyoya just trying to juke him, maybe make him think he's going in. Alvaro's back alive, but it's a level 10 Bard. He can't do a whole lot about this. Tempered Fate's not even available to cast. The minions continuing to fire into the turrets. Super back alive now too, into the back line. Goes MKOI. JoJo wants Upset, but Upset's having none of it. MKOI, they couldn't scale in time. Fnatic ran the game from minute number 1, and even faster than they lost the first one. They'll win the second one. We're going to game 3.
It's a Fnatic Jarvan skin for a reason. Fnatic able to pick up the win against MKOI and push us to game number 3. Elimination for one of these LEC teams.
Fnatic showing that they are not ready to go home yet. We have had 2 incredibly one-sided games to 2 separate sides. Desk, what is going on for our third game?
Well, before we go into that third game, I want to say
That's
I'm
really
happy
good,
that
this shit.
Fnatic
Hold on.
finally arrived at Worlds.
Next dragon is up.
Fnatic's on the bottom.
So to try and come in.
Means that he has to commit the flash since he group up mid, clear out. It's Trundle. it was Mickey's Poppy that made so many plays. It's what facilitated the first blood. He played so aggressively on it. He absolutely gapped Alvaro in support in game number 2, and we want to see what they can get for playmakers this time around. But we're going with the Azir for the mid lane, the answer into the Talia, alongside Ezreal for upset.
Yeah, and the Ezreal hasn't worked out too well for Fnatic this time around at the tournament, but there is no Sion, that mega tank available on the opposite side thus far, unless Miro wants to go back towards the Ornn. But now, going to immediately go over towards what has been the other go-to pick in the jungle, with the Xin Zhao. Razor could actually end up opening up with the Trundle in response here if he really wanted to.
Right. We always look at Trundle as one of those picks that feels really good about Xin Zhao. So much of Xin Zhao's power budget as a champion is target access. He has the ability to threaten carries in the back line. Trundle's target access is much more limited. But
no. Pit Janna, please. That's what they really should do.
Wait, not locked in just quite yet.
You can only play this champion right now.
With the champions in the game now, because Braum doesn't give you the engage tools that you really want. Xin Zhao not going to be great into things like the Ezreal and the Azir for trying to set up those fights. So you imagine Mirwin has to go for something that's going to be a bit tankier, a bit more engage, and that's why it's going to work fantastically here for that Trundle pick.
Well, it looks like they're thinking what you're thinking, my friend. I'm not going to call it until they lock it in, but I wholeheartedly agree. It seems like it's a good jungle matchup. It seems like it's a good comp matchup, and it seems like it's Trundle on pick 3 here for Fnatic. So now, what do we want to see banned in the second half?
If I'm MKOI, I'm probably looking at actually banning away things like the Ornn now, because if Elsker ends up getting a frontline tank for this squad on Fnatic, it feels a bit lights out.
They should be able to call up their
sub. Table. Whereas when I look at Fnatic,
I'm
kind of unsure what way MKOI want to take the remainder of their draft. There's still a lot of AD carries that can be picked up here, and that looks like it's going to be the focus. And Mirwin, though, the specialty that this guy has is that flexibility in his top lane champion pool. So maybe if you want to try and limit that, something like the Rek'Sai, if you are going to go for a tank in the next rotation.
Okay, let's see here. What's it going to be, MKOI? Do we want to try to target those tanks? No, instead, going to look towards that Yorick. They don't want to deal with the powerful split pushing pressure, and I can understand that, considering you've got Ezreal and Azir, who should be able to just like group up mid, clear out some waves, deal with that. That could be pretty facilitatory for a side laner to just wreak some havoc, so they want to take him off the table.
Will they? Now Fnatic continue with these AD carry bans. It is kind of taking away those picks that have that safety.
Yep.
And going to be the Caitlyn taken away. So definitely wanting to force MKOI onto something that's a bit more steady and immobile, which is perfect again for what I think could be an Ornn rotation here for Oscar Innan if they really want to.
And I like this Karma ban here because when you're banning out Tristana, when you're banning out Caitlyn, when you're banning out these long-range AD carries, it's telling me that you're kind of thinking, okay, well, if we force you onto something shorter range, we can play Ezreal Karma and just terrorize the lane. So MKOI's got that read. They're going to ban the Karma out. Looks like instead, Fnatic are going to think about their support here. I feel like this makes a lot of sense. You're on red side. You want to get some kind of a valuable counter pick here for your 5th pick. So they'll just lock in the Rel alongside the Ezreal for the bottom lane, knowing the support matchup already.
So it's not going to be great in lane, but will be nice if it goes. And that was immediately locked in. Wow, that's a Vayne.
Yeah, that's an instant Vayne. I'm just checking.
Okay,
so I'm just checking this really quick to make sure I see no Vaynes for, okay, never mind. But there's a Vayne, but it's only for upset.
Yeah.
This is Vayne for Supa. This is Supa's first Vayne of summer. I don't actually have the stats pulled up for the rest of the year. I don't know if he played Vayne earlier on.
No,
okay.
It was not a thing.
Yeah. All right, first Vayne for Supa of 2025 here in their elimination game for MKOI.
And I love this rotation from MKOI, because we were talking about the Ornn is a little bit tough to play for Fnatic into the Braum, but I think it's still incredibly strong just for providing that team fight and setup that you want. But now MKOI, they're the ones that have turned around and said, right, we're going to play this strong front to back, and there's not really that like ease of lockdown for the Vayne. Sure, Rel can try, but apart from that, this Vayne essentially gets to run through these team fights, and up against an Ezreal should have a relatively easy lane.
Okay, I'm excited for this. I have not seen a Vayne game in a little while, my friend. Like, this is going to be exciting. Obviously, Jax can be a little bit of a problem with the Counter-Strike, being able to dodge away from the auto attacks. But a well-piloted Vayne can be such a menace without adequate hard CC to lock her down. So yes, Jax has Counter-Strike. Ezreal has nothing to lock her down. Trundle can throw out a pillar, but again, when you're in final hour, your tumble is such low cooldown, it's very easy to get away from the pillar pretty easily. If Azir doesn't catch Vayne in the shuffle, he's not CCing her.
And it's also you're trying to jump over to get the Vayne across Taliyah Unraveled Earth, across Braum, across Ornn, across Zinzao. It's like, that's a lot of CC that's on the opposite side, trying to prevent you from doing just that. I love this pick from Supa, and I'm so excited to see now if it can pop off.
I'm ready to see it, man. We've got terrain creation on both sides. We've got so much space creation on both sides. I'm really excited to see how well MKOI can try to enable this Vayne, because this is it. This is the season for both of these teams. Your 2025 ends here if you lose as we get on to the Rift. Taking a look at the runes. Double Summoner Spellbook once again.
If I'm MKOI, though, and there is someone that I want to put that responsibility on, it is Supa. This guy has consistently been that top performer for MKOI. He has looked absolutely spectacular. Memed a little bit when he first entered the league, but now has really risen to be the carry that you want on your squad. And now with the Vayne, has an opportunity to push MKOI deeper into the tournament. But it is up against Fnatic. And they'll be doing everything they can to try and shut down this bottom lane and make sure this Vayne never gets going.
Okay, just double check to make sure there are absolutely no games in 2025 of Vayne. It's not that I didn't believe you. It's that I had to make sure that every time I said first time Vayne 2025, I was not lying. Because this seems like a hell of a way to say this is what we're putting our faith in. This is how we're keeping our world's dreams alive for MKOI. And remember that in the previous game,
it's 40 degrees outside. You're not running heat.
Before 2 minutes. So this time around, Supa and Alvaro have got to have a better time in the bottom lane.
It's probably running AC. It's such a big building.
It is something that Supa has played in the past. He's 2-4 over the course of his career on Vayne. Played that when he was back in the LVP, but this is his first time playing at a Tier 1, or let alone an international for the squad. So Supa hoping that he can beat that carry.
First time in Tier 1 being an elimination game at Worlds is a seriously Chad play. I have to. It's either seriously Chad or seriously bad, depending on the outcome, and that's what the fans are going to remember. So for Supa's sake, for MKOI's sake, I hope that they can find the way to protect this Vayne and allow Supa the space he needs, because you know that Vayne kills pretty much everybody in 6 hits, right? 2 rotations of Silver Bolts. As long as she's got plenty of damage, it hurts. And this champ can be a serious, serious problem. And there it is, immediately concussive blows, stacking up alongside the Silver Bolts, and Mickey takes a pretty rough trade.
I'm keeping my eyes on Razork, though. Is he making his way immediately down towards this bottom side? He is. So they want to try and punish on this bottom side of the map. Alvaro going to look for the ward.
Okay, but immediately Mickey going in, Supa with the early flash, but Alvaro's your target now. Razork continuing to move forward. Alvaro has to flash away. The Braum backing up here. Remember that he has the Winter's Bite, he has the Unbreakable, but since Stand Behind Me wasn't available, that means that he has to commit the flash since he can't jump to safety towards Supa.
Jojo's TP'd very aggressively in towards his mid-wave, though. I think they want to try and look for an invade here and follow up on it. Elyoya, though, second-guessing himself, doesn't think that his bot lane is high enough HP, and a bit worried about Poby on his own reset coming in to help out.
Yeah, both mid laners taking a very early first back plus first teleport. I mean, it's only a tier purchase for Jojo plus potions. It's only a dagger purchase plus potions on the other side for Poby. So generally earlier than they would like to make that first recall, as Elyoya is going to have control over the bottom side river, control over the Scuttle Crab. And it looks like we're going to see a recall here from Supa go back and make his first purchase as well.
I'm curious what Razork wants to do in this sort of situation, though. He's about to finish off his camp, should be able to reset first and come back out onto the map if he wants to. Could try and make a play up towards his top side, but he looks like he's trying to sneak his way into the bottom side of the map instead. And this is great from Jojo, spotting, and hang on a second, we don't see the Trundle on the top side. He could be anywhere.
Okay, you can see on your screen right now that last game We've got some game 1 versus game 2. This is the games that each team respectively won. It was Fnatic getting first blood in both of them, but now we've got the junglers showing up down here in the bottom side. Alvaro trying to get away, but Wind becomes lightning coming out from Elyoya. It's first blood over to Supa with the condemn into the wall on Razork. Elyoya might die, but Supa wants to get one back. He tumbles and he finds the shot, but Upset is about to grab a double kill for himself. Both AD carries now with 2 kills. Oh! Mirwin nearly solo kills Oscar as the Ornn into the Jax right after.
The auto attack wasn't quite there for Mirwin, or he would have got that kill. But this game is already becoming bloody flowers. The kills on the bottom side, both junglers showing up in the bottom lane, and that's what I was talking about, is a good read from Razork, moving back down towards his bottom side, potential to make a play, but also prevent Elyoya from showing up in that bot lane once more. Now Fnatic go for Crab and potentially just vision into this topside jungle.
And the fact that both AD carries get the kills, the money is right where both teams would want it. Let's take another look.
But this, remember I was saying, but Razork had a chance because you'd assume Elyoya had gone back in towards jungle. Level 4 versus level 3, you can make the play, but that CC was clutch onto Mickey, prevents any sort of follow-up. Then Supa with the condemn on Razork and the Braum starting to follow up, allows them to get 2 kills for Supa. Upset will answer with a double kill, but if it's kills to a Vayne versus kills to an Ezreal, I know which side I'm picking.
The Vayne kills definitely feel better, I would have to say, but Upset also feeling pretty good about having double buffs on that Ezreal now. Very effective champion to be commanding those on level 4. Supa, level 4 on the Vayne as well, but Upset is much closer to level 5, because remember, he's not the one who died in that scrap in the bottom lane 2v2, or 3v3, I guess I should call it, since both junglers were also there. So now we've got the bottom lane duos here in mid. We have 2 minutes on the Grubs. Dragon has already spawned. It is the Mountain Drake. Those are harder to take than some of the other ones because of the tankiness of the objective. And it looks like Alvaro is going to go ahead and be the first support to step out of lane here. Just get a little vision at the entryway to the jungle. You talked about how Trundle is one of those good picks into Xin Zhao. He feels comfortable moving into Xin Zhao's territory, comfortable dueling against him if he finds him. So they just want to make sure that Razork isn't trying to steal away those resources.
Yeah, and immediately you can see MKOI moving Supa in towards this mid lane. They want to get him out of this long lane while you have the opportunity for Trundle to try and come in onto this bottom side. So instead, making things a bit easier for Supa. And Razork finding Jojo.
Trundle probably beats Jhin 1v1,
Jojo now stunned up by the shattering strike.
Razork
and Hobie going in for the shuffle. Jojo forced to flash, otherwise surely would have been dead there.
Good flash from Jojo to get over the Azir wall. Still though, this pressure is coming through, and I like seeing Razork taking these aggressive trades. Knows he's stronger when it comes towards the backup he has and how just much presence Trundle has in these early stages. Will net the Dragon for Fnatic and buy them a little bit of space on this bottom side.
All right, so also the thing that I'm looking at, once
when
we get into these
Vayne
larger fights,
runs straight at the Ezreal, he's able to run. He's able to hit her pretty easily.
And Upset going to keep looking for a little bit more, but Alvaro doing a good job.
But right there, you just have the problem with Ezreal in general, where
the team
he has
built
trouble
around this Vayne is able to provide.
trading
But the
in
other
the
thing that
lane.
I'm looking at,
It's like
Ornn
Kate
makes
times
that
10.
volcanic rock appear. Jojo makes the entire Weaver's
So
wall.
if you start
Trundle
attacking
even makes a
Kate
pillar.
within the
There's a
in
lot
the
of
wave,
stuff
she
for Vayne's
cannot run
condemned
away
to
from
knock
her.
people into, and Supa's going to have a lot of extra tools through that to play around in these team fights to knock back whoever's trying to dive onto him.
And that's the thing, I think if I'm Supa, that's the key to this, is not using that condemn proactively in a lot of these situations. You have enough people that can use that terrain.
Well, she can run,
as well.
but she
like
can't.
Ornn
She
is
can't
fantastic.
outtrade
Talia
you.
can work well
She's
with
not
it.
going to get the
You don't need
catapult
to
to
be the
get the
one using
headshot
your condemn.
damage.
Use it
she
for
needs.
whoever manages to slip their way through all the
Ornn
cracks,
Jats
keep
is
them pushed back. And as long
probably
as
lean
you're not
towards
getting locked
Ornn.
up by Oscar and NCC or Mickey CC,
The Jats has
you
the
can
early
carry
advantage,
these
like
engagements.
1,
Elyoya
2,
happy to
3,
start up the Void Grubs
4.
here. Going to be jumping on those shortly after they spawn. Mickey is around the area, going to step forward and at least see what he's up to. Elyoya has secured the
But it's
first
just so
grub,
heavy.
so even
I
if
mean,
Fnatic wants to overload this area, there's no way for them to grab all 3.
Jats's jump in general is just super dangerous because it's his only. It's really.
And we'll see Upset shoving in the wave, and now he
He
and
doesn't have
Elyoya
enough
can rotate
healing to
over with
really
Mickey
sit there.
to
It's
get
an
priority over the
all-in
topside river.
type of ability.
Yeah, Fnatic going to be able to push this back. So because we're seeing the Blade of the Rune King build coming out from Supa, this is where
So I
you
can
are
jump
going to be much
onto you,
stronger to
but
fight.
how am I
Dramatic
going to walk
contesting
away?
on the wave,
And that's where Ornn
which is
really
where you're
just
going to have Upset continuously able to shove these waves
bodies
in, and
him.
Supa
I guess Ornn
approaching
kind of wins
later.
it.
Okay, now bottom side, Jojo gets shuffled back by Poby. No flash available on the Talia. Remember, that already had to be used last time Poby gets some good
And his
damage
ear's
on
just
the
way
MKOI
stronger
mid
than
laner.
the,
But Jojo continues looking to
Talia.
make his exit. Poby with a flash forward. Feet of Warfare claimed by Fnatic. Poby with the solo kill.
He has
down to the
range.
bottom lane
She has the
as
range
Oscar
advantage
survives
against
with
him.
200 HP up here from
But
the top
even
side.
that can be.
MKOI's not going to get
I
anything
mean,
back
you
here
literally
just
just
yet.
saw it.
Oscar running down very low.
His ear
And he's
QE,
executed by the ultimate of
you get
Elyoya.
ulted
The
behind
counter strike
him,
he was
and
hoping
then
would
he
be able to
just
keep him
walks
alive
you down.
there. But Xin Zhao ulti with just enough burst damage to take him down. With the enemy top laner dead, that actually opens up the window for Elyoya to secure the remaining 2 grubs.
Yeah, I'm surprised that honestly Mickey didn't block it or Oscar Rinnan didn't use his flash. No communication on what was happening to Supa.
Yeah, Supa down to about 400 HP here. Mickey also low. Alvaro, again, just doing what the Braum was drafted to do and protecting this vein.
Yeah, the
Ezreal
thing is though,
also
on that
has
play, because
mana
Fnatic
problems like
had just got
this.
the solo kill for Poby on the bottom side. He had shoved in the wave, would have been able to reset and
And as
TP
far as
to
pro
the
play,
fight
I
if
don't
you
know.
needed
I
him to do
mean,
so.
you have to
And that
sit
could
here
have
and
been the
hit a
Fnatic
billion
win con
skill
just for
shots.
those Void Grubs. But instead, because Oscar Rinnan ends up going down and there's that miscommunication,
Basically have to
it gives
play
MKOI
perfect.
that little bit of a chance now to get the Void Grubs, which is so crucial for this short-range composition.
Every W,
You see here,
every
though, the play,
Q. Well, not every
Jojo
Q, but
tries to go
every
forward,
W.
but Poby immediately cuts him off, knowing that Jojo doesn't have that flash, and tries to sidestep here the boulder, so then he could actually be in a position to chase down Jojo.
And, like, that's
but
not
still
even like
burns the
literally
flash
like.
and has managed
Look
to
how
pick
his
him off.
ear just like
Exactly. This is the dividends being paid on the early
barely,
flash from
just
Jojo.
barely
Here's
has
the
enough
play,
damage.
and how Oscar got caught.
Yeah, tried to go all in on Mirwin, not respecting where Elyoya was on the map. And again, the CC chain very, very strong. Managed to escape, but here, I thought Mickey would just block the shot. You have the flash, you have his crash down as well to get the space that you need. But neither the flash from Oscar Rinnan to dodge the Wind Becomes Lightning or the Q from the Braum means he ends up falling.
Yeah, that's just an extra kill over to MKOI. 500 gold lead for them, but again, that's so close. Everything is still contestable for Fnatic. This next Drake not spawning for another minute and a half. It's one neutral objective to either side, as we did have the first Drake go the way of Fnatic. We did have all of the grubs go the way of MKOI. Poby now, nice footwork there, making sure that he does not get caught out by the seismic shove into the unraveled earth. 60 seconds left on our Drake timer. Upset doing a good job trading into Supa, as we still see neither one of those 80 carries having their first item fully completed. And critically, with this dragon fight becoming imminent, the Sundered Sky completed for Elyoya. This is one of the strongest single item power spikes in the game. He has his item fully completed. Razork does not. All of these Trinity Force builders are at pieces of their Trinity, and now Mirwin's got to try to get away, as Oscar and Razork want to make the move on the MKOI top laner, but they don't have the damage.
Razork goes to just not quite in range to get that pillar down to stop the charge away from Mirwin. So it means that Razork not able to get in position. I don't think they wanted to overcommit to this play anyway, because as you say, Dragon in just a couple of seconds time, hoping they could burn a flash or an ultimate for Mirwin before that objective starts. And now Yoya looking to do the same, but Oscar Rinnan, Spidey senses were tingling.
Exactly. He knew. He's like, all right, if my guy was doing it, his guy is probably at least thinking about doing it. We do have teleports available for both of those top laners to join up with this dragon fight if they want to do it. We have items completed in both mid lane inventories now, with the Archangel Staff critically not fully stacked into the Seraph's Embrace for Jojo Pyun, and then the Nashor's Tooth done there for Poby. Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King in the inventories of Upset and Supa respectively here as well. So everybody's kind of hitting the same power spike at the same time, which means nobody's got a decisive advantage in this dragon fight aside from the jungle roll, unless Razork goes and completes it right now.
Should have it now, yeah,
There
but
it
it's
is.
the back timers that are advantage for MKOI, and that's the part that's making the difference. They've already set up in River, and now being able to push back Fnatic, who are trying desperately to use this bot lane to gain access, but they might have just found Mickey.
Good sidestep though. Not getting tagged by the Winter's Bite means he doesn't.
I mean,
have to
like,
use the
Ezreal
crash down
just, I
defensively
mean,
over the wall to make sure that he stays
as
safe.
long as he doesn't
Shadow
walk
Strike
into
does not
Vayne,
hit. Alvaro now could be
he's
in a little
gonna
bit of
always
danger with the Glacial
out-maneuver.
Fissure. Right back onto Mickey. He's the target. Elyoya goes in and Jojo Pyun secures the kill. Now Razork flashes over the wall trying to stay alive. Upset stunned back by the Condemn. Supa's on the chase. Elyoya wants to hit him with the Wind Becomes Lightning, and Supa flashes forward. Upset's out of there, and Supa just goes in on him.
Supa forcing the duel versus Upset and almost catches him off guard. I think Upset was expecting Super to chase down. Oh, wait, Razor caught as well?
Yeah, Razor stepped a little bit too far forward. He seismic shoved back into the unraveled earth, just disrespecting MKOI's control over the area.
That's how you lose the game,
and
right there.
Razork is punished. Enemy jungler
Way too
dead.
much given.
Here's your blank check for Dragon Money. Nothing to it there for MKOI. As Mickey's back, he's looking around. He's trying to find some vision to clear out, but Elyoya should be able to take this Drake no problem.
Yeah, well, Poby has stuck around on this bottom side. Mickey just trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but...
I mean, they had already secured vision in that bush. That's how your support got caught.
No, Patience isn't ticking down quite yet. He's at the very edge of his Patience, Dagda, as Mickey continues to take a little bit more damage. Supa finally arrives. Dragon's finally going to lose some Patience there, but ultimately secured by Elyoya. Mickey did a good job of being a distraction, but could not distract enough. Ultimately, as the TP is going to bring JoJo up into the top lane. This was a little bit sketchy. Does manage to use that seismic shove to knock Oscar into the furthest forward rock of the unraveled earth, stun him up and stay alive. But JoJo losing 60% HP there off of a little bit of an aggressive teleport. Not exactly what you want to see.
No, at least Alvaro coming up here to help him out and ensure that he can continue to push in this wave. Even having Elyoya to back him up as well means he should be fine.
Yeah,
but with Rift Herald here...
Oh, nice pillar coming out from Razork. Immediately pops the subjugate as well. Supa is the target, and Fnatic needs a little bit more damage to secure the kill. Mickey wants to go for the Magnet Storm, but Mickey dying gives triumph over to Supa. There's no way for the Trundle damage to get the kill, plus Blade of the Ruined King with a lifesteal. Supa stays alive. Fnatic overplays their hand, and with the enemy jungler ultimate down, with the enemy support
a little better
dead,
than I thought,
MKOI will say thank you very much. Collect a free Herald.
And it's Fnatic members just dying at unopportune times that are causing these issues. We get Oscar Rinnan before the Void Grub's dying. Now we're getting the kill onto Mickey just as the Rift Herald spawns, and Oscar Rinnan might fall afterwards.
Oscar trying to get away from this one. Elyoya and JoJo moving together. Nice placement there on the seismic shove. Counter-strike trying to turn it around a little bit, but there's nothing to turn around in a 2v1 when Talia hits her CC. It's another free kill over to MKOI. Razork will at least steal the red buff away, but a red buff traded for a kill, now going to be traded for a tier 1 turret. That's not enough.
And I don't know if Oscar Rinnan's allergic to his flash button this game, but kind of needs to start using that a little bit more. It's Fnatic now on the bottom side.
Fnatic's on the bottom side. They're trying to
surprisingly, I still think maybe T1's played the worst games I've seen.
However, the Herald was already used on the top side, and the feats are going to go over to MKOI. Now they're still trying to beat the turret down in enough time to take the fight. Poby summons up the Sun Disc, but Alvaro and Mirwin will just walk away. Yes, they lose the turret, but they only needed to hold it long enough to win the feats, and that's what they did.
Exactly, and for MKOI, honestly, I really like the scaling that they have on their squad. The fact that they're sitting with a 4K gold lead,
Team Esports, I mean, I think they just got rolled versus,
they're in such a strong position, and because Fnatic are trying to play over towards these side lanes,
I'm sorry, 100 Thieves, I think they just got rolled by Team
money
Esports.
For free underneath this mid tower.
I think legit,
and just getting so incredibly strong.
Has played some of the
it
worst
feels
games.
very tough for Fnatic to find the advantages that they want.
Let's take another look at how this happened in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, you get the all-in here, but great content here from Supa just before the CC went through onto Mickey, prevents that crash down, which would have bought them enough time, but Mickey hoping, look, if I trade 1 for 1 on this play, it's worth it. We can then look towards the Rift Herald, but Supa outplays in the 1v3.
And you saw there, when Mickey hit the auto attack and Supa went into the invisibility, he thought, okay, maybe Magnet Storm's damage will kill him, but it takes him down to 20. And then since Blade of the Ruined King has that % HP lifesteal, it just gives him enough HP to survive. Supa lives, and those are just the heartbreakers. Everybody who's ever played League has had one of those before, but now MKOI potentially going for an invade. Fnatic maybe with a collapse, but no, it's JoJo riding the wall straight in. It's Oscar dead first. Mickey wants to get away, but the Weaver's wall fades, and Mickey just barely has enough distance to get out of that one, but it's a 4,500 gold lead for MKOI. They want to make it 5 and take down this tier 1 turret. They've got the wave, they've got the man advantage.
So it looks like might be getting some deep wards, game punishing, and deep ward turns into their entire team.
As Razor's going to be careful, seismic shove again. He's getting juggled around by the glacial fissure. One more hit will kill him, but he stays alive with the subjugate for now. Mirwin bowls him over the Ornhorn, and MKOI MKOI have 10 kills.
MKOI played that so well around Poby's range. Poby TP'd in and was dying to get that knockback with the Emperor's Divide, but he's not giving it, and now he's pushing forward.
And we got a TP coming in. Mickey wanted to step forward to make something happen, but now he's going to be in some danger. Jojo takes the kill, but Ayoya is going to be very low. Finally a shutdown, finally a kill, back to Fnatic. Upset's taking the credit, and Oscar gets another shutdown, this time on a Jojo. Supa and Alvaro trying to disengage. Fnatic gets something back, and at least try to staunch the bleeding.
It's something back, and crucially, some of that gold going into the hands of Poby is going to be very nice for them alongside
really
Upset. But still, it's MKOI kind of dictating how these fights happen. Look how they play here. They know Poby is fishing for this Emperor's Divide, so they're constantly kiting back just out of his range, denying him that opportunity. And Mirwin with the snipe down in the back line. At this stage, though, MKOI done their job. All they need to do is back away. Sticking around for the tower was a little bit too greedy. They don't have to burn the flash on Jojo. Ayoya does help get a kill back, but with Oscar Ridden coming in, it's more on the dinner plate for them, for Fnatic, than it is for MKOI.
And then the flash there from Alvaro
you're looking
at
for
the very
Pritchard
edge to escape the counter-strike from Oscar Ridden. That counter-strike, if it would have hit him, would have gained another kill over to Fnatic. So Fnatic happy to shrink this gold lead
already
here
had
a
the pits
little
that
bit,
they made
come back
off
into the
of the
game
last
slightly.
play.
It was up to almost 5K, now down to 3.5, but it is
Too
still
sure if that
a
was
very large
necessary.
advantage for MKOI, who will collect their second Drake of the game.
This is a bit of a mistake from Fnatic, though. They're not actually going for the third trade on the top side. They're sending Poby back, and it means that MKOI get the dragon. There's no real trade, and they won't be able to protect this bot side turret either. Fnatic failing on the cross map, failing in the fights, and might just fail at making it one step further at Worlds now.
Back to an over 4,000 gold lead for the side of MKOI. Fnatic are starting to feel the pressure. We're still at a state in the game, Dagda, especially with Otacon spawning, where I feel like Fnatic still have the ability to make a play that can turn things around. But if this lead grows much larger, they're going to be entering into the territory where they're counting on an MKOI mistake. The lead will be too big to simply make a good play of their own and get back into the game.
Well, the problem is at this stage, there's so many threats on MKOI as Mirren finds Mickey.
And Mickey's going to step forward, goes in for the Magnet Storm, but he hasn't found Supa here just yet. Supa going back over the wall as Oscar Vinnen's going to get stunned up, blown up, shot down. He's out. Fnatic lose their top laner as MKOI make sure they win this team fight. They're the ones in charge. Mirwin's in the enemy jungle. Just Ornn 1v9 raid boss status. Looks like the enemy team might have the gear score they need to take him out, though. So a flash away defensively. Rest of the team on MKOI going down to the Otacon pit.
Oh, it's phase 2.
Has joined back up. Mickey's got to be careful as he walks away from this one. Razor can't get anywhere near it, and Otacon is slain without casualties by MKOI.
I was convinced that we were about to have round 2 for MKOI as they look for that invade. But still, it's Fnatic overextending to try and pick Supa. But what I was going to say right before the fight starts,
like a fire cell,
is you have too many threats. Ayoya is massive with 2 items on the Sinzao. Jojo is still strong. And honestly, Mirwin is dealing a ton of damage himself.
But just make the other team stop getting as much, stop getting gold at all until the game is even.
It is seriously a problem. You can see now with Mirwin hitting level 14, empowered Blade of the Ruined King for Supa as well.
I think they just need to keep like changing the game, nerfing it until you get complete parity. Like make items cost like 99,000, 9,999.
to escape, and Alvaro and Supa have arrived. That Rel is shot down in the air. Jojo picks up kill 3.
Yeah, at this stage, Mickey just trying to.
Maybe we can just go to like, let's just start combining. Like, let's just start making builds.
So this game is already slipping very heavily in favor of MKOI, and it looks like MKOI will manage to, if they can hold this, keep themselves alive, go to 1
like,
and 2.
I'll buy like
Exactly,
2 items together, and
the
now I
pressure
get like a
really
super
starts
item.
to mount. Both teams obviously not starting with the type of opening they would want in the first couple of games of Worlds. Being in the O2 bracket is always such a daunting task because you have to then play and win.
Maybe just like, maybe you can't win the game until like 40 minutes.
In the knockout stage, in those quarterfinals, and winning this one is the first step. Fnatic currently down almost 6,000 gold. They're down 17 flower petals. They're down an extra Drake, and they have to try to find a way back into this game. But all of their attempts so far have not.
Let the minions buy items.
No, they're trying to pick off Supa again. Everything is here, but MKOI reading it well, knowing that they don't want to give too much across.
Bring in 4x trading. Let me try and invest my gold into like
over the course this year. It does not look so hot for them against MKOI. But again, MKOI just doing a great job of keeping them in check.
Yeah, when we looked back at the head-to-head throughout the year, back in game number 1, I believe it was 4 victories for MKOI to the 1 of Fnatic. Has been very
Let's do some soul
favored
trading
throughout 2025. They've had Fnatic's number most of the time, and it looks like here in game number 3, they're set to do it again. Fnatic moving forward, but Razork is immediately met by Alvaro and Supa. The rest of MKOI not here quite yet, but an Ice Horn onto 3. Mickey's gonna die before we can cast a spell. Now Razork's trying to get away, but he's exhausted. Killed by Jojo. The remaining 3 players of Fnatic try to escape, but MKOI's in hot pursuit. Sundisk at least going to buy
Let's
enough
lock
time
out
to
the
stop the
winning
assault.
team out of
But
ultimates.
a nice opening there.
Let's see if they can still win with 3
the call of the
abilities.
Forge God knocking up 3. The exhaust onto Razork so he couldn't do anything. The unraveled earth right underneath of everybody. There was no way out.
MKOI are just playing this slow. They understand as long as they stay together, they're going to be in a fantastic spot. And if Fnatic can't find these picks, they're just running.
Okay,
more
let's
and
make
more
sure that
gold
they
into
can't
the
stay
hands of
together.
Jojo, into the hands
That's
of
just
Supa.
like literally like lock them
And
into
now
the
they
lanes that
respond
they
20
started in.
seconds until that next dragon is up, and MKOI get to spend their gold.
And what a frustrating situation right there for Oscar.
You know what
You're
this
trying-
is?
You want to try to defend your turret,
You know what this really
but
is?
Talia just throws out
There's no more duo
If you
top.
jump on her, you're stunned.
That's what
if
this
you walk
is.
close,
If there was a
you get
duo
shoved.
top,
there's just nothing he can do. As now the
at least
Baron
there'd be
is spawning,
counterplay.
and you can see MKOI moving up to the area just to establish some vision, make sure nobody's going to sneak it from Fnatic. And here's another look at what we were talking about, that head-to-head throughout the year. The 2025 LEC Winter Playoffs lower bracket. That was the one time Fnatic won. Otherwise, it's been the MKOI show.
Yeah, and that was kind of where MKOI were trying to find their footing coming in towards winter, but since then it has been domination from MKOI in so many of these series. It's tough. I mean, the 2025 upper bracket round 1 for summer was where you got to see that push from Fnatic, where they were nearly able to take down MKOI and send themselves into such a strong position. But once more, they find themselves just that little short of being able to take down this MKOI roster. And the Spanish fans are going to be cheering loud tonight if MKOI can put that nail into the coffin.
They're on Soul Point now with a 7,500 gold lead. They want a couple of more kills. They'll at least
Start
force
turning the
flash out of
champions
Razork,
into
but the flash
waves.
isn't enough. They want blood. El Yoya takes the kill. Supa firing some extra bolts towards Oscar Venom, but the counter-strike keeps him healthy. MKOI having taken out the enemy
Well, all you do is
jungler,
just sit there and
Baron
control
on the
how many
map right
minions
now.
go out,
You'd have to think that's the direction
how
they're
long,
gonna head towards.
and just turn it
Kobe is
into
down
like
at the
straight
bottom
up
lane at
like
the same time, trying to
StarCraft.
provide a little bit of split push threat, but Jojo is already ready to answer that one, has his teleport to join the Baron fight if need be.
Yeah, and you can see the observer showing there's some wards here for Fnatic that Poby could look to TP to, try and find that pick, but they're just never going to allow it. Alvaro blocks up, upsets Ultimus, and the fight begins.
All right, teleport from Mickey coming around from the side. Oscar in the middle of everybody, but immediately Poby is dead as the fight begins. Supa's under pressure, but he isn't dead yet. The rest of the team peels beautifully. Fnatic knew they had to try something, but it just wasn't enough. MKOI pick up 3 for 3. They're going to take the Baron. That Baron just melts in the face of Ginsu's Borg
I swear
Vein.
they'd let
And
you
now
in.
MKOI command over
I swear
10,000
they'll
gold, I
open
believe.
mid right now.
And they command everywhere that Fnatic can step, everywhere that Fnatic can look. And Fnatic tried so desperately here. It's a good engage from Mickey. Oscar Innan jumps in, but this is what we're talking about. The CC and the peel that is offered to Supa in these fights is so difficult
Nets Worlds
unless you have everyone
Antarctica.
there. And MKOI keep their AD carry safe, and we're right that high towards the base.
Nets Worlds,
10.3K
Alaska in
gold.
October.
23 flowers, 2 extra drakes, 2.5 minutes on that last drake. So even if Fnatic managed to have a miraculous defense inside their base, they've still got a lot of tasks ahead of them to have any chance coming back into this game. They are now relying on some sort of mistake from MKOI, some kind of a misplay, some kind of an overdive, because it's just so hard to play from this much of a disadvantage. Razork stepping forward, pops the ulti just to try to survive, but the damage from the Vayne is so much. Razork, one more auto attack from Supa would have killed him, and he barely hobbles away, but now that's Trundle without an ulti, trying to team fight whenever they try to defend.
And it's the towers that are going to fall. This Baron is exactly what you need for this short-range composition to take them down.
Now Poby about to get stunned up there by the concussive blows. Supa's unstoppable. Poby's down. Mickey's about to join him. It's 2 kills already over to MKOI, and Oscar's lost his counter-strike. He'll be third to die.
So
MKOI, it might have been a longer series than they would have hoped for. That second game might have been a little rough.
It's only 5,000 gold.
They're showing they've got what it takes. Nexus turret's under fire. Razork about to die. They'll stun him up and beat him down just to make a statement. MKOI will emerge victorious from the LEC Civil War. They will make their way onto the Nexus. They will add insult to injury, looking to find the last kill here onto Upset. Mickey respawns and charges out. He immediately has to charge right back away into a black and white screen. MKOI stay alive at Worlds and eliminate Fnatic.
The LEC hierarchy remains the same. Fnatic cannot get the upstart that they want, and a clean game 3 from MKOI sees them now at 1 and 2.
This looks now at the overall head-to-head for these two teams throughout 2025 at a 5 out of 6 victory record for MKOI against Fnatic. These two teams have faced time and time again, and almost every single one, it's MKOI coming out on top as they make their way to the stage now to take their bows as they have earned the right to continue their competition here at Worlds.
We
always knew it was going to be difficult. MKOI have looked fantastic in their early games at Worlds 2025, but haven't quite been able to get it across the finish line.
Air Force Ones.
Now, though, against Fnatic, against familiar territory, they're able to do just that.
And Fnatic, they showed some serious signs of life there in that game number 2. A very dominant game from the early plays from Mickey. But unfortunately for Fnatic and all the Fnatic fans, this will be their last bow of 2025.
Skechers.
It has been a turbulent event for Fnatic, and unfortunately not able to pick up any wins. And it's got to be heartbreaking for so many of their fans.
But for MKOI, it's time to hit the VOD reviews, particularly for game
what
number 2.
Beijing
It's time to start prepping
they in,
because the road remains.
Watch, look at the commentators, the analysts. Like, they're not even they're not in uniform. Look how fast he reached for that jacket, man.
On the other side of which, we'll hear from Elyoya before VKS take to the stage against PSG. Don't go anywhere.
I'm starting anyway.
I don't even know what that piercing is called. Hey, I don't even know. I would have a joke if I knew what it was called.
Look frontal. I will go, okay? He has 2 marks.
No flash. I'm low, okay?
I can kill the AC. Nice, let's go Drake.
Never mind. I don't have time for this. Bane.
Because they did secure.
Trying to set up for this Orianna first pick on PSG talent side, now not able to. I wonder, will they just default to the Wukong, or is there something else that they're starting to prioritize that little bit higher coming into this?
I mean, Wukong is available, Sion is available, a lot of these.
Well, the only people properly dressed are the coaches in suits. They still need a jacket. Look at the people. Look, she's in proper attire. It's 40 degrees. She's wearing a trench coat. He's wearing, they're all wearing light jackets, dude. Like, this team is not protecting you from the elements, man. He's wearing a freaking, he's wearing a Nike fucking tech.
Available, right? We've realized that already against PLG.
all right. We've
hats
got
and shit. Like, it cannot be cold, bro. It's 40 degrees outside, man.
They're gonna go with the Wukong. I feel like this has emerged as pretty
I need some snow, bro. Wake him up.
Always happy to be locking it in, and I'm sure PSG will be happy to get it for Karsa.
Yeah, they'll be very, very happy, and it's something that Karsa can perform on. And honestly, I think Karsa has been putting in fantastic performances in the early games. It's just been when it gets to the team fights and around those objective setups that they just weren't able to match up toe-to-toe against people like Hanwha Life, and Gen G. That Scion, though, going to be taken on the opposite side because there is no Trundle.
Exactly. You either have to play Trundle top into him, which is not super common these days.
We also learned that in EU because Oscar Vernon tried us. So we have a lot of learnings when it comes to Scions.
Yeah, it sounds
Trundles.
like you guys are...
Yeah, we've got the whole smorgasbord.
All right. All of the lessons of Scion are learned in Europe. We have discovered here today, but it will be the Scion locked in for VKS. There for Wall in the top side. Desamas will lock in the Xin for himself. So two very powerful junglers here for both sides in game one.
And definitely something that gives Desamas the opportunity to try and be that bit more aggressive levels 1 through 5, where he can have impact in the lanes as long as he's got
Bro, people are okay.
So
like
what we get for the likes of Trimby. So
wait, look, she's got like a Letterman kind of heavier coat. Not really. Not really.
This bottom side of the map
I'm
and
sorry,
try
I
and
can't
play
do that
around this early game a little bit better for Vivo King.
I know you're cold.
Okay, we've got the Mbessa locked in now for PSG and for Aja, and it's worth pointing out that Scion is Boal's most played throughout summer. Mbessa is Aja's second most played throughout summer. So both of these guys going to be on pretty extreme comfort here in the top lane for game one.
Yeah, and even, I mean, Maple taking the rise. This guy's been around for so many years. He's going to be more than
he's got 2 coats,
in this
3 coats, 1, 2, 3 layers.
Domestically, we're quite strong on. I'm going to have to see if they're going to be able to bring that now to the main stage as well. Vivo, okay, though, we're going to have to see what they want to try and answer with.
3 layers, 1, 2, 3.
You kind of have to take your mid laner here to answer the rise, and it will be that Talia.
Okay, taking the Talia. I like this as well.
Seeing some jackets.
Because yes, Miru has played it a couple of times. It's not a
motherfuckers got
champion or anything throughout
stinky
summer,
ass sitting on their goddamn coats,
by
walking out smelling like shit.
Over on the other side. So since we are in Fearless, this will also deny the Talia for the remaining 2 games. I like this here.
Yeah, and it's also strong into the Wukong.
Like, how many coat hangers do they have in the back, man? Like, for real, like, they have more coat hangers than they have picks. It's crazy.
And it's something that you can look to try and play through on BKS's sides. However, moving into this next rotation, it will be 80 carries that are next on the chopping block.
1, 2, 3.
Neither Mortez or Betty having
2.
any sort of answer right now. And I think it's a good call. Betty has looked very strong across not only opportunities domestically, but also at points during the course of this series and internationals in the past. So taking that focus on him makes a lot of sense here.
Okay, Caitlyn off the board.
I need to see some puffers. Like, where are the puffers? Like, here's one. There's a puffer vest.
And yeah, looking at the
leather jacket. Okay.
From just the last series was very impactful. So keeping that one off the table could be a good choice here.
I need to see some
one support band. Obviously, both teams only looking at bot laners here for this second
Scullies.
What else do we want to see banned by VKS?
Some earmuffs.
BKS, the thing I'm worried about
gloves.
is tank shredders. So I'd honestly be looking not at like the traditional 80 carries.
40 degrees is not comfortable weather,
things
man.
Like the Jinx and maybe even things like the Aphelios for some of these fights.
A scarf.
To operate, but I definitely think I'd be looking more at those opportunities.
They're playing around.
Talent now. I know Kai Wing is kind of the guy that would go.
She's got her sleeves rolled up.
The LCP, but still something like a Jinx Thresh I think can work in this sort of situation.
Well, we've got the Lucian banned out. So VKS, with Lucian and Caitlyn banned away, that feels to me like they're looking to remove some of the most lane-dominant type of opponents. There with the 80 carries. Braum banned out by PSG. This makes a lot of sense to me. When you already have Wukong and Mbessa, you do not want something that excels against melee opponents and excels against counter engage.
Especially if it actually, instead of going towards a Jinx Thresh, they're going to go towards something like a Kai'Sa Alistar, right? Just try and bypass that front line of the Scion and then try and find that access to the back line. Looks like the Alistar, though, going to be snatched away. So Woody, is it Leona? Is it Nautilus? Maybe the Nautilus is your best answer here?
Yeah, we've got the Alistar. Now the Kai'Sa, remember, in the previous series, we did see the information come up on the screen that Kai'Sa is 1-8 so far at this event. She went up to 2-8 after that game because they did secure a win.
Yeah, you can tell they looked up the weather before they came.
A 20% win rate is not exactly what you want to see.
No, you're not.
I swear, Beijing was a fight.
But I think you're kind of stuck, to be perfectly honest,
here,
with PSG talent.
Right
Either
now,
you go for, again, like Jinx and go for it.
Guess.
Hey, we're just going to go for a full front to back. But that opens up then.
Yeah, it's open. It's free.
Kind with something like the Aphelios, or you try and go for the Kai'Sa and take the opposite end. So
don't worry. You need a week. You got a week.
To be in this position.
You want a month? You got a month.
So again, it's more engage, it's more full send, it's more of this ability to dive right in. And instead, okay, no Kai'Sa this time around, but we are going to get one of the champions that is tied.
Maybe I just wasn't paying attention to it, but I swear I didn't. I just
locked in. This
Didn't
does
realize
have
that
some
it'd be
powerful
cold.
DPS potential as the game goes on to get through something like the front wall of a Scion.
It does feel like for PSG Talon though they
Mainly
need to get
because
the
the
ball
players
rolling
are
early,
all in
because
short
otherwise you don't have
sleeves.
that. Especially locking
Even
in
the
setups
even the
they're
suits
gonna
are
go
kind of
for.
light.
Their DPS is severely
The staff
lacking.
production is in short
Maybe
sleeves,
that
kind
actually
of
will give an opportunity
light,
for PSG
light.
Talon to come back. Yeah, okay, they go with the
I'm
same
like,
instead.
wait
So
a minute.
looking at PSG
Like,
Talon, like good side lane control and a decent lane neutralizer.
Nah,
in the
we
core
are
to
in
try and
winter,
just
so.
provide access for PSG Talon to play a 1-3-1. And if they can find picks and snowball through that, that is their win condition. But for Vivo Cage, I mean, great scaling, decent side lane in the Talia, fantastic front to back. They are all about playing this slow, steady grind through PSG Talon as they look for those objectives.
And I like the Sivir, particularly when I look at
And
Sivir. I look
meanwhile,
at
when
how
I'm
easy
sitting
is
there
the
just
spell shield
analyzing
in the
in
lane
fashion
for the matchup.
what
Rakan's
people are
great
wearing,
entrance, you better not
got
miss
literally
it.
the
Corki's
exact
phosphorus
same
bomb, it sails
picks.
through the air at the speed of molasses, right? Like both of the main spells
Didn't miss
that
a
your
single
opponents
pick.
use to trade are very easy to spell shield. So I like this pick here. We'll see how well it works.
I'd rather see
for
all 5 of
BKS
these, all
and
10 of these
PSG,
champions get
who have
banned.
both not
What are you
yet
gonna do?
found their first wins here at Worlds 2025. Both now have to battle through 3.
This is literally just telling me,
best-of-3
like, they're
wins in a
they're
row
not
if they
good.
wanna
Like,
make it to the
they're
next
just
stage.
good
I
enough.
do agree with the desk though in that one of those roads that felt a little bit easier to try and go through, right?
Yeah.
You have Homwa.
Like, where's
you
the
have
chapstick
Gen.G
at?
from
Like,
PSG
where's the
Talon. And although
lotion?
They did try their damnedest, and they did give them a good run for their money. They just weren't quite able to take down the LCK Seed 1 and 2, which I personally think is fairly okay. Whereas for Vivo
it's a tough
Cade,
draw.
yeah. Whereas for Vivo Cade, it just wasn't quite the same. And I think that's where, if you're coming into this game, I'm favoring PSG Talon. Because like it was Team Secret Wales and
I'm thinking
FlyQuest
dudes are
that
wearing
Vivo
like
Cade
equipment,
lost to.
like
And I think
they
there's a
they got
little
like
bit of a
arm
difference
sleeves and
between the two
stuff. Like,
squads.
no,
If
it's
you look
cold.
back
It's
at the
cold.
game
It's
that was
cold.
played against Team
It's
Secret Wales
cold.
by VKS, it was
I was only
very
allowed
scrappy
a certain
early.
amount
It
of- I was only allowed one
VKS
bag.
At level 1, getting punished, but then getting something back. It was VKS trying to make a play on the top side and mis-executing and getting punished, but then getting something back. And so they would have just kind of these back and forth swingy plays that they would start but miscalculate, but then they would still be able to find something. It was unfortunately for them the Rift Herald where the game got completely blown open in that one. Their matchup against FlyQuest, unfortunately, there's not a lot to really talk about because it was just very one-sided for FlyQuest. So for VKS, what I want to see here is I do want to see them continue to play aggressive, but as they play aggressively, I want them to really make sure they've got those calculations down and they're hitting it when they first go in.
Because it also feels like we haven't got to see the VKS that we saw in LTA, where they would get these early leads, use that to overload a side lane, find those success and find the picks in a side lane, and be able to blow a game open like that. Instead, they've been on the back foot, look like they're doubting themselves. And even when they go for some of these side lane plays, they aren't even working out for them. Like, I was heartbroken for them in the FlyQuest game, where they went for that dive with the Jarvan, and, I mean, barely not able to finish off the FlyQuest bot lane.
And you can see here on your screen right now, Brazil actually has a pretty rough relationship with the APAC teams, the teams that comprise the region now known as the LCP, here for the past few years. Back in 2021, it was Peace eliminating Red Canids, excuse me, then DFM eliminating Loud in 2022. In 2023, GAM eliminated Rainbow 7 and Loud, and then in 2024, Pain eliminated VKE. So that one, kind of 2024 being a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, it was like they Power Rangered into the mech that could then take on everything that came out of LATAM and CBLOL, because it's not like it's LJL, it's OCE, it's what was the LCP, like all of these coming together, sorry, the LMS, all these coming together to take on VKS now, and it's PSG Talon who are a very difficult
Hey, man,
team
you gotta
to
slow
face
down,
off
bro.
against. And I don't know how VKS can try and
I know
overcome
it's
it. They haven't looked as confident,
supercalifragilistic
and I
too, bro.
need
You're
them to
not-
try
you're
and
not-
find
it's
that
not
success
cool.
once
That's-
more if they hope to take down PSG Talon.
And back on your point about playing against the Korean #1 and #2 seeds, the task doesn't become much taller than that in terms of the draw that you get for your first couple of matchups here during Swiss stage, or back in the olden days, the group stage, right? You don't want to start off having to play against teams like that, because I know a lot of teams, a lot of players talk about momentum. They talk about mindset. They talk about how much easier it is when you feel like you've got a couple of warm-up games and you're really in your motion to be able
That's
to
why
continue continue
Sion's
that
living.
motion versus just having to play against two of the
That's
top
why
contenders in the whole
Sion's
thing at the very
living.
beginning. But they did do pretty well, at least in the early stages of those games. PSG, despite falling behind in both games, secured the feat of warfare in both. So they were looking for kills, and they were finding opportunities. And now that they're up against an opponent of a significantly lower caliber, I want to see them also remain bloodthirsty, remain hungry to make these plays happen.
Well, I do like that we're already seeing Desamas at least trying to be a little bit more bloodthirsty, just showing up in that mid lane, see if he could punish the Rise on the early levels, but not quite able to make it happen. That's
The odds of Mrs. Amos. Like, what?
in this game. Try and get active pre-level 6. See if you can implement some of these lanes you could set up, but it's Trimby taking a lot of damage, having to burn the heal to escape away.
Yeah, the Alistar not in great shape down here, but Desamas does have a distinct advantage in this game compared to the previous two, and that is he is not playing Jarvan. So he was, unfortunately, on a champion that wound up with a pretty rough win rate in his first couple of games. This time around on the Xin Zhao, on one of these champs that has just been
Why does Sion
a
have
staple, I feel like,
99
worldwide throughout all of summer. Has just been a reliable kind of everything. Swiss Army knife champion in the jungle. So I hope that he can find some angles for some plays here. As early on, honestly, not a whole lot happening from either side. Desamas just going to sweep, make sure that there's not that common chicken pit ward in his jungle. Make sure that they don't have any eyes on him as those chickens spawn for the second time.
Oh, actually, great engage here.
Yeah, nice double knock-up coming out there from Trimby as Betty already had to use the barrier and the flash. Wants to get away. Morteos going forward, and it's first blood over to Brazil. VKS first on the board.
Huge win for VKS on the bottom side. Morteos getting off to a great start thanks to that engage from Trimby. And it's not only the fact that you get the kill, this is a nice wave that will be lost for for PSG.
Yeah, it's not like Corky's one of those 80 carries that's playing teleport. He dies, he just teleports back into the lane. It's not that bad. He's got to walk all the way back down there. Let's take another look at how this started with Trimby's nice knockup.
Yeah, especially as Trimby had already taken a bit of a beating on these first few, but at least getting to heal up on the Alistar. And
If I question why there's no Mordekaiser, is that racist?
Shield, and then Trimby barely getting that auto attack as well to finish off Betty. And Woody tried desperately here with the will into flash to heal his AD carry. Does force Morteus' flash, but it's still the kill in the end.
Exactly, and even though you force Morteus' flash, Betty had to spend both summoner spells as well. So when you look down there at the bottom lane, it's still summoner spell advantage for the side of VKS. They've still got barrier on Morteus. They've still got flash, not just hex flash, real flash on Trimby.
Like, why did he full name him? And why does Sion have a number next to his profile?
If they try to bring Desamas down here, Miru level 6 on the Talia could also be a playmaker moving towards the bottom lane with the Weaver's Wall.
I actually thought VKS might use this as a chance to go for an early dragon, because essentially this Corki can't contest the wave state at all if Desamas is on this bottom side, but not feeling convinced that they could go for it. Instead, they're going to move Desamas back up towards the top side as it spawns, and it looks like try and use this advantage instead once they start getting towards those boy groups.
All right, Aja trying to keep the pressure on Boal up here in the top side.
Is it a QBR rating? Like, what's going on?
On its own, Dag, that it is nearly a 400 goal
lead. You haven't died yet in 650. Your QBR is 201.
The Ambessa running the matchup here nice and early, but as we know, Sion's job, even if he can't stay even in the lane, as long as he's getting some farm, as long as he's stacking Soul Furnace, he'll still be able to do a good job frontlining in the fights later.
There we go.
That's essentially it. Sion and these tanks, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And especially when you've already got the Sivir off to a nice start.
I didn't even realize he had a stacking ability like that.
BF sword to a Cole and a tier. That is not exactly where you want to be in the matchup.
He's got the glowing mode.
The fairy mode?
Yeah, it's a glowing mode. Yeah, 5-hole ability haste.
Actually, do you know what? That will make the difference. Yeah, it's the Corki who's winning, actually, yeah.
Yeah, let's give you 0.4 second cooldown on your phosphorus bomb, surely.
No, he's not.
But no, I always remember Kobe telling me that he hates buying that thing. It just feels like you didn't make a purchase at all because the impact of it is so small. Compared to a BF sword, which, especially on a champion like Sivir, which already excels at pushing the wave, Morteus and Trimby should just have total control over the tempo of this bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's why, again, I kind of want to see Desamas getting active in the early stage. It was a great play from Trimby and Morteus to set that one up, but now Dragon, there we go. I was going to say started by Desamas because I think you could, should be started. I think you're in a decent position here with push mid and boss, but maybe worried about a
boy group trade,
or are we
just
going to look for the dive?
Might just be around for a dive here.
Are they showing Sinna stats like that? I had no idea.
Trimby almost level 6. Achieves that one as those minions are down. Desamas moving around, and Betty and Woody, they know something is up here. because their own jungler is up at the grubs and nobody on the VKS side is around to contest. So that means they must be up to something somewhere else. That somewhere else is exactly where Betty and Woody are. So Betty's going to go ahead, just take the opportunity to go for a recall here. He'll buy the fully completed phage, but he loses a lot of minions down there in the bottom lane. But at least PSG, in the meantime, they do not let this dive succeed, and they get all 3 grubs.
And this is a bit of a gamble from VKS. Giving 3 grubs to a 1-3-1 comp always feels a little bit scary, but it is a good investment in Morteus and saying, if we can get this lead on the Sivir, if we can play towards our team fighting strength and Betty just isn't in position to match, that's where we can come alive. And going for that early dragon, you can force those fights to the 3rd dragon, and it'll be huge for VKS if they can do so.
All right, so objective handshake plus the advantage of losing the wave there for Betty when he had to recall because of the threat of the dive. Honestly, pretty solid moves here from VKS, but I'm not going to lie to you, Dagda. With these 2 teams going head-to-head, I'm very surprised we only have 1 kill on the board almost 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's very surprising to me as well. The only reason I think PSG Talon have to take a bit of a back foot is obviously bot lane not going so hot. Also, you've got the Wukong, which kind of wants a little bit of time before it can really get active in those lanes.
Yeah.
But now that you have both Karsa and Aja ticking over to that level 6 and having those ultimates available, this is where I think you can get very aggressive if you want to try and play on some of these side lanes.
All right, DeSamus and Karsa, both still 0, 0, and 0. You already talked
Hey,
about how
watch
Wukong likes to
Karthus
power
over
farm.
here.
Zinjao sometimes
Sitting
can do the
here,
same thing, but I
hair
really like
flipping
to
in the
see
middle of
him
the game.
out on the map, getting involved in the lanes. If nothing else, at least blowing a couple flashes, making the lanes less safe for his enemy laners if he can, but still no effect anywhere yet.
We're gonna have to get
him,
to
as we do have
PSG
Karsa getting invaded right now by Trimby, but Trimby's just doing his busy work as a support, getting that vision down in the enemy jungle, just trying to track Karsa as he potentially looks for any of these plays. Level 9 on Maple in the mid lane does not yet have the Rod of Ages fully completed to start stacking, but it would be very early to do so. Woody takes about half of his HP there from a nice seismic shove combo built off the pulverize from Trimby, but he's not really worried a whole lot about anything more. As Karsa is going to show up now. Quick crushing blow onto Trimby, but again, nobody really wants to fully commit to it.
Karsa, I'm watching you, bro. Look at Karsa. Like, look at him, bro.
The pressure that has gone down towards that bot side hasn't actually fallen any further behind.
Yapping, just yapping,
but
but
lost 6 CS to the turret, but has just stayed within essentially touching distance this entire
players,
time.
man, am I
not
right?
being pushed even further behind, which I'm kind of surprised at, especially with the pressure that is there. Should be able to pick up this wave and kind of match so. For PSG Talon, if the game does kind of slow down and you're able to get this coal popped onto Betty, suddenly he's matching Morteus significantly closer when it comes to gold, and BKS haven't really done anything with the lead.
And I always like to see champions with stacking items. Hold on, DeSamus going forward. 3 Talon strike, finds Karsa. Cyclone looking to turn it around. A lot of damage back into BKS, but it's not quite enough. BKS now turning their attention back over onto Maple. Betty rotates up for the bottom lane. DeSamus going to be in some danger, and PSG have found the kill. Low HP on Karsa, but he's not dead yet. But while here in the front line, but Trimby's the target. Maple with a little bit more, but the overload does not hit. BKS won't get anybody back just yet. Trimby with a
they have this
ball.
like
Double
permanent
shove.
engage.
Beautiful moves coming out for the BKS support. Feet of Warfare claimed for the Brazilian squad as Miru wants another. Betty has been found in his own jungle. Miru gets him with the auto attack. Betty with a late flash. Now Aja's gonna die too. Karsa's about to die next. He flashes over the wall just to try to survive.
What's y'all doing, man?
BKS nearly aced him at 12 minutes.
BKS are playing out of their minds in these fights. Trimby's
holding a choke point
on point again.
To the river with
and
no objective.
Just so little that PSG Talon can do to respond.
Let's take another look at this as it was BKS wanting to get scrappy.
And this looked a little dicey here because there was a huge amount invested on towards Karsa's clone. They thought that they had him, so they all in. But instead, Karsa managed to escape. But the TP here, very aggressive from Boal. Then the turn onto the Samus was really good from PSG Talon. The Ultramagia holding Boal in place. And this is where it looked like it could have been a disaster. But Trimby, taxiing off the minion, knows that if he can just set up the play, the combo's there with Miru, and they tear through PSG Talon.
1v2, go, go, go. Very good, very good. 5-5, TK combo. Yeah, no. Lolo, kill him. Now.
honestly huge there. It was Trimby's Alistar turning that play around. VKS.
So another really important thing
30 seconds until the next
is how you're going to
spawns.
communicate
Then only a minute
comms.
after
So like
that, the Rift Herald is going
the
to
players
join
have
the
to
Rift.
understand each other. Like
PSG
the players have
looked
to
like they had a
understand
better time in that
like
fight, but when you're going up against VKS, Trimby might have been the one who made the big plays there, but Miru has been the hero of this team throughout the year. This guy has been a star player in the LTA South, and he feels like he kind of has that secret sauce. He's like the for the EU metaphor, he's like the Caps of Brazil. If he's on the team, your team ends up doing really well.
Yeah, whichever team he has joined has suddenly shot up the charts, and the fact that he was able to come across the VKS and help them out so much in summer. And he looks fantastic. The Talia flicks have been on point this game with the help of the setup, and if
he can't be the
Miru
faker of
Trimby are
Brazil,
beating
bro.
themselves
Like
with
he
this,
has to be the
that's gonna be a
Caps.
very
That's
different
crazy,
story for
bro.
PSG
Can't even be
talent.
baby
Just
faker of the
haven't
Brazil.
found that success in this early
That's
game.
crazy, bro. It's over.
It was the Trimby
It's over.
polarized into the unraveled earth, into the seismic shove from
Man,
Miru.
Caps
that got
comparisons,
those
bro,
two
it's
kills,
over,
and then
bro.
Miru
It's
riding the
done.
Weaver's wall into the back line,
Never
setting up
gonna
the
break
additional
that.
kill onto Betty. And I feel like Betty in that last fight just got a little greedy.
Oh, you never gonna
Looks
break
like
that
Trimby's
image,
getting a little
dude.
bit greedy
All right.
now. Does end up getting ignited here. The redemption not really going to matter a whole lot as Trimby is already down. So a nice pickup there from PSG, punishing Trimby.
Everybody is like the
timing on
faker.
his
Like
Richter spawn in
this is the
15
faker
seconds,
of
so you're
faker.
missing your
Like this is the
answer.
faker
Now,
of
before he
T1.
gets into that objective, doesn't have that ultimate on the Unbreakable available either.
What?
So this might give PSG Talon the pick they need to set up for that objective.
I'm the
Level
faker of
11
analysts.
Both of the solo laners for VKS.
Yeah,
And Maple as well from the PSG side.
Miru is like the
Extra
Caps
before the
of
MF
Brazil.
reaches that point. So it looks like nobody
Yeah,
on PSG is
alright.
gonna start
Yeah,
on the
alright.
curve
He
here
nice,
just yet,
but
so
yeah,
we will
alright.
have enough time to make it back out onto the map.
Yeah, it looks like we're Karsa very close at level 11. He's been doing a great job of power farming this whole time. So I think he should tick level 11 here, maybe just shy before this Herald starts. And that could be a really nice spike because Aja just hitting level 11 as well. That second point in the ultimate could be clutch. Karsa actually just shy.
And speaking of things that could be big for this fight, Seraph's Embrace just fully evolving there for Miru. He just got that last couple of stacks that he needed to hit 360. So having that extra shield going to go a long way in protecting him if PSG decide they need to take out the Talia. When we're looking at teleports, they're available for everybody except for Miru. He still, however, has the Weaver's Wall, so as long as he's somewhere remotely nearby, hanging out in top lane or mid lane, he will still be able to join the fight, and VKS are going to begin the Herald.
They're in a significantly stronger spot. PSG Talon ceded a lot of area of control. Karsa, though, looks like he might just be trying to sneak in to get the steal rather than take a full fight.
Yep, Karsa on the left. VKS control over the area for now. The wraparound is coming. Aja looking for his angle as Woody is already down. Morteus on a rampage. PSG wanted the pincer attack, but VKS was ready. Trimby going in again. Karsa's not fooling anybody with that clone. And now Maple's going to be your next target. Miru rides the blast going over the wall, and Trimby's ready to keep on going. It's a beautiful 1, 2, 3 alley-oop. VKS on a killing spree again. 8-2 game. Rift Herald in their pocket.
Might
They
be
are
GG.
smacking PSG right in the mouth.
The LTA second seed is popping off here against PSG Talon. There is just no control in these fights for PSG. Everything.
I don't know why
has
I
gone
thought
astray.
they rebranded
And not only are you getting these kills, you still have
LCS.
that Rift Herald now to try and break up a mid lane. You're
I'm scared
taking
to say
control
it.
in sides, and PSG are just desperate to get anything on the map.
And remember,
Or am I
back
tripping?
in that first game that we saw VKS play against Team Secret Wales, the game was back and forth. It was close up until the Herald, and that was when VKS took the fight that they did not want to take. Team Secret Wales started running away with the game from there. Herald fight, check in the box.
This was a fight that PSG Talon didn't want to take. Like, Woody gets caught out almost immediately as this fight kicks off, as everyone jumps on. Aja whiffs on the follow-up on the ultimate with a great sidestep from Miru.
No,
and
I'm
now
tripping.
your engage is completely gone.
This is our
And
number
Miru,
two?
a great wall, not only knocks back the monkey, but interrupts Maple's Realm Warp as well, so prevents that escape tool for PSG Talon. And they just chase them down so effectively.
And this is just beautiful. Pulverize, seismic shove,
God,
decimate, just juggling Maple. There's nowhere he can even move. He didn't have his flash, but even if he did, you're not going to get a chance to use it. Now the Herald's been summoned up in the mid lane, used to crash the tier 1 turret. Trimby's going to drive that one right into the tier 2. It's a 3,500 gold lead for VKS, and it's about to be 4K as that tier 2 falls. This is such an awesome early and mid game thus far from VKS.
Yeah, PSG Talon stepping out, seeing if they can catch VKS if they don't sync their resets, and PSG are going.
Karsa wants the engage. Miru flashing away with the flash follow coming in from Karsa. Meanwhile, VKS with the counter attack over the wall. It's Betty and Woody looking to get away as Miru survives. Betty's first to die and Woody follows. There's no way you're killing Boal as Karsa and Aja try to escape. Karsa's very low, and another rock flies over the wall. Now Aja will be next to die with a decimating smash pulverized combo. Boal's on a rampage.
Oh, but here comes another bait coming out the back.
PSG thought they might have caught VKS.
Neymar with the cross.
But it's VKS expecting them to go for the play.
Neymar bats him.
Now, Trimby, does he end up finding
Bats him a bat.
He
gets the erupt.
Oh, Maple gets caught here. Now, Maple has his flash to try to get away. He has Realm Warp as well. We'll see if he can try to use it, but no. He thought maybe the cooldowns weren't there, but Trimby had another pulverize. It's a delayed ace for VKS.
And look at the setup here. PSG thought maybe we could get onto Miru, but a great flash away keeps him safe as the rest of the fight erupts on this bottom side, picking off Betty. But it's the reposition from VKS that means that they catch out PSG, and I understand what PSG were going for. That maybe if they don't sync their backs properly, we can catch people out, separate them as they go for those resets. But it's VKS who are ready for it and catch them all out.
And one thing I noticed in that replay, it's the same thing that you pointed out in the previous Herald fight. These public executions from Aja are not connecting. The Ambessa is never getting in onto the targets that he wants to get on top of. And it's making it so difficult for this champion who's supposed to be about backline access and putting threat onto carries to do that job.
So are they just playing on Wi-Fi? Like, I'm so confused.
Another Dragon now, third of the name for VKS. Bounties available for PSG Talon 20 minutes into the game, and Adakan has only just spawned. PSG a little nervous about that Adakan being taken. Boal gets some damage put onto him.
Yeah, but he's Scion. He does not care even a little bit. 895 stacks there through Soul.
Oh no, they're the South.
Another public execution, another miss. Aja is just not hitting this critical spell on Ambessa, and Miru smells blood in the water. Aja smells honey fruits, and those might be able to get him away.
There's no way. How does that work?
To use the speed bonus on the Talia. It's a solo kill for Miru. Aja
we don't
dead
even
for
play the same
time
teams.
this game. 0-3
how can you have the second seed?
On the Ambessa, not having
Are you the first seed at LTA South?
As VKS now with their 7,000 gold.
Why is it LTA South?
Miru arrives into the fight. Desama's jumping straight on in. It's going to be 2 more kills for VKS. Maple and Betty are the only 2 left alive. Betty's going to be knocked back with another beautiful seismic shove. Trimby wants another headbutt pulled. The rest of the team isn't there. Trimby's very low. Maple at least gets 1 more, but Boal wants the last little bit of damage to take out the enemy mid laner. Boal with a
so
hammer
funny,
to his
bro. If they
rib
broke
cage,
Zeus's record,
shatters
like the
Maple
next day.
and finds his way through the enemy base. 1 more shield should hopefully keep him alive here, you would think. Aja's back, but he has no public execution. He can't try to stop Boal. He's shoved back again by Miru, and Aja loses 2/3 HP. It's a 9,000 gold lead. It's about to be an Otacon for VKS.
Where's this Vivocade been at Worlds? This is not the team that I expected to see here today. PSG Talon pushed Genji, pushed Hanwha Life, and it looked like VKS hadn't come alive all tournament long. But now, against the LCP 3rd seed, they are showing up in game number 1.
This is the VKS that beat 100 Thieves back in the LTA Finals weekend in Dallas. This team, when they're locked in, when they're ready to go, when they're coordinated, you said it earlier, Trimby and Miru have been playing wonderfully together so far this game.
It's not
and I
bad.
cannot give enough praises to Trimby's Alistar.
It's not Aruba, you know, like,
17,
just saying.
A part of everything but 1 kill so far in this game. Going for the dive onto
You don't like
Aja now,
Aruba?
and again, it's that 1-2 punch punch with Miru to set it up and knock it
Actually,
down.
fuck that.
The
What
only
am I
kill
talking
Trimby
about?
hasn't been a part of was Miru solo killing Aja up in the top lane.
Can't believe I
back
just
when
said
all
that.
the fighting
That's
was going
crazy.
on bottom.
These aren't punches anymore, Flowers. These
that
are
was just
haymaker after haymaker. PSG
terrible.
are dropping to the floor. It's a KO.
It's a bar fight, and PSG are stuck paying the tab. VKS are going to take
Call
a
himself a
big swing of
Metropolitan.
victory and push their way into the enemy base. That top lane inhibitor turret is already
It's
down.
just Houston over
Inhibitor
here, dog.
is the target, and that one will melt.
Oh, there's
Bawal
Sugarland, there's
locking up
Katie,
Karsa,
there's-
Maple, and Woody all
Hey.
on his own. Karsa with a defensive
You
cyclone.
know what we
but I
call
don't think it's
forward?
going to
Doma.
matter. Wind becomes lightning, and
This
lightning
guy's throwing
strikes
shit.
Karsa. DeSamas takes
Like,
the
it's
kill,
just Houston
and
over here.
VKS might just be looking for the end of the game. They got super minions marching down the top lane. It's not like they can take Baron yet. He's not even on the rift for another minute and a half, so they'll turn their attention over to the mid lane inhibitor turret. That one's going to crack. We'll see if they can
Oh, that
take the
shit
inhibitor.
Galveston.
There's 20 seconds on Karsa, but everybody else on PSG is alive, and VKS backs away.
You might as well go back and spend that gold because Baron hasn't spawned, and we have 3 items on Morteus. We have a 16 stack Magi's for Miru as well. VKS are commanding this game, and not only are they beating back PSG, but they are putting down a statement that they have arrived at Worlds.
Miru has not died, 6-0-9. Morteus has not died, 7-0-11. Bawal has not died, 6-0-8. The only 2 that have died are DeSamas and Trimby. DeSamas died in the fight that completely blew the game open for VKS, and Trimby has died twice. Well, once was kind of silly, but the other death was, again, just part of the big VKS machine.
Look, there's good deaths and then there's glorious deaths, and VKS are trending more towards the glorious.
It is a glorious game 1 for VKS indeed, as Bawal jumps in behind Karsa. Miru's got plenty of damage. Woody wants the quickness, but he's quickly finding his way towards another lost team fight. Aja finally hits a public execution.
Brody don't want the
too
stats to go
late.
down.
Betty's next to die. Bawal 7 kills on the Scion leading the charge. Woody will be the final kill towards the ace.
Then his
It's
team
a
will look at
triple
him
for
weird, so
Morteus at the
we all
very
going
end of the
down.
fight.
Can't even let them run it. Can't even let them silver FF.
VKS will annihilate PSG in game number 1, and they are only 1 game away from
Bro, I'm
moving on
starving.
and staying alive at Worlds.
And something tells me they're not going to win. That's so
was
crazy.
Sick. I mean, that was insane. I cannot believe they just dismantled PSG talent like that.
That was incredible from VKS. For all the Brazilian fans watching, this is what they've wanted. I was reading social media these past couple of days, and the Brazilian fans were saying, I saw a few different people like, we know that it's hard to challenge for the actual crown. We're not here to win Worlds, but we want to compete.
bro.
We want to see that fire. We want to see you guys fight back. And here is VKS fighting back. AD, what do you got?
Wait, shirt open? Shirt open? It's 40 degrees outside. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. That is wild.
More of that backline act. More of that.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap. It's 40 degrees, bro. They wallin'.
And our second elimination best of
Woo.
3. Game number 1 was staunchly in the favor of Brazil's VKS as they defeated PSG from the LCP 26-3 in absolute domination, largely off the back.
No wonder
Trinity's
there's no
all-star ages
footprints.
and
It's so
Miru's
goddamn
team
cold.
followed.
There's no germs that could pollinate.
It felt like the game
Germinate. There's no germs that could
Next thing
exist.
you knew, it was one team
40
fight,
degrees.
2 team fight, 3 team fights. The game is completely blowing up. And as you say, it was that combo between the Alistair and the Talia.
All the bacteria
But
and
even
protons
Trimby
and
from the
neutrons, it's
get-go
all
in
dead.
lane on
It's
the
all
Alistair,
frozen.
Putting the herd onto PSG Talon.
It was
All the
Trimby's
molecules
Alistar
in there
that
is
got
just
first
still.
blood down there in the 2v2, and then it was Trimby's Alistar in that mid-game, early mid-game, I should say, river team fight that looked like it was going the way of PSG, who turned it around and enabled Miru to clean everybody up. But now we're back into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, here for game number 2 in the series, and we'll see if PSG can bounce back, because again, they're targeting these mid-lane assassin picks from Miru, the LeBlanc, the Akali. Those are out of the picture, alongside the Jenny.
It's like you tell yourself it's not cold, but then you're like, all right, let me get to this car real quick.
Also banned out by BKS, so 4 out of 5 bans so far targeting mid lane.
Yunara is still left open, so I'm curious if we end up seeing the ban. There it is.
There it is.
So what do we first pick here as PSG Talon? Like, Rise already taken off the board because it was played in the last game. A lot of those mid lane picks already taken away as well. So is it just going back towards something like the Vi or one of these junglers?
Well, let's see what we get, because also 2 of the biggest junglers taken out in that previous game as well, right? Like Wukong and Xin now no longer available because of Fearless. So PSG, you got to get some value out of this. That's another one of those picks that is very often banned in mid lane. The Aurora locked in for Maple and PSG.
Yeah, she's very strong, does well into a lot of matchups, and also then having that assassination potential and dive potential really does open up the game. We'll have to see what VKS want to try and answer with, because I still think going for some sort of jungle lock-in here and maybe going for your support could work out relatively well, but we'll have to see what they want to go for. Like, Kiana has been a pick that has been relatively strong, but we haven't already seen Disamus bringing that one to the table. It looks like it will just be the Annie in response. Is it going to be the Jarvan, and we just go for bare bones basics here for VKS?
Okay, VKS, they're just going to lock the Annie. It doesn't get much simpler than a mid-lane Annie. Pretty good stuff for Engage. We know what this champion is going to do. Tibbers for tempo in lane very often. So that's going to be Miru's play this time around. What else do we want to go for here for the side of VKS? Whoa, that could be spicy. Nope.
Okay.
Nope, we're gonna get. I was like, now hold on a second. I still do really like the Pantheon.
Yes, I think the Pantheon is a great addition here. Good setup in your mid jungle.
No, this whole arena is just clean as fuck, man. Those seats have never been touched, dude.
Because we haven't seen a huge amount of these deeper picks in the draft, what exactly you want to go for? Rumble, still going to be nice, but it does mean that for Maple, more than likely going towards this Jarvan, for Karsa, going towards the Jarvan, because it is strong in enabling.
Not seeing any food. Yeah, no, like, there's no food coming in.
I think you just take the Jarvan. I'd be worried about the Jarvan.
There's no food in that building, bro. There's no food. There's no pop. You're not getting pop.
The champion has not had a great showing at Worlds thus far. Last game, remember that I said Ambessa was the second most played champion for Aja throughout summer. Rumble is the only one that he has more picks on. So again, it's comfort for the top laner of PSG. Varus locked in for Betty alongside the Corki. This is his most played in summer, so it's more comfort, more of what PSG is used to.
And more of that backline access, because I believe essentially what PSG Talon want to do is poke Varus into Rumble ultimates, into Aurora damage, and just cause a ruckus in the backline, whereas VKS feels a little bit like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, going for this very strong tank top, front to back.
I don't care if you're wearing a, like,
the last game. If I'm
like, nah,
PSG
40
Talon,
degrees is
I am
cold,
target
man.
I want the Rel gone.
You're not chilling in 40 degrees, dude. With a wind?
To continue the performance he had in game number 1.
Yeah, I think Trimby's Alistar performance in that
Hell
first
no.
game was one of the best Alistars we've seen at Worlds so far, right? Like, he was constantly setting up plays, constantly hitting multi-man pulverizes that were then followed up by multi-man seismic shoves, and it was really just a beauty to watch, unless, of course, you're PSG or a PSG fan, in which case it was terrifying, and we will go ahead and see some jungle focus here from VKS, who have already locked their own jungler, so they're going to target the pool of PSG.
That just adds a different element.
That Kiana removed.
It's cold outside. Like, heck no.
Or maybe Kiana and Vi. But either way,
that might help. That might help wake you up.
Available. And if I'm Vi into Ornn, Annie, Pantheon, I'm not exactly, smiling as I go into that one.
You're not having a great time.
Yeah, so I think it might be a Jarvan ban, try and force Karsa to go towards the Vi. because you can't really go for a Wukong. You're so AP heavy already.
It's also
or sorry, the MKOI, because you're already so AP heavy. So I like not having, I was going to say that Wukong available really hamstrings you in this sort of draft for PSG Talon.
All right, last ban of the draft on the BKS side. Braum instead. Okay, so they do not.
And they have the doors open. Look at that.
Capabilities of the Braum for Woody. Bard also banned out here by PSG. So both sides missing their supports. Both sides paying a little bit of respect towards the role. We'll see if PSG.
I'm telling you, like,
levy another ban
they're flexing it because it's
role.
like.
But like you said, Vi and Jarvan both
Nothing
open.
moves.
Vi,
Like,
course,
it's
not
all
super
frozen.
happy
Like,
about
everything's
diving into
cold.
The current VKS team. Jarvan
Even the
has had
germs
a
won't come
terrible
out.
track record so far at this event. So
Of course it's
I
spotless.
can understand just being less afraid of him because of that. And
There's
there
no
you go.
bacteria
That's another
alive.
Potential support banned away in the Poppy.
Yeah, I think now you probably take the Nautilus here for Trimby. You can round out your composition with the Kai'Sa. Struggles a little against the Varus in lane, but will be fine as you start to rotate around the map. And then if I'm PSG Talon, there is a chance maybe you try and go for something funky, like you take the
Oh my god, they're
Nefiri
still
that we saw
drafting.
Karsa pilot already, but it means that you're heavily reliant on Woody having a strong support to be that engage tool.
Right.
And you don't really have the rest of the fundamental pieces like a strong tank top laner. It does get pretty tough.
Well, we've got the big rel engage there for Trimby. The amount of engage right now on VKS is simply insane. You've got Rel Magnet Storm, you've got Ornn,
And people are buying seats for their jackets. It's that
then
cold.
You've got Pantheon to jump in over the top of whoever starts it off with the Grand Starfall.
Yeah, you basically just point and say, screw everyone and everything in this area in particular when this fight starts off, which I think is going to be a rough all time for PSG Talon again, because you're heavily reliant on this Leona. It could be to be that real soul tank for you, unless you want to go for like Sejuani or something for Karsa, but even then, that doesn't really fit with the composition you're trying to go for. Yeah, it's going to be the Jarvan, but Jarvan's going to melt as he goes in here.
Well, we'll see if they decide to lock it. It is really just Woody's Leona so far for the engage. Okay, Jarvan locked in for Karsa. So you've got Leona and Jarvan for your engage. Varus can obviously go for picks as well with Chains of Corruption, and then Aurora and Rumble to try to follow up here.
Okay, it's going to be the Ezreal at the end of the day. I thought they might still go for that Kai'Sa. Again, you kind of have the ability to keep yourself safe with the Killer Instinct on some of the engaged tools from PSG Talon, but the Ezreal works just as well. Very strong when you hit that mid-game, able to answer for some of the damage that's coming through from PSG Talon.
I guess his
Crucially,
blink
can keep
does
himself
answer
safe
all
from
of their
both the
problems,
Aurora
other
and
than
that
the
Jarvan.
Aurora.
Exactly. Ezreal has always been known for
Oh, no,
over a
I guess
decade
it
now
kinda
in League
works
of
on
Legends
the
of being able
Aurora.
to just shift out of Jarvan's ulti. Well, he can also shift out of Magic Bunny Jarvan's ulti. It's very easy to get away from the circles of doom when Flash is on your E. So Morteus just trying to make sure that he stays safe. And when you have all of this mega engage with Trimby or Boal or
Get
Niru
this man
going in to
get this
start
man
off
some
with these
tea, a
AoEs, It's
humidifier.
very easy for Ezreal to just see it and just shoot True Shot Barrage over the top. And again, you've got just another layer of that big damage coming in for burst.
This is still a difficult one for PSG Talon. Like,
A
I
lozenge.
prefer what VKS are bringing to the table. And again, if VKS get on a roll, they are going to just absolutely steam through what the LCP
Yeah,
is
like
bringing to the
some
table here.
steam.
And for PSG Talon, they have shown strong early games. They have shown they can get leads against some of the best teams at Worlds 2025.
What is
And they just have to
Worlds
see if they can do it against the
25?
Brazilian representatives.
Yeah, I said last game that
Don't worry,
when
about
we
10 years, it'll be
watched
probably like
PSG
7 degrees
versus
this time of year in
versus
Beijing.
Gen G versus the top two seeds from the LCK. They achieved the feat of warfare in both games. They were first to 3 kills, even if they were not winning overall in those early games. Last game, it was VKS.
Anton's on the
Feat of
water,
warfare.
I think.
It was
Let's
the
see.
Brazilian squad that was more active in the kills, and I want to see PSG have some of that.
They might have through. They might have through.
That we saw from them against the LCK squads. Game number 1, we had 1 kill on the board 10 minutes into the game. I'm expecting more action here in number 2.
Yeah, they definitely threw. It's like 75, 80.
At level 1.
Nice.
On
Nice and
Varus,
temperate.
For his career, he is 70 wins, 38 losses. This is his most played champion by 35 games.
That's pretty damn impressive. I mean, not only the fact is it how many games that he's played, it's that win rate, very, very strong. And he's opting in towards that poke Varus that we were talking about here, so he'll be very strong at holding on towards that mid push, enabling Aja and Maple when it comes towards sides, but also if someone drops low, the poke that can come through from Aja and Betty, the combo that you have on some of these isolated targets with the upfront burst PSG Talon have, bet he can try and snipe off a few of those members.
And worth noting as well, specifically because they're both full engage, full send, engage tank supports, Summoner Spellbook on both Woody and Trimby. There's no aftershocks for bonus durability or anything like that. So again, kind of what you're talking about, where you said it specifically for VKS, if they get ahead, PSG is going to have a real hard time. Whichever side falls behind, that support engage is a one-way ticket.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what supports have figured out, is actually a bit of an invade here, so Thomas gonna need to be a little careful.
Yep, there comes Karsa, does steal away the large Krug. Dasamus fighting back here a little bit, but a nice steal from Karsa to interrupt Dasamus' clear, and now he's waiting for Dasamus to just check this brush again. I love this from Karsa. Another EQ combo. Dasamus down to 200 HP. He's going to take the blast cone. Karsa making sure he doesn't step so close that he gets knocked the other direction. But now Dasamus has been forced out of his own jungle. But Boal has got the wave shoved up. He's going to come in after Karsa. Karsa already used EQ. Karsa's in danger. He's down to 200 HP. Even if he tries to flash, Miru is waiting. Karsa initially with the big brain for the invade, but greed is a deadly sin, Dagda, and he pays with his life.
Big brain, but no brawn to back him up. It's Boal who ends up teetering over and putting that scales in favor of VKS. Aja now trying to make him hurt for leaving the lane, and we'll actually get a good amount of damage onto the Ornn.
I mean, that Ornn is still plenty happy being the one who received the kill. He got the wave shoved up early, so he felt comfortable walking away and roaming. Now Karsa back out onto the map. Again, he's going to invade Dasamus once more. He will not be dissuaded from this. Looks like he sees the blue buff. He's going to check the brush. Dasamus knows that Karsa's looking for him. He's going to drag this Gromp all the way over here, so if nothing else, he can at least complete his Gromp task. Karsa still thinking about this. Woody stepping forward, making sure that he can use his sweeper. But now Dasamus has level 3 on his Pantheon. He's going to step forward.
I would flash smite that in a
hard for Dasamus to try to do
heartbeat.
anything. He wanted to throw the spear, see if maybe he could find something else. Dasamus needs to try to get away. He throws up the shield. Dasamus is down.
at least
Karsa
smite.
takes the kill. Makes
Look
this
for
game
the smite
a
still did
1-1.
the XP.
VKS knew that this was happening. Miru had started to roam over, but he actually goes back to the mid lane, which enables PSG talent to outperform VKS in that bottom side jungle.
Karsa is playing so aggressively in the jungle in this early game, invading, interrupting the Krug clear, and now Miru in a little bit of danger. It's a flash Zenith Blade from Woody, dodged by the response flash from Miru.
Dodging
But now the
autos.
immobile Annie
I mean, trading
no longer has
autos
the
for
defensive summoner spell.
abilities.
The question mark is what Karsa wants to do, because he knows that this Pantheon's going to immediately move towards the Scuttle Crab.
Oh my god,
Miru should be able to step
misstun.
away.
Okay, Miru, 200 HP, making a little bit more distance on this one. Did not have a stun ready and charged. Dasamus continuing to retreat back in his own jungle, because guess who's back, Dagda? It's Karsa again.
And it's a great call from Karsa on the path thing. Knows that the only thing on the map that Dasamus can do is that topside scuttle. So immediately forgets about his bottom side, moves up towards this top, defends the scuttle, now can start his clear back down towards this bottom side, and has really set Dasamus behind.
Dasamus on this Pantheon down the largest gold deficit individually in the game, 369 gold behind his opponent, and Karsa going to make that distance even more as he clears out his own blue buff, clears out his own Gromp. He's got plenty of camps ready to farm, as now Maple has to get away from Trimby, who has made his rotation over towards mid, and it's a couple hundred gold lead for PSG, largely off of Karsa's antics.
Yeah, and it's a great start for him. Again, like, the experience will eventually even up because of the catch-up XP, but the gold and the and everything else is such a big momentum push for PSG Talon. The flash not on Pantheon makes a lot of these early plays difficult, and if Karsa now can kind of play off these spot side pressure, he can maybe look to contest the push as Trimby and Morteus bounce this wave back.
We're trying to
Cooking up the wave here, getting this one shoved out. Does have Equalizer ready, but while TP's in, and immediately
We're trying to
just ready try
engineer
keep this wave
combats.
frozen, make sure that he can farm up whatever he needs to. Does have Spectre's Cowl already purchased for, you know,
We're trying to
heading towards
design
the Canaan worker
combats.
that you would have to expect every tank builds into Rumble early on to make these trades a little bit more bearable, because right now you can see Aja wins these pretty hard.
We want to lower the
has to be
rim
so
a little
careful when
bit.
he walks around these brushes in this game. Boal going in though, looking for the solo kill into Aja, but a nice flash for the PSG top laner, getting himself away, making sure he does not get hit by the knockup on that. Boal, I'm expecting him to go for the fast Ornn combo and try to double brittle proc, really make life miserable on this Rumble.
It doesn't quite end up hitting hitting it, but it still delays Aja on the reset, which is honestly a bit of a win here for Boal. He's got the... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, DeSamas in the mid lane. Tibbers has already been summoned. Maple's in some serious danger. He goes between worlds and he gets away. Maple! He flashes just to try to make sure he gets away from the Comet Spear. He would have lived anyway, but a bit of a panic there at the very end.
He wouldn't have lived,
The
but
Dragon
he
down to 400
missed.
HP, and now
Champion
Trimby stepping
missed.
in, crash down, dodged by Betty there with a flash of his own. Morteus continues firing here with the Mystic shots. Trimby still looking to see if
Unless
maybe
that
he can
was,
get a little
unless
bit
that
more
wasn't
lock
a
up
5
onto
stack.
Woody,
If that was
who
a
wants to
5
get
stack,
away.
he would
Trimby with
definitely
a
die
shattering
if that
strike.
hit.
Woody's about to die. Morteus takes the kill, and DeSamas gets away. VKS get a kill, but PSG take the Drake.
It's a good start for PSG Talon, but VKS are coming alive. Boal needs to escape, but can he?
Yeah, he's Alcove gaming right now. Aja trying to make sure he doesn't overheat all the way. This is looking a little bit silly, but Aja is winning. He overheats, steps back into the alcove. Boal again, just trying to create some distance. This is Orn gaming right now as Aja continues trying to burn him down.
He could have just walked
but
into
Boal
him. He had no
just taunts him
cooldowns.
with the emote. Boal gets away.
The most
But
intense game
no
of
TP,
Peekaboo might not be
TP.
over yet, though, as we get the TP from Trimby. They're looking for Aja. He has no flash.
He has no flash, but there's not a lot of damage between Rel and Orn. We'll see if there is enough. There's the Bellows Breath, but no. Aja sidesteps the knockup and stays alive.
Aja breathing hard after that one. That was a workout and a half to try and stay alive and also get the kill, but can't quite do it for PSG. They're on DeSamas again. Good flash.
Yeah, Karsa jumping in there for the Cataclysm. DeSamas immediately responds, flashing away. PSG full sending again. DeSamas is their target this game. Game number 2 is all about Karsa playing aggressively and the rest of the team ready to back him up. Maple
Well, when it
so
works,
thankful
now
to
I-
have got
now
out
we
of that
can-
gank
now we
in
can
mid lane
put some more
earlier
resources
as well,
into it.
but he does not have his ulti. He does not have his flash. The Aurora is very vulnerable. Aja has now teleported back out onto the map after his recall to join up with the rest of the team. The Grubs are alive, and that's going to be PSG's goal.
Yeah, I think at this stage, VKS are kind of shown they're happy to be patient. They don't want to try and overextend and contest PSG as they move in towards these objectives, even though they have... Oh, hang on. Do they want to try? No, Trimmy just going to kick them to the curb.
Yeah.
But it's just, yeah, even when you don't have, like, Maple's ultimate was up quite at the right time, but also because DeSamas is that level down, thanks to how aggressive PSG Talon have been in his jungle, it does make them a little bit more scared.
Well, now DeSamas does have the Grand Starfall, and this is kind of the great equalizer if you fall behind early.
No,
on
that's Rumble.
Yeah, okay, my bad. My bad, buddy. Well, we've got the great leveler outer of game state for Pantheon here, since he can try to use this to set up a play, get a numbers advantage when you wouldn't think you'd have one, and try to get some sort of edge. As now the engage comes out from Trimby, DeSamas and Miru ready to follow it up. Maple staying alive for now. Morteus needs a little bit of
I
damage.
just
He
know the
trades one
last
for one with
Pantheon
Maple.
ult I
Trimby's gonna get cooked up
recognized
by Aja.
was
Be the warfare
terrible.
claimed by VKS, but Trimby's about to die. Aja needs a little bit more damage, and he finds it. Now Miru's the one under pressure. Ornhorn summoned up by Boal. Aja in the back part of the pit, and he's gonna drop now too. VKS. They deny 3 grubs. They end up having a bloodbath 2 for 2 in the fight.
Okay, but this is
a
interesting. They're
messy
going to
fight in
leave
the
one.
pit, but the problem for VKS is that Betty wasn't here. It's everyone invested on VKS's side, and Betty gets
And
to
I
have
think
some
they
alone
only
time
got
on side.
one.
Maple, thanks to the electrocute, finishes off Morteus, and that takes so much of the wind
I
out of the
tripping.
sails of VKS in this fight. Miru cannot be a consistent DPS. DeSamas has been set so far behind, and Aja is getting a ton of work done. Doesn't quite finish off
There's the
Miru.
last one.
But the fact that VKS had to pull everybody to the fight leaves Betty on the bottom side.
Betty's going to benefit from that one a little bit, but an even fight there for VKS brings our gold back to a standstill. Feat of Warfare claimed for VKS, feels really good for them, and very important as well since PSG now have 2 out of 3 of the neutral objectives towards the Feat of Monster Slaying, excuse me. So that means that it's probably going to come down to the first turret.
But also look at where that gold is positioned right now, because Morteus has a very nice advantage over the Ezreal, which is pretty big, and Aja having that advantage and Karsa is going to be a little bit more of a difficult situation to overcome, because they can try and find access to the backline. That dive and that excess damage can be so important.
Yeah, I realize,
to
like,
how
your
teamfights
Ezreal's,
can
like-
pan out for PSG Talon. So if Morteus can stay alive, especially as he completes this training
Like-
course, maybe there's a chance for VKS. But if Aj and Karsa get to have their way,
I mean, it's not as bad
that's
as
a terrifying
Draven, but
time for
like,
VKS.
Absolutely, my friend. Sundered Sky completed for
Ezreal
Karsa
Tech
on
is
this
so
Jarvan.
serious.
Nobody
Like,
else across the
no
map.
one- no one
has
plays
their first
around when
item
they're
fully
when they're
done.
playing
so Karsa's
Ezreal.
in a great spot to be able to lead the charge and continue playing aggressively. Trimby with a crash down, buffers through the Zenith Blade. Now defensive Magnet Storm having to flash away, but he's trapped inside the Cataclysm. Trimby's down. Nice pick, PSG.
Right before the dragon spawns as well, PSG get exactly what they want, and this was more what people were expecting coming into this series. Karsa dictating the pace of the early game, getting into the face of Disamas, and PSG being able to fall back towards strong team fighting and pick orientated plays.
Okay, Disamas is hanging around nearby, so is Morteus. Miru also around the area. Here comes Boal. It's the Ornhorn. Karsa's in a little bit of danger, and so is Woody. Now Miru's found Maple off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Disamas. Boal's in the pit with everybody. Betty's going to be the target, but over the wall goes Boal, and now Woody's ready to follow. Boal is next to die. Betty low, but safe for now. Aj is cooking everybody, and Morteus is down. PSG find exactly what they wanted, and VKS find themselves staring down the barrel of a 2,000 gold deficit.
PSG are bloody and bruised, but they are walking, and that's all they need to do actually is, hang on, Disamas.
Disamas jumps in, but that Grand Starfall is not where he wanted to place it. He's about to die to Leandries. Just barely survives, 24 HP.
That was a brave move from Disamas, and VKS crumble at the dragon. They steal the dragon away, but after all the burst is used again, it's the lack of consistent DPS which ends up hurting them. Maple gets close to being one shot by Miro on this bottom side, but crucially doesn't. Betty close to going down in the pit, but once again doesn't, because Alja is doing a ton of work on this top side at keeping Morteus out of the fight, keeping Disamas out of the fight, and it means that PSG can focus on the two other members that have overextended into the back of the pit, and they can finish them off.
And the two flashes right there at the very start from Karsa, from Betty, to not die to the Ornhorn were huge. Now Karsa invading yet again. Redemption keeping him alive. Trimby and Disamas have Morteus coming in to help him. But remember, PSG have a 2,500 gold lead. They're just working with a lot more firepower, and they can't get any kills back.
Karsa barely got over with the flag and drag before Trimby had the knockback and managed to get positioned into the Baron pit, which meant that he was able to survive. That was very close to VKS finding a pick back, but this game is explosive, Flowers.
This is the PSG that fans wanted to see. They are bloodthirsty, they are aggressive, they are constantly putting the pressure on their opponents and making their opponents play their game. Karsa being in Disamas' jungle from level 2 has seemed to rattle VKS and cause them to constantly have to react instead of be proactive.
I'm just like, bro, and he doesn't beat Ori, he doesn't beat, he does pretty well into Rise, actually. But they had already picked.
Combo has been crucial in so many of the fights thus far.
They were,
but if VKS
first pitch,
can find a way to get some control back in the game, limit that pressure, maybe there's a chance. But it doesn't look like PSG are going to let up anytime soon.
That Varus from Betty is definitely looking pretty solid right now. 1-0-3 has his Ghost Blade, stacking up the tier, working towards the Muramana. That's going to be another big issue. Obviously, Boal's not going to care a ton once he gets more items, but even right now, he's only magic resistance. Everybody on the side of VKS is highly vulnerable to these piercing arrows, and if you can get some good poke from Betty on this champion that he has so many games on before these fights, it's impossible for VKS to play it out.
Yeah, Trimby poking his nose in here towards the Rift Herald, but I don't think you really get to do what you want here. More just window shopping at what he wishes he could have as the rest of VKS start to move down towards his bottom side. Baja reading that well, moving up towards the mid, making sure that he's not going to get dove anytime soon.
Yeah,
making sure NA was still
got a whole lot that
NA.
he can really say about that Rift Herald take, so he'll just back away from it. And PSG will find themselves another objective. And it did end up coming down to what I thought. We've got the feat of warfare for the side of VKS, the feat of monster slaying for the side of PSG. So the Enchanted Boots is going to come down to who gets turret number 1, and we'll see what that looks like. I'm honestly really ready to bet for PSG because they've got the Herald.
Yeah, that's generally where the thought process would lie, is they want Want to pick Maple, though.
Yeah, they're going in after him. He wants to go between worlds, but immediately the crash down with the shield is ready to lock him up. He's surviving for a very long time, but the Comet Spear
do a little bit
finds
better
his
than
back,
that, bro.
and VKS are going to get their man.
Trimby
Was that
barely
RQ?
clipped him there with that shattering strike and actually got the stun. I'm shocked it went through, but it now opens up as Miru. So let's be careful, though. Karsa does a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Karsa's going to step forward. He'll just clear out the wave, make sure the turret doesn't take any excessive damage. Karsa, of course, having the Herald Eye himself, will be able to do plenty of work on a turret if he gets the opportunity. You can see the mid lane, bottom lane, and top lane turrets, though, on VKS are all in pretty good shape.
PSG do need to be careful of these pick plays. This is what VKS are known for, overloading the side lane and finding moments to catch you off guard, and especially with a Pantheon. If VKS can continue to find these picks, that's how they can slow down the pace of this game, give themselves time, opportunity, and space on the map to try and fight back at these objectives.
Karsa picking up his next red buff here as PSG are ready, I would think, for the next objective fight, which is that Cloud Drake spawning right now. They still have an almost 2,000 gold lead. They should still feel very confident about taking this next fight. Leandri's completed on both Maple and Aja. Again, you've still got the Ghost Blade on Betty for the extra movement speed to either catch somebody with Chains of Corruption or sidestep some of these big AoE ultimates that are going to be flying out from the VKS side.
Looks like VKS aren't interested, though. Dragon started by...
You know what I mean? It's like if Ezreal hits that,
confident with the position he has on the map.
it's a completely different game. Completely different game. Okay? These are kind of fine. These are kind of blind. But
yep. Miru does have his teleport to be able to join, but it looks like he's going to walk it down the long way.
it's like that type of thing right there is like what really makes Ezreal so strong is you get that free poke. If you're not hitting that, like confidently, like I'm going to hit basically every Ezreal Q I can.
For a few seconds before he can join.
You're just okay. It's just fine.
There's still a little bit of time left before Grand Starfall is ready here too.
You're going to get caught. You really only have one flash.
Again,
like
unleash teleports available on all 4 of our solo laners.
Like every 5 minutes you'll have 2 flashes, but you really only have 1 flash in a fight.
Find any creative angles, but no, he's just going to use it to get back out on the map faster and allow Karsa to restart the objective, which he restarts on a ward.
They needed to match the reset from Trimby, who'd gone back for the wards, but topside plays.
Oh yeah, they're just going to make the move onto Aja instead. They even sent the True Shot Barrage over the top. They wanted to make sure he was dead.
Great equalizer from Aja, though, because it may have prevented that top lane turret from going down. Betty.
Okay, Betty under pressure, but he's still fine for now. Trimby only slowed by the Solar Flare. Here's back up with the Redemption. They are trying to protect that tower, like you say, the equalizer with his dying breath to make it so VKS can't immediately force down the turret. But now, Trimby needs to disengage back here in the mid lane. Karsa walking through. Morteus continuing to apply.
What is he doing? They had Rift bot, dude. Oh my god.
VKS, despite the advantage of PSG in the game so far, they will trade the second Drake for PSG for the first turret of the game, and that earns VKS the shoes.
Honestly, I'll take that as VKS. You can still look to contest the Dragons later.
That's
and
a very
these side lane
simple
picks with this
rotation.
Pantheon are starting to turn the tides a bit. That 1.5K
I mean,
gold lead. That
I don't know if you're going to get a better use
starting
out of
to fall
Herald
apart.
besides securing feats for free.
He's not having that same sort of control that he's has, especially when he's the focal
Unless you have
point
something
of
like
these
really
big
special
games.
planned with
And
it.
this kind of
I'm
goes
not.
back to that earlier fight, the Dragon fight that was so
I'm not
tragic
understanding.
for VKS, but PSG
And you
ended
have
up losing the Drake
Octocon spawning
instead.
down
That
bot
fight
side.
actually ends up making this trade possible because you don't want to give away Soul Point for free because now you're in a really bad situation for the rest of the game. But a TP's coming in. PSG could be in a little bit of danger here. At least Woody could, as Boal jumps in, slams his head straight into the wall, slams Woody straight into the grave. VKS picking up a kill.
I think it's Otacon that VKS are interested in. They'll trade the top tower for it potentially, but what can PSG do to try and mount a comeback here? Aja could teleport down.
That's where you should just, I mean, I'm
There's
sure the
question mark
coaches
pings
have to be.
That's exactly what they want to do.
Okay, Miru clears the wave. They clear out some
I mean, honestly, if he stays and they get kills mid, that's worth.
Woody is going to respawn here in about
Even
3
if you lose
seconds.
feats,
VKS
but
DPSing this objective as the Herald is summoned up here in the mid lane. The charge will not kill the turret on its own, but the auto attacks to follow up will.
I guess they just
PSG
wanted
on the
mid
approach.
tower.
Woody does not have a teleport to try to join up here. Aja's going to be your target. They want to full send it. They kill him before the redemption comes in. VKS take out the enemy top laner. They got a 5v3 for now, but remember that Woody is on the way. 5v4 yet again. The 4 are just different this time. Otacon resetting. VKS backing away.
You got the TP coming through from Aja. And Maple's ultimate didn't really hit the key
The
targets
Otacon
that
reset
like to.
is
Reset's coming through now
terrible.
for the Annie. Do we just send the take 2? But it looks like we're
No, you don't just send a take 2, bro.
Yeah, VKS health bars are pretty injured. You can see everybody
Wait
on
for
the
them
team
to
there
start it,
down
and
to
then
about
and
60%
then fight.
HP.
I don't know.
VKS also committing the Tibbers, the Call of the Forge God,
They don't
the
have-
True
they
Shot
don't have-
Barrage.
they don't
A
have
lot
Rumble
of tools
backup.
used to guarantee the kill onto
That pick was
Aja means they
worthless.
aren't ready for another team fight at Otacon.
It does mean, though, TP down on Aja, and they actually just had Boal in position to try and go for this. So
Yeah,
it
but
means that
top
they can
lane is
actually get a
pushed.
TP, or sorry, summer spell advantage. They get the kill advantage, and now they can start to push out these waves and still create points of threat on the map. VKS are doing
I don't
a
know. I
fantastic
think
job of finding
Eddie
these
ult
quick
back up.
plays to hold themselves
Pantheon
in this
doesn't really
game
have
and
an ult
slowly
that
claw
can be
it back.
used like
Desamas
that.
is now 3-1-4. Karsa is
Or an ult
3-1-4.
down, that's huge.
For all of the pressure that Karsa was able to apply early, Desamas, like I said earlier, the great
So they're gonna let them
leveler
start
outer,
it again.
the
Okay.
Grand
It just
Starfall.
rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's just such a catchy name. Makes it so he can be a part of these plays and get back into the
God
game.
gives you-
But
God
for
gives you a
PSG,
chance.
You've still
And you
got
sit here
a
and say,
slight
"Know what?
advantage," And the big advantages
I don't
are
think
Karsa
so.
and on
I don't think
It's
so.
this
I don't
Jarvan
think
with two
so.
fully
I
complete
think
items, this Rumble
I'm gonna
with
do
two
it
fully
over
complete
like
items
this. I
that
think
are
I'm gonna
your
do it
big left
my
and right
way.
punch, and those are the two that really have to sync up for
I
PSG to
don't
get a win in
know.
a team fight.
But they're not getting a chance is the main
I feel like
problem.
checking the
every
time,
single time
but
it's
I really do
VKS
feel like this is going to
starting
go
the
3.
fight to find a pick, and
But
then they
it really
run
does
like
look like
a hellway,
PSG is about to
which
lose.
Can't
Like,
do anything about it. Like, point
I
to
don't see
case.
it.
There it is,
another
another grand
decent
starfall
ult.
with Boal tanking the turret. Is going to be
I
in
don't know,
some
with
danger.
VKS
And
diving
Desamas
like
kills him before I
that.
finish my sentence. Boal on this Ornn is so tanky. He showers in turret shots. He's got time to wash under his arms, and he's feeling great.
And there's just zero that you
Yeah,
can
you
do.
can't
as PSG
shower
talent.
nothing
They,
for
VKS
in
are
that
using
40-degree
this Pantheon
weather.
so incredibly well. And again, like, how do you make this combo work with the Jarvan and Rumble if Rumble's dead every time?
It's pretty tough. Last time I checked, the abilities do not cast when one is dead in League of Legends, unless you're
I
playing
think you got that
Karthus.
right, yeah.
Yeah, so we've
I'll
got
check the wiki, though.
we got some problems here for the PSG side as the tier 1 turret is down in the bottom lane. It's always a big difference when you're fighting for Otacon. If one side has their tier 1 in the nearby lane and the other side does not, and that's the case that VKS has right now. However, Aja is back on the map. He's coming back.
This
out
might be
here,
the
and this
only
Otacon is not
reason
dying
why I
particularly
would
fast.
sit
He's
here
stuck
and
his way
force a
into the
lane
push, though.
swap
This could
to
be
get
massive
Otacon to
engage
spawn
from the
top
VKS
side.
support. PSG, they want to try and contest.
They're going to step forward. Betty's your target.
At least if I'm blue,
Finds
if I'm
Woody.
blue side,
They
or
wanna
if
force
I'm
it.
red
Woody's not
side.
dead here just yet, but they're going to find a lot of damage
Because
on
blue
the
side
Vapor.
getting the
Goes out
Otacon on
back
top
line.
side is
Heroes are
terrible
down. It's a
compared
massive
to
break of it up
right
for
here where
PSG.
both teams have a
They found
chance.
two. VKS
Wow.
overplay their hand. And it's PSG with a huge
Ultimate
punish. And they're set up to maybe take the Otacon
synergy.
now. The redemption's going to top off the health bars.
Okay.
PSG are right back in it.
GG.
Finally, PSG find the team fight that they needed.
Game over.
But still, VKS, they aren't done yet. They're going to try and turn on to Aja.
Okay, Aja takes a big chunk of damage, but really, it's not enough. Boal, Morteus, and Desamas trying to do everything they can to fight for this Otacon. Trimby's engage, botched, ends up being the big change in this game. For all that we praised him in the previous game, the Thornbound Otacon has found its way into PSG's pockets. And the Rel pincer attack, the blunder, going too early after Betty. PSG see their moment, they punish, and they're right back in the driver's seat.
Trimby had the unsealed spellbook smite and was hoping beyond hope that he might be able to get that steal alongside Boal, dealing every bit of damage he could to the Otacon. But it's PSG who once more take control of this game.
Beautifully turned around by PSG. Take another look here.
It's a great flash from Betty. Immediately gets away from the problem, which was Trimby. And here, Karsa sends it into the back line, locks up Desamas and Trimby with Aja there to boot. And there's just nothing VKS can do. There is so much damage between this topside duo on PSG talent.
PSG are
Smite,
so
nice,
glad.
Look, Pantheon. Try to kill Jarvan. Kill Jarvan. I have smite. Kill Jarvan.
PSG are so glad that that was the way that team fight went, and you could see the frustration on Trimby's face after everything happened in that fight. Now VKS looking for another one. They're going to go in on Karsa. They take him low, but they won't take him down. True shot barrage over the top. Karsa still alive. Aja still alive. Trimby down first. Now it's turning around yet again. Miru flashing away, looking to escape from Betty as Maple's now going to be your next target, and he is gone. Disamas in the back line, staying alive for now, but Karsa barely hangs on too. It's 2 dead on the side of VKS, but VKS still chasing PSG. They come out on top, +1.
I saw the potential for that arcane shift and thought Morteus might have had it, but PSG Talon once again is so close in these fights, but it's VKS who keep falling. It's a nice pick onto Karsa, but the ult from the Leona separates the damage out, and watch then as Maple jumps onto Miru. You've got Betty who comes onto Miru as well with the ultimate from the Varus, and makes this fight impossible for them to play. Morteus has to be the sole DPS in this fight. But PSG are just rotating members in and out on blinking health bars and make it so difficult for them to follow through.
These fights are getting crazy, Dagda. It's 14-10. It's sole point, though, for PSG with a 4,000 gold lead. Woody, honestly, not too afraid of this. Comet Spears coming in, though. Betty and Karsa
Another
right
just
next to their
terrible
support
Pantheon.
TP.
Oh my
About to arrive for
gosh.
VKS. Battle lines are drawn, but it's made.
They didn't break the spell shield or anything? What are you doing?
It's so difficult. VKS
That was
still
terrible.
Trying to the same play, still try and look for these picks.
That was
But PSG
horrible, bro.
I've become aware of exactly what that game plan is. They're just not letting them find that access. It's still an
Maybe you don't
want
want to go out of vision.
Like one
Try
big
bush.
combo from VKS could turn this around. But PSG Talon are fighting so well in these engagements.
What a crazy game, man. I'm having a lot of fun here with this game number 2, and PSG
was
are in a
bad.
really good spot. 4,000 gold lead, sole point already, 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns. Taking stock of all our summoner spells, it's also PSG with the teleport advantage for now. 2 minutes, however, is enough time. I believe at least Boals is going to be up in time for that dragon, but we could have potential something here in the mid lane. Honestly, this Edge of Night doing a lot of work for Betty as well to make sure that he's
again,
not a
Ezreal's
primary
damage
target
is not
for the
coming
VKS
in
squad.
All the VKS are trying to do is quickly play off of 2 lanes.
short bursts.
You see them
It's
push
over
one
a
lane,
period of
and then
time.
either Miru or Boal, whoever cleared out that
So
side
I'm gonna
lane,
just keep hitting
sprint
Qs,
across the
right?
mid, hoping
And
they
this
can
is a
find a
good
pick.
poke.
Maple gonna
But I
intro
gotta do
Trimby
this at
there.
least
It's
40
just
times
PSG
before you're dead.
trying to find that space and find that vision to spot VKS on these roams towards mid.
Advantages in individual players for every role except support on the PSG side, the largest 2 of which are the 2 largest gold leads that have existed this entire game, which is Aja on the Rumble, which is Karsa on the Jarvan. And as long as these 2 can get their fight, they're going to be looking pretty good. Very important to notice as well, Seeker's Arm Guard, currently built, currently unbroken for Aja. This is a massive tool considering he has been the primary target for VKS the entire game.
Ezreal ult, just to check the Baron. That side of the map looking very, very dark for VKS, and Boal might be getting lights out here as well. As the engage comes through, Redemption tries to keep him alive.
Yep, they're just going to take down the Ornn. For as tanky as he was earlier, the damage between Aja and Karsa is so much. You've got Guardian Angel on Karsa now as well. With Bloodletter's Curse on Aja, it's so easy to burn through that magic resistance. Excuse me. The dive comes through. Disamas under pressure. Miru under more. Aja takes the kill.
PSG came
and
back.
PSG have taken both enemy solo laners off the table.
VKS through.
So well coordinated.
Aftercon.
Locked down Miru, who was flashless, to set up for Aja's ultimate, to put the pressure onto the Salmas, so he has to run away as well. And now Dragon about to spawn. It will be Soul for PSG Talon.
And when you look back at this game, you look at an early game advantage for PSG, and then you look at a mid game that was going all the way in VKS's favor up until the fateful Otacon fight. And that's really where everything just completely shattered for VKS's side. PSG winning that team fight, taking the Otacon, rising to a 3,000 gold lead. Now with the Dragon Soul in their possession, a Cloud Soul at that. Very scary stuff. And a 6,000 gold lead. VKS is going to need a PSG throw if they want to come back, because PSG is looking good.
And it's not a PSG that do it particularly often. Rabadon's Death Cap now completed for Maple as well. Going to be providing a ton of damage onto this backline, and it looks like they're done with playing around. They're going to TP in towards the Baron area and look to force one final fight against VKS.
All
This
right.
last game should be pretty
This is
long.
it. VKS probably has about one more chance here. Tibbers, I mean, it's dropped on Karsa and Woody, but what does that do? There's nobody else
What
nearby,
does that
nobody
do?
in the neighborhood to follow up. Karsa full sends it. He knows he's got Guardian Angel. It doesn't matter if he dies. Miru and Morteus both just burning away. Betty dominating on that Varus as Boal goes in. Rams is headed to nothing. DeSamas and Morteus firing back here a little bit as Maple tries to put the pressure onto the Ezreal. He can't quite kill him here just yet. Morteus firing off the Mystic shots, but PSG have killed everybody else, and Baron will be their prize.
It's the missing shots from VKS as Maple fishes for one more. But it's PSG that have got that Baron. And you called it in the fight, Flowers. There was just not enough damage to come through onto Karsa. And Aja's ultimate was perfect in that fight.
The Guardian Angel does what Guardian Angel was designed to do. It gives Karsa the opportunity
All right,
to
Karsa,
jump in
that's
there
for the hair flip.
full crazy, give himself as the initiation. Even if he dies, he still sets it up, and the team is ready to go.
You'd, at this position, think maybe, because you just saw Varus on midway for VKS, that you could take the fight, but Karsa sends himself in, the ultimate from Aja. It's a red carpet of disaster for VKS, a welcoming of calamity. As the engage follows through, Trimby tries his best, but there's just so much damage, so much burst potential on this PSG side, and VKS just can't hold strong.
Well played from PSG. Karsa getting maximum Guardian Angel value out of that one. Miru not able to contribute anything to the fight. And we talk about VKS, we talk about how important Miru is to this team, how much his personal play matters so much for how much they can win.
Maybe he is
really,
Caps,
148 on the
Maybe he
end
is a
has
Caps
not
in Brazil.
been nearly what he was in game number 1 on the Talia.
And it's kind of the reason that we've seen Annie fall apart, where if you just don't get these leads, it's just not working out for you. And unfortunately, with the way things have gone, VKS did find some picks to get back into the game, but it just hasn't been enough. And PSG Talon with this Baron starting to see
this is
towards the
not
inhibitor
boring.
turrets.
10,000
I'm a little
gold
tired,
lead,
not drinking a lot.
Dragon Soul, Baron. This should be just about everything they need. It's one final attempt coming out from VKS. Betty's low, but low's not good enough because the counterattack from PSG arrives. It's Maple grabbing the first kill. DeSamas trapped behind enemy lines.
Man,
Miru's
Ezreal's
already down
great.
here too,
Ezreal's so
as
good,
Morteus
but
tries to escape,
safe too.
but
Look,
Maple's
last
just put out
alive.
Twofold hexes. He's already got himself
Ooh.
a double kill. PSG
Ooh,
have
I don't
cleared 4
die.
of them off the rift,
Ooh.
and they don't lose a single man.
And now with that minion wave starting to conga
Oh, but
along
I
its
died,
way
though.
in,
My bad.
PSG gonna try and push us now.
I don't know,
to
almost.
1-1.
I'd rather go
It
York
looks like we
ADC
are going
than
a full
Ezreal
distance
ADC.
for both series here today, Dagda. PSG not to be caught unaware, not to go down without a fight.
That's a
Will
lie,
slam
but,
back
I mean,
here in game
kinda.
number 2. They will take out
Excuse
VKS
me?
and have one more shot to stay alive here at Worlds.
There's a reason Karsa is so revered within this region. He put on a masterclass
Alright, give me a
in
sec.
controlling
I need
this jungle.
snackies.
And I think that has to be
Snacky,
the story of the
snacky,
game.
snackies.
Karsa in the enemy jungle.
My
from
brain can't even
level
work.
1, level 2. Analyst desk, what do you think?
I think that
Our level 3, 4. Okay, no.
that level 1 was a bit weird from him, but it's the invades. He doesn't stop, and experience speaks for itself. Here
This
for
man has
Karsa,
a
he
backup
knows.
legend as an old man, by the way.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, he's seen billions of situations like this. He knows exactly how to handle them, especially after that first one that backfired. He goes again.
Well, like, even just kind of running through it, because he goes, he gets the Krugs, he pushes Pantheon off. Yes, Boal comes in and makes it difficult for him. But this man, the moment you push him back off, you think he's not going to stop? He's going to keep going.
I feel like this was just such a bold play to go for, especially when you're already down in the series in an elimination situation. But Karsa has been so aggressive in challenging the enemy jungler and looking for invades so far in this competition.
And so it's crazy to be able to see this because this happened within the Nefiri game versus HLE2. Karsa is playing ultra aggressive.
Yeah.
He recognizes his own matchup. He gets his teammates to be able to recognize what he's trying to do so they can back him up for it. Sometimes the condition's going to be a little difficult, as you can tell. So he
Oh, I swear to
super
God, I
pushes
almost
for it,
shit
then goes for
myself.
Raptors, doesn't accept Boal to come through. So this is the one mistake. You're like, okay, damn, my bad. Like, man, I was being a little bit too greedy. But Boal it hurts his laning phase quite a
here. So I'm curious how the draft is going to play out this time as VKS are on the blue side. PSG.
All right, I think this is it. I think this is it. I think this is the last game. I don't know.
VKS, Caitlyn and Vi both banned away as bands 1 and 2.
This might be it.
PSG, they do not want to deal with Nico.
Look at the time.
Her out of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Nico just so incredible.
Oh yeah, only an hour left.
As you get this team into champion, or into Fearless.
Okay, a hoodie.
I imagine Azir going to be kept. I imagine Orianna going to be kept, as you're saying. I don't know.
I'm just not seeing enough
exactly
caps,
like
ear protection, hand protection.
If
I'm seeing a lot of short sleeves, bro. Like this is
do I ban away the Yunara in
this
the
is
hopes
misleading
that
as
they
hell.
ban Orianna? Because otherwise, maybe you just leave one of those really strong picks open and hope you can pick the other.
Well, the thing is about the Orianna, both mid laners have played a couple games of it, excuse me, so far this summer, but not a lot. Again, it's a champion that's had a lot of presence, I feel like, all over the world. It's a champion that's been banned a lot, so not super surprised to not see it with a high number of picks for either one of our mid laners here. Lee Sin banned away, the Karsa Classic. This is not a champion that is powerful in the meta. This is not a champion that's super high on the tier list or the priority, but it is a champion that Karsa has worked miracles on in seasons past.
And there is when you win MSI
I wonder
on
why.
this champion, kind of makes sense to maybe take it away when your elimination hopes and dreams are on the line. So LeBlanc could be banned. So both Orianna and Yunara open. Now, what is the priority here for VKS?
So interestingly enough, yes, that Orianna is open. I would expect that to be the priority, but also the Akali is available. So if they want to just take the Yunara instead, then the other side, sure, they'll take Orianna for Maple, but then if Miru takes the Akali, he's comfortable on that.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Great call, Flowers, because it just opens up the draft so much. And again, it's the only thing I'd be worried about is something like a Nocturne Orianna as an answer. Because even though you have the Akali, I think the ability to punish the Yunara by looking for picks with a Nocturne Orianna could potentially work out in your favor with just how much damage and upfront burst there is. We'll have to see if that is going to be the plan or what is going to be the answer for PSG Talon.
All right, well, the Orianna that we expected traded for the Yunara. That's the handshake of leaving them both open. So far we're correct, but let's see. Because the Nocturne, I feel like, probably not super highly prized for Desamas, although it is one that he has had quite a few plays on.
I think coaching kind of messed us up a little bit, leaving both of these strong ass picks at the for the very last game.
I'm not sure what champion was locked in for the side of PSG. Hopefully we can get that updated ASAP to figure it out and see what that one was. But the selector,
or he's just so unstoppable, not level 1, level 2.
Your jungle here, try and answer.
And Yunara,
what cards are locked in
I guess.
And then the support. And at that stage, you're in a pretty good spot. We just got the heads up that Karsa did lock in the Nefiri on the opposite side, and it's a Nocturne taken by Desamas instead. And there's the Akali.
I'm just saying, 99% slow. I can't be mad at it either.
Is the pick for Desamas because he has had 3 plays on it so far.
Hey, whoa, we're picking favorites now? Did he just get a fist bump? Like, yeah, bro.
There are Jarvan and Zin. Those are obviously both removed because
next time you're picking, next time you're picking Victor like that. Like I told you.
Champions that he's played as much as this, but hey, those are removed.
You better win, bro.
So happy to pick
we're
up the
kidding you.
Here. Miru on the Akali, just like we were expecting, ready to slam that
wait,
one
we're
despite
already
being banned in the first couple of games. Miru is exceptional on this champion. It's one of his most played.
We're sending you to the
Karsa. Nefiri versus Nocturne.
The challenger series, the challenger league.
This is a very spicy jungle matchup and match in general, because when you look at the way Nocturne wants to operate here, he's more about turning off the lights and causing chaos rather than fully synergizing with the Akali. Can still do it on some of the dive, but
had somebody on my video sit here and tell me I had shit damage for a jungler. Like,
something that is protecting the Nefiri in that command protect from the Orianna.
It's a thousand cuts.
Being able to disrupt that can be vital for the success for VKS. But if PSG Talon can enable this Nefiri with invades to get the leads that we've seen Karsa get before in this champion, that is going to be very, very scary for the VKS side.
All right, let's check out what we've got in the second half of the bans here. As Rek'Sai is the first ban for PSG, they know that VKS do not have their top lane locked in yet. Cassante picked up for PSG. Feels like a pretty powerful option into a lot of choices, but of course, we know how annoying Rek'Sai can be. The champion is so difficult to punish, it's so difficult to heal because it just heals, or it's so difficult to kill, excuse me, because it heals so much. Over on the other side, it's focused onto the AD carry pool, since that's the advantage that VKS already has that PSG doesn't. Kaisa banned away.
I think, I was actually going to say Poppy might be needed to be banned. Very strong into the Cassante in that top side. Thank you, Broken Blade. Much love to you. And I think that could also be very strong into things like the Nefiri, trying to lock that down and just provide that tank front line that you want for something like Yunara with the peel.
And of course, if PSG want to take the Poppy themselves, they can absolutely do it here on their fourth pick. We'll see if VKS want to spin that last ban on it. What's it going to be? No, double AD carry bans instead. They're going to ban out 2 of those scrappy lane AD carries with the Kaisa and Lucian combined. Rek'Sai and Aatrox banned out by PSG, so double top lane bans from them. Now let's see what we get.
So basically identifying VKS don't have any real.
I wouldn't mind. I like Braum is actually to me like
we'll take
okay.
the Braum. We imagine that Trimby's going to go for something like the Nautilus here or the Rakan on that bottom side. The Nautilus on that bottom side, and we should be fine then into the matchup.
Gosh,
but,
projectile block.
And even if you do try and go
it's
for some
absolutely
sort of
worked by
elsewhere,
it.
I don't think there's much Boal can really bring to the engage side of things in that top lane, at least.
Whereas Nautilus,
there's not a lot of engage on either side so far, honestly, Dagda. Like, yeah, Glacial Fissure is a much better counter-engage tool than it is an engage tool. And Shockwave is good to follow up an engage, but catching somebody out with it just directly can be a little tricky.
It is, but there is the doggo.
I'm seeing more
and
caps.
You can just send herself
I'm
in
seeing
and go,
Timo
okay,
caps.
I will be that engage tool.
Oh, is he going reverse? Hold on, let me get my shit charged up just in case.
Then I can follow up
just in case. Try me, bro.
We were talking about for Boal, I imagine in the top lane.
You know, I said I wanted to see Jenna. I think Jenna actually would be okay.
Beefy engage tools instead
Good
of
roams.
Bard for that tempered face.
No Poppy plays so far in
Knock
summer
up is so
2025
OP.
from Boal. So this will be his first Poppy. Trimby on the Bard. We're going to need to see some seriously accurate tempered
OP.
fades. This is
Zillion
the
wouldn't be
main
bad.
engage coming out from the side of VKS. Nocturne can fly
Zillion
in,
wouldn't be
Akali
bad.
can fly in beside him, but again, it's not like there's immediate lockdown next to that.
Yeah, I think though the issue is what do you try and do as, okay, I was going to say it's Betty here. You want something with a little bit of peel. Zaya going to be the tool because a tempered fade onto an immobile AD carry and also the Orianna could completely remove any sort of follow PSG talent had to engage.
So I thought they have that blurred out.
Himself and avoid
He was like, what
any
is they
sort of
right
mishap
on that
from either the tempered fade
poster?
or that darkness from the Nocturne.
All right, how are we feeling about these two comps? Do we feel like there's a specific edge for either side, or is it more down to the execution?
I mean, VKS need to snowball. You've got Nocturne and Akali, 2 assassins that really want to be able to decimate this backline in PSG talent, and you have the potential to do it, but if you start to fall behind, that becomes very difficult to do so. But on PSG talent, I just think it's much easier to execute. You have strong front to back, you have this Nefiri that can actually be that engage tool alongside the Orianna Shockwave, your own pseudo Nocturne Orianna combo.
Yeah.
And then
But they
you
can't
can
be pumping heat
self-peel
either.
on your
Too much hot air.
which makes it
Too
easier
much
then
hot
to try and
breath.
protect the rest of your backline.
So probably advantage PSG then.
I
See,
think
I'm
so.
seeing
Like,
finally
VKS
some jackets, some
can really
puffers. I
snowball
swear.
early.
I don't know how that
Exactly.
passed
And I
me.
think Poppy will get value in trying to block
He's
things
got a
like the
puffer
Nefiri,
trench on.
Also trying to block things like the
Is that a mon?
Cassante,
Is that
which
that
can
Gucci?
hurt the engage from PSG's
Puma.
side, but it's going to be tough.
Okay, Puma.
But if
I'm on the
VKS
lookout,
can find this
Puma.
early lead, I think they have the ability.
I like
to
I like that
snowball out
Puma.
of control
I'm not really
with
liking
this
the way
double assassin.
Zaya's performing.
And I think a lot of that pressure is going to be on Miru. It's going to be on the Sakali that remember.
I don't think they realize
was
I
banned
just
for the
like
first couple of games. It's going to
you
be
can't
on
be
this pick
chased. You
that is
can't be
supposed
chased
to be
on Zaya.
one of his best champions, and I think that that's the pressure that
If I walk up and hit the wave and you're pressuring and you keep chasing me, especially on the engage support,
this is the
it never
last
did to me.
game for one of these two squads.
Engage support is
of
always
Worlds
just like,
2025 as we take
I'm
the
gonna eat
rift
this
for the last
and I'm
time
gonna
in
keep
this best of
walking
three.
and I dare you to follow.
So much of this game is going to come down to Execution in the moment. These
So Bard?
small,
Not
minute
it.
details that are either going to keep your year alive
Haunter.
or end it right here. And already, VKS trying to get aggressive and get that vision down, but it's been responded by PSG.
Yeah, PSG just flinging a couple feathers back at him here. You can see the early ward of the pixel brush there, dropped on the PSG side. Meanwhile, Desamas hanging around the enemy jungle. Oftentimes, you do want to see like the late Raptor ward placed down just to keep an eye on what the enemy jungle path.
I mean,
looks
actually, I mean,
like.
Haunter,
Aja
I like
some
Haunter,
early
but at
ward
the same
here.
time,
Not
you
Aja,
just don't
excuse me.
need it.
Karsa placed
You
that one
don't
down.
need
Aja
it.
still has his ward available to place.
I like this positioning from Bilal though, because as the Cassandra
You want
tries to
lethal
move back into
tempo.
the lane, you'll be able to get some good damage, and that's kind of the advantage of a Poppy in the early stages.
I mean, I get it in
Over
their
barely out of
game.
vision.
They probably want
This is
Conch,
so
but
good from Desamas.
Desamas is going to Karsa. Karsa, he throws out the Duskbringer, immediately finds the dog. He's hungry for a little bit of a hot dog lunch. Karsa flashes away. Desamas, Duskbringer first blood level 1.
Revenge is a dish best served as a cold owl hot dog, as Desamas manages to pick off Karsa
Sure.
and put
A little
him in
bit
the
of
dirt.
And you can see he doesn't
I
go back to the
got
red
you.
buff because at level
'Cause
1,
I'm gonna do it at
the
level
respawn
1.
timers are very long. Instead, he's going straight to the chicken camp instead. Burn that one down fast with Nocturne's powerful AoE, hit your level 2 immediately, and then switch it up and go to the Krugs. If Karsa wants to come back to the red, he'll find it still intact, but the Samus is stealing away everything else.
And you get to keep this pressure, but Miru.
Miru still
Solo.
just walking away here, down to 100 HP. This Akali taking some real pain from that clockwork
Insane.
wind-up from Maple.
Yeah, Doran's shield and
Okay.
that pot bringing back a lot of HP. Definitely needed it, but Maple doing a good job of keeping control in this mid lane. Still though, like you can see Desamas, he does such a good job here. Playing around that ward perfectly. Barely eking around the edge, just out of vision. Incredibly well played. And as the ward goes down, you kind of already realize as Karsa, I'm in trouble. And it's already ended for me. He knows even with the flash, was hoping that maybe he could escape, but Desamas times it perfectly with the Q.
no, he needed to. He
Knowing
needed
the
to take
cooldowns,
like,
knowing he
2
can
less
flash and
autos
get
there.
one more auto attack, one more Q. Play the sad help the animals commercial, Dagda. That dog is in some trouble. As Karsa now down about 400 gold here early. Desamas with the early lead, feeling pretty good about it. Now clearing through his own red side jungle. Karsa thought about maybe stepping up a little further forward there, but no,
Someone
he's just gonna
Nocturne
go back and
flat.
pick up the crab.
Ooh, Cortez taking
Yeah,
a lot
Nocturne
of
did not
damage though.
flash with him.
Still out to back away. As you say, Karsa will get the crab. May also look towards me because this wave is not in a good position for Miru. Immediately exiting out that top side. As Desamas going to reignite his red buff here as he finishes out his own.
Karsa is going to see exactly what's going on, and he wants a little bit of revenge. Desamas wisely dropping his ward inside that brush, wants to make sure that Karsa can't play
Yeah,
around
but
this.
they
Immediately,
prepped
the fear
this.
already connects. Trimby coming up to try to help Desamas. Karsa is low. Desamas is lower. Trimby trying to get the kill there. They finally take out Karsa, but now it's going to be a bloodbath, and it's VKS in trouble. Betty's still getting away. Miru needs one more hit. He gets it. The feat of warfare secured by PSG by a split second, and it's a 4-3 game, 4 minutes into the game.
PSG Talon completely turned the play around. It's the roam from bot lane that turns it in their favor. Desamas thinks he has the play with Trimby on the Bard being able to react first, but with the wave crashing from Artaeus,
think Zaya's
he
like the
can't
only one
respond.
that passes
And
straight line
Woody is
through.
getting so much value from the Braum in this. Stun 1, kill. Trimby moves
I think
towards
Zaya's
mid.
is actually
Stun
anti
2,
straight line
kill.
through, like,
And as
completely.
Miru goes in with this E, ends up miscalculating barely the damage that he needs, which means one more auto attack goes down, and if you had just a bit more damage onto Maple, maybe it would have been enough. But that Braum getting so much work done here.
And you can see the despair on the staff of Vivocade Stars as they realize this early game where they had that advantage from the initial invade, excuse me, from Desamas has now turned into a PSG advantage. Maple's Oriana at 2-0 now. And this is the last dance here for Maple if PSG do not secure the win in this game. The last dance, excuse me.
Hey, look, we might have a last dance.
Right,
We'll
at
see,
least they're
but
not crazy,
for Maple,
but
it's been
you
a
kind
long
of gotta
time.
be.
This
You
guy's
have to
been
be in
around
this
for
game.
so long, has been a veteran of the LPL, the LCP has existed on so many iterations of so many different teams, and to playing for over a decade at this stage and still be hitting worlds, it's such an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, one of those you don't have to take, bro. Insanely.
They want to make sure this isn't the last game that we see Maple in at Worlds, and they're going to keep doing everything they can to make that a reality. It is a very small lead for PSG after that bloodbath at the VKS.
Yeah, I mean,
and now Karsa is wrapping around to look for a gank here in the bottom lane. Woody stepping forward, heel coming out from the VKS support.
This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like
pretty scary stuff.
A fully fleshed out like
meta.
No
more fight to be had.
I kind of feel like we just,
fully completed, whereas
other than the lane swapping, I just don't feel like there's been enough like
the stun is there, but
really exploration into what works. Not seeing any roams, anything like this. Now, of course, I don't know what they scrim,
it's up to the rest of the team to do the work. Tag the next guy. All right, rest of the team to do the work. You can just make sure that everybody is controlled.
And it's also kind of hard to get scrims because these guys are solo queue. They're also like, their power is super hard.
Level 6, which is just one more camp. I do want to see how much value he can get out of the paranoia. I feel like Nocturne is one of those.
But I need to see some more
something like Karthus, where you have that extremely long
individual
cooldown
performances
in the jungle on the ulti, so you have to make sure you're getting value every time you cast.
I know it's there. It has to be there. I mean, hell, you're playing Poppy. Hell, you're putting your bot lane in front of Poppy.
But again, what started off as this Almas trying to be creative and get that early advantage now just hasn't really netted into anything thanks to that invade on the bottom side for PSG. So all things considered, it's still PSG talent with
a CFO?
Slight gold lead, but the presence
CFO did it.
That is the much more crucial part for shutting down.
Absolutely destroyed Dorn.
Grimby rotating into mid now to try to help Miru, who is feeling the additional pressure of Woody's presence up here. Woody now making his way up towards the top side of the map. Miru level 7 on the Akali, does have the Hex Tech alternator for the extra little bit of burst here in the trades, but Maple's already got his catalyst. You can see picking up the tier 1 boots and the blasting wand now as well, working towards getting that Rod of Ages online as early as possible. And I feel like that whenever you have a champion that wants to build these stacking items, like a Rod of Ages, like a Yuntal Wild Arrows, anything that just needs to stack to be full power, getting a couple early kills is just that much stronger than even it would normally be.
It really is, and it just sets you up so nicely. But Karsa now just hit level 6 as he got into the pit, so that Maple Karsa combo could start to come alive if VKS end up overextending just a little bit. Don't have the pop.
I actually don't think you need a rush on Tal.
Combo for PSG talent.
Exactly. Neither one of the top laners has their teleport available to try to join this fight. Desamas wants to step forward and at least try to smite one of the grubs away. He will get the single one. Paranoia has already been cast. Miru tries to move forward, but the Feather Storm already flies out.
I think the passive is that good.
Secure by the side of PSG. Desamas wants to jump in, but Betty's going to stay safe. The barrier isn't even needed as Miru's the next target here for Karsa. He keeps himself invulnerable for an extra
you don't
second.
build it for the crit. You don't build it for the stop. You build it for the
PSG.
chat speed on move, on hit. I mean, the move speed on hit.
Once that Feather Storm was gone, he might have a chance of picking off Betty, but the rest of the team can't set up. And again, Morteus is trying so hard to get into these fights, but he just can't do it.
BTS throwing.
Also not getting the chances he needs to find that massive burst damage that Akali has to find to win the fights. Let's take another look.
And look at how the darkness plays a massive factor here as well, because as we start to play into this, you'll see the.
So they for sure said you're not going to get. We're going to invade them this time since they invaded us.
Maybe it is Desamas going to the
and maybe they should have just sat here and just made the read.
There's no vision of Desamas as they go into the pit. And as to Miru, sorry, they'd love one more auto attack, but they're just not able to see him thanks to the.
He's got no flash on that second invade.
He gets a great feather pullback, which just shuts down the fight. But Morteus can't just sit on a target and deal the DPS he wants to. He's essentially chasing after all these members of PSG as they're jumping in and out, and can't really be the threat you want him to be in that fight.
Exactly. He gets to shoot Braum, which is exactly what PSG wants him doing, because it means he can't be effective. Now PSG moving over to the first.
And yeah,
trade.
I'm just
They'll
not
have
seeing
the
your
Skull
Nara
Crab right next to it as a side dish, and it doesn't
really
look
get
like
those bid
anybody from
engages
BKS
off that
has
she
anything to say about it.
launched with.
PSG going to secure their second objective of the game.
And as you already said, Maple is so accelerated in this game. The early Rod of Ages and the ability to now just pretty handily side lane into this Akali is huge for PSG, because that's really the big issue with Orianna is how vulnerable she is in a side lane. But when you just deal more damage than your opposition, and you get more of a shield, and you get tankier because of the Rod of Ages, it makes that threat significantly less viable for VKS.
And one thing that I always look at in 2025 League of Legends specifically, when you're accelerated with Rod of Ages and you're able to purchase it at about 10 minutes, 10 and a half minutes, that means it hits 10 stacks and you get that huge power spike at Otacon, which is where we see so many bloodbaths, so many throws, and Miru now pulled back by the shockwave, having to use the ulti defensively to get himself away. And with Woody's help, Maple just continues finding himself in great positions in this game. Karsa wants to jump in with the ulti, but Trimby's here to try to protect Miru. PSG, they have more men in the area, but it's not going to stay that way for long. Maple caught up here in the Tempered Fade. Miru looking for a little bit more. Boal has joined, and so is Morteus. It's everybody from VKS. Maple's already down, and it looks like VKS wants a little bit more. Keeper's verdict, knocking one away. Aja needs some damage back, and he goes all out to find Miru. Betty still safe for now. Karsa trapped in the pit, but can just jump right over pretty easily. Mortea's still chasing. Maybe an Arc of Ruin. No, nothing more to find. It's a 2-for-1 for VKS.
At least PSG Talon gets something back, but it's a nice collapse for VKS. PSG way overextending there, and honestly, Maple needed to flash the Tempered Fate before it actually hit. So good damage and turnaround here, but Trimby on the roam up interrupts Karsa as he goes to the play, and at this stage they try to back away, realize that TP's coming in. Maple needed to flash that though, because that would have given the opportunity for PSG to start to walk away from this. But as VKS all collapse, you've got the follow-up from Desamas. Morteus is in a fantastic spot to actually turn on this play. I thought once Boal knocked Betty away, this was going to be a turnaround play for VKS, but Aja able to get enough space after the kill to escape.
And we're back to a nearly even gold state, Dagda. This game is
I mean,
like it's going to
again,
be
I didn't see
Yunara
do like shit damage. Like that was in her
her
evolve form too. I think she's really, I mean, okay, here we go. Alright, that was big. That was big.
Exhaust from the summoner spell.
Now that she has Kraken, okay,
The
I
pressure
get
on
it.
the enemy AD carry, but now PSG's coming around from the side. Trimby's gonna pay the price. Taken low, taken out. Nice moves coming in from PSG, but Miru wants one back. He's exhausted, but Karsa chases him too far, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
VKS are responding well to the PSG plays, but still, they're getting these kills back and forth. Karsa getting that combo we were talking about with Maple works out well to begin with, but Miru answering back. And it's Boal.
And that's another thing, is like, you want your Nara to be super fed,
Yep,
so
a little bit of extra money for the Poppy, and I think that as this game goes on, as we continue to see what looks like it's going to be a bloodbath of team fights,
it seems like an easy win condition. It seems like giving a Akali a kill there,
if he can knock out multiple players,
when she can't ever beat the Sante, I'm not just too sure.
Then you got some serious danger. Desamas just flies in like a ballistic missile to take out Betty, who still had half cooldown remaining on his Featherstorm. Morteus with the Arc of Ruin.
Okay, these a much more aggressive Bard
but they don't have enough damage. He gets away with the blast cone for now, and Morteus hits him with a couple more orbs to take him out.
Yeah, instead of the flash, he just takes the gate.
Trying to fight for this wave to keep it away from the tower, but Boal is slowly encroaching, and so is the rest of VKS.
And it's so hard to kill Boal, even though it looks like he's low, because he has Sundered Sky. The amount of healing you get from this item is really, really powerful, and so Boal feels encouraged to continue moving forward.
Yeah, you probably would still wind up having the flash if they react to the gate.
And that just means that no more fights to be had.
But there is one with a stone turret on the bottom side for Miru. That's what VKS are constantly doing. They are putting pressure onto PSG, but always having another
that's
lane
99%
in their
slow
favor.
right there.
So Miru again collapses a wave. Again, PSG Talon lose out on the side lane. And now with Dragon in 30 seconds, we're seeing a ton of these items already completed. And I think about half more going to be finished off here for VKS right before that objective spawns.
Camping bushes, bro, really?
For Nocturne is
really? At Worlds, bro?
The active
in the
part
Swiss
of this
stage,
item
bro?
is so helpful for securing your paranoia kills. And Morteus just gets obliterated. Nice pick from PSG.
That was exactly what PSG Talon needed to do, because as VKS will come back into the map.
Yeah, this Ori's messing them up.
Morteus not having flash, not having that ult dodge, makes
That's
it
the second
very
time they've done
difficult
that
to
too
escape
in a row.
This combo from the mid jungle of PSG Talon, and they use it perfectly.
PSG going to secure their second Drake of the game here, continue stacking those objectives. However, that also means they're going to secure themselves the boots. They've already got 2 neutrals.
I don't think that does
third,
anything.
so it's feats of strength for the PSG side.
Yeah, you're running
here in game
ghosts.
number 3 as the Rift Herald is on the map, but it was the Dragon the priority for PSG. They know that's the easier one to take. They know that's the one they'll be able to get.
I don't know.
They're still trying to defend this tier 1 turret down here. Miru's clearing waves.
Ghost instead of
takes level 11 on the Akali, so 2nd level of the ulti.
VKS also aware the PSG are down here because they saw the Krugs being started by Karsa.
So you see, like, for VKS there, you gotta know, like, oh, Zaya's feathers are all set up in one direction.
Just continuing the shove
She does have flash,
Samus wants to
but...
jump in, but the problem is it's 2v3 right now. Miru continuing to jump forward, and Maple is down. Woody and Karsa now trying to get away. Miru's got to be careful to not be stunned up underneath the turret. Karsa's still running. Morteus from the side. Jumps in point blank range to the Arc of Ruin. And Karsa, he flashes too late. He's already down. Trimby goes forward, but they don't even need the stun. It's a double kill for Morteus. The Yunara shows him what he's got.
The VKS playbook of playing pick after pick after pick is still alive in this game number 3, and PSG Talon are struggling to keep pace. Once more, they're desperate to try and keep VKS at bay. We'll see it as we get into this. So already, VKS are aware the PSG Talon are on this bottom side. The Krugs are already taking half damage thanks to the double Q from Karsa. But Dasamas sees the opportunity that he needs, and great play and patience from Miru. Waits for the ultimate from the Braum before he goes over, and then finishes off the kill onto Maple. Majority of the gold now gone, and Morteus sees his opportunity, doesn't quite hit the slow. But Kraken Slayer Yunara is so strong at this point in the game, and they rip through the jungle support of PSG Talon.
And that's what it looked like. Carson not keeping track of the Kraken proc.
All right, well, there you go. Yunara with all the money, with all the gold.
To kill him, but the Kraken Slayer bears its
It's because she needs items. She really needs these items so badly. Like, way too much. Like, way too heavily.
Constantly been punished by VKS here in game number 3. Morteus now with Runon's Hurricane fully completed, with Cole cashed in. Miru in the mid lane. He's got his rocket belt already done, and Shadow Flame is just about ready to slide across the cashier's till. This next
I would have to sit here and like really have to like, okay, how hard am I using this Essence Reaver? Because for me, thinking about it in the game, it's not that hard to play around. And then also, everyone's gonna get blue buff at a certain after a certain point in the game.
Tempered fate and everything. Miru's making his way over. Here's Paranoia. It's Dasamas, level 11 with the extra range of an Nocturne, flying in. 2 already dead on the PSG side.
Now it's getting out of hand.
Flashes away. Miru's in the smoke. Another 5-point strike to try to whittle
They're getting some pretty heavy
engaging.
This is like the counter. This is like the counter Ori technique here.
Kill these guys, then we'll go back and
they counter Ori Shockwave, Nefari ult, Shockwave, Oriole,
the CB LOL and LATAM America that were pushed out of Worlds.
And like that one was probably the most broken play right there, where Bar just gets an ult onto one person and it turns into a triple kill.
In their pockets,
or a double kill.
20 minutes just around the corner. The opportunity to keep the pace of this game going is still there.
This is such a huge game for Brazil. Such a huge moment for VKS. If they can win this, eliminate PSG, break that curse that you're talking about of so many years falling to the regions that now comprise the LCP. For VKS, this would make them champions of Brazil more than they already are. This is the kind of performance that Brazilian fans want to see at Worlds. This is what they've been hoping for after the first 2 disappointing games that VKS showed on the stage so far. And honestly, Dag, to the VKS that I've been seeing here today, even in the game that they lost, are looking like a totally different team.
It's the VKS that came second, the VKS that pushed LTA North all the way to the finals to try and take them down. And once more, they're opening up in this mid wave. They have the Rift Herald, but they don't need to use it here. PSG Talon are just spread thin.
Yeah, even though the grubs did overall go to PSG, you've still got the one grub for that extra little bit of sizzle and spice on the turrets. Feels good for VKS to have that extra pushing power. Now, Otacon is on the Rift. And VKS fans will remember game number 2. Obviously, that game was much closer at this point, right? Only like 1,000 gold apart or somewhere thereabouts. So it was much easier to toss that advantage away. However, VKS still need to be careful around this objective.
Well, VKS this game seem to know what they want. It is picks on side lanes with Desamas and Miru, making sure you can find these quick assassinations and not let PSG find a moment's respite. This is where PSG are dangerous though, when they can group up and when they can look for Morteas. That Maple-Karsa combo still exists.
All right, PSG, they've got to try to stop this bleeding.
Yeah,
They've got to survive these pick attempts from VKS, but Miru is moving through the enemy jungle. He's setting himself up on the flank. Maple's about to face check into the Akali, but no, he throws the ball in instead. The lights are going off. Desamas is going in. The feathers have already flown, and now it's a little bit of danger for Desamas, but Miru jumps into the back line. Karsa trying to get away, but a nice tempered fate there onto the enemy support. Woody is locked up, and Karsa's already down. It's 2 kills for nothing for VKS. Aja gonna be your next target here. Cassante is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. They'll slam him back into the wall. They'll knock him down. Miru's on a rampage, and VKS just murdered 3 of them.
Desamas is the feint, while Miru is the hook that's following up behind it. Trimby manages to catch Betty.
Betty's down. Beautifully done from VKS. Every time Desamas uses his ultimate, Betty immediately feather storms defensively to not get caught out. But that just means that as long as VKS can find that follow-up punch you're talking about, the Xayah is a sitting duck.
It's the dragon taken for VKS. And so much more in that fight. The gold firmly in their favor, control in their favor, but PSG, they're TPing in.
Luckily, I've seen that Rip Herald play
but they're
before.
too little. It's too late.
This is desperation. There's not any time to
I've been doing that.
this, but let's take another look as Desamas flicks the lights.
And that's the thing, it's this fake engage from Desamas. He goes on to Betty and goes, peace, I'm out of here. Immediately gets away from all that damage, but opens up for Miru to be the damage dealer in the back line. The ultimate onto Woody means that you don't have
he
that
actually was
safety
just
net in the
baiting
when
out
these
the ult,
assassins get into the back line. And honestly,
which is kind of crazy to do.
Manages to stop the engage follow-up. Works perfectly.
Yeah, I think I was in the same
for many
position where I sat here and said, ult the
You
Xayah.
can see the staff earlier in the game, the sadness on their faces when the level 3 invade didn't go so well.
Maybe
but
they're
now,
talking about the game
the
overall.
happiness, the joy at the fact that they're this far ahead in the game. Everybody gathered around the top side here for the Otacon as PSG try to dig in and defend.
But no, I was like, that was actually good bait for
so many ways to set
the Xayah ult,
but PSG
but I actually don't think that
want to
actually
try
would
and
have been
find
good
their
bait
moment, but I
because
don't think Otacon is it. If you have this
only
push
one
in
spell
mid with
shield
tier 2
there.
tower already gone, you always have Desamas
pretty
when
insane.
that ultimate is available, who can shift over towards this top side. And Miru is just sitting in the back line waiting for the engage.
Exactly. Miru is always on the pincer. VKS want to try to take down this tier 1 turret before they really try to force anything hard. There's immediately your tempered faithfulness keeper's verdict. Now they're diving in on the carries. They're both dead. Maple and Betty are out of the picture. And Miru's still hungry for more. Karsa, Woody, and Aja all have to scatter as the carries get assassinated. Perfectly coordinated there. Keeper's verdict takes out the supportive roster. Tempered Fate locks up the turret so they can make the dive, and then they jump in. Maple and Betty die before there's anything they can do about it.
VKS just kicked in the front door
and
said, do you really think you're safe here? The golden key to take them down.
I just don't know. I mean, yeah, you get selling it. You get the AD, right? You get the adaptive force.
Have found a way to take down PSG Talon against what so many people thought was going to be a done and dusted series.
VKS have truly turned things around in this series. Their first 2 games, everybody wanted to see more. It felt like the team wasn't finding strategies that worked. They weren't playing coordinated enough together to find any chance to win. They were making mistakes and throws, and now they're 41 flowers to 15. They're 9,000 gold ahead. They're in a great spot to win this game.
And they did it by taking out the heart of PSG Talon, taking out the 2018 MSI champion Karsa. 0-7 on this Neferi. What was supposed to be a key part of the combo has been taken and shot and thrown to the curb, and it's nothing that he can do. He doesn't even own his own jungle anymore.
Yeah, VKS are ready to keep pushing on this one. They've got the experimental hex plate, completed for Desamas as well, so even more threat when this Nocturne moves in, as PSG still trying to claim their red buffs, trying to defend. At least they'll get the red.
Yeah, ultra desires
just
to
take
do work.
everything else from the enemy jungle. 4 turrets already taken
you'll
by
get her,
VKS.
you'll get her
Mid lane
feathers,
tier 2
but
is down.
that's,
Side lane tier 2 is still standing.
that's actually pretty
They're on the
huge
board.
because you
Dragon
just walk
spawning in
away.
90
Well,
seconds.
you don't walk away,
And as long
but
as
your team
Mortaeus
walks
has
away.
his flash, it is difficult for PSG to really make the plays that could bring them back into the game. They want to try and find that pick, and Maple has enough damage in his kit right now to
You're just not
potentially
seeing
do it.
Cassant in this game.
But as long as you have that flash in the Yunara, you have that safety net, and it makes it just even more difficult for PSG Talent to find these timing windows where they can make a play.
In that heavy engage, something like that, something like a like an
the
ambassador
early 2 kills that would then become 3 kills for the Orianna.
Which is like
the
heavy,
hyper
just
accelerated 10-minute rod of
right in the
ages.
fight.
But even that advantage, even that extra safety was not enough to stop this assassination comp on the side of VKS from working its magic.
Akali's
The
doing some
Nocturne and
huge
the Akali
engages.
providing the threat. Mortaeus on his Yunara, 6, 2, and 9, providing the consistent DPS that's now accented by an infinity edge.
And it's the fact as well that, like, Miru
they do have
stopped
the
off for the
poppy.
Seeker's arm guard. It was
Kind
like,
of
cool, I'm probably
cancels
going
all
to need this in the
dashes
fight.
from the
The fight's been
Nefari,
going
from
so
the
well for
Cassant.
VKS. He's now just opting to turn that needlessly large rod into a Rabadon's death cap instead, because he never had to burn that safety tool. But Tasamas might need to get out of here. Very quickly escapes.
Exactly. He smites down the crab. He makes sure they have the extra vision for the upcoming dragon fight, and then he steps away. Mortaeus just giving Aja a little bit of a hard time here with a couple of auto attacks, but now backing towards the safety of his own tier 1 turret. Stun onto Karsa. Boal going to be your target here from Betty and the rest of PSG. Keeper's verdict wants to knock somebody away, but he's stunned up into the wall instead. Desamas already exhausted. Nice plate caller there. Forces the flash of the VKS jungler. Desamas is down. PSG, they've locked up Miru. They force him into the stasis. The Akali's in danger, but he jumps back away with a shuriken
Okay,
flip.
the VKS
PSG
throw.
found 1 kill and nearly a second. Miru is still on the run. Betty has no summoners to try to chase. Maple's got his flash, but Miru is still running. Karsa over the wall. He wants to try to catch this enemy mid laner. This could be the opportunity PSG needs to come back into the game. Trimby buying time. Magical journey over the wall. Mortaeus firing out the Arc of Triumph. Now Trimby flashes. Stays alive for now. Keeper's verdict channeled again. Mortaeus just firing back into the PSG lines. Miru jumps in, and now Betty's in
Oh my
danger.
god, and
He
then
goes for
overchase.
Thunderstorm,
Wow.
But V.
Wow.
Yes, turn it right back around. Miru finally dies.
Double
Maple's getting
TP.
away now. Aja
That's
with a
actually really
turtle
nice.
strike, putting the
That double
pressure
TP
onto
actually just
Trimby,
messed
who
him
gets
up,
away
I'm
through
pretty
the
sure.
Archon wall. Now Boal scrapping
I didn't even
with
see
Aja
that
back and
double
forth.
TP.
Maple barely standing. Desamas
That was
has
crazy.
respawned. By the time he gets close to the fight, he'll have the paranoia.
Hold on,
Ripped
that
away
was
through the Archon
wild.
wall. Now Boal strike. Miru, but PSG lines. Miru jumps in, and now again Mortaeus just firing back into the PSG lines.
Oop.
Miru jumps in, and now Betty's in danger. He goes for the Feather Storm, but VK.
No, that double TP is not. That double TP is filthy. No, that is filth. Like, whoa.
Pressure onto Trimby, who gets away through the Otacon wall.
Whoa.
Now Boal scrapping with Aja back and forth. Maple barely standing. Desamas has respawned.
And they did
By
it
the time he
because
gets close to
the
fight,
ward
he'll
was
have the
dropped
paranoia.
immediately.
I think though
Immediately.
VKS just want to try and get away from this.
When that ward
They
dropped-
ended up grouping for Maple Shockwave.
No, the double TP was
Everyone around
crazy.
his teleport thinking they might have had a chance, but Maple never used it in the initial engage. So the slow on the auto attack from Trimby was huge because it gave Mirror the opportunity to escape. He still has the flash. The slow coming through onto these members was huge. And then Mortaeus stepping forward, he has the damage. Maple went back to base, which was the go button for VKS. But watch as Maple comes in here. Everybody groups for the shockwave from Maple, which takes Mortaeus low, which shuts down
No,
the
that's a
Miru
different
on this
type of
Akali.
play.
And then
The
the
game
Cassante has enough
can't even
to finish them all.
tribute that.
Ooh, some frustration on the
That was
VKS
wild.
camp, but
That double
honestly,
TP
it
was
looked like feelings of
wild.
despair from the PSG
That
staff
literally
side.
looked like
They
one
know
TP.
that even if they found a couple of kills there, this
That
game
looked
is
like
still in
one
dire
TP.
straits.
But it's 8k gold that didn't look like that in that last fight. That looked like PSG talent able to separate out the two assassins, deal with them in transit because Aja could buy the space. But if they can find those fights again, maybe they have a chance. As his Rabadon's death cap now complete onto Maple. It is a second dragon for VKS though, which makes these assassins much more durable as they jump into the backline.
And I do want to point out, because you mentioned it earlier, because he had to break his arm guard in the previous fight, Miru instead decides to complete the Zhonya's hourglass to make sure that he can stay safe when he jumps in for these fights. So still a little bit longer to go before the Rabadons arrives for the Akali. Immortal Shield Bow completed now on Morteus, so extra survivability here for the Yunara to make sure he doesn't drop. And even in the top lane, Dead Man's Plate completed now alongside the Fimbulwinter and the Sundered Sky for Boal. This guy now has even more opportunities to find those angles for the wall stuns.
And Trimby, crucially, 2 items completed. The Redemption and the Lock is going to help to keep Morteus safe from these PSG combos. But still, PSG are fighting well. Aja is in a very strong spot. And if he can get access to Morteus and to Miru, that's where you have to start to stress as VKS.
Aja, level 16 now on the Cassante, the highest level player on the PSG side. Boal going towards the bottom lane, looking to keep this pushing straight into the tier 3 turret as he will provide an extra area of threat. And you can see now recalls being channeled on the PSG side. Critically for PSG, nobody has Unleashed Teleport. So as long as Boal drags somebody down here, he's got a teleport to join back up with the fight at the Baron, and that's going to give VKS, a macro advantage.
And even the damage that he has from the Sundered Sky, you can see the Poppy Shield there doing quite a bit of damage to that turret. So if he gets a little bit of alone time, that inhibitor turret on the bottom side will fall, and that'll be the base cracked for VKS. Slow and patient is the game for VKS. But you've also got to worry, like Orianna late game, Cassante late game.
I think this game is kind of...
These are not picks that you just
PSG just did come back here, but it's going to be incredibly hard to get another chance like that.
Third item. Remember, in the previous game, around the Baron fight, it was Karsus fed Jarvan with a Guardian Angel that made things happen. Now we'll see Trimby getting away on a magical journey before he takes excessive damage.
You guys would have to make some serious mistakes here. They just have too much
recall
damage.
As VKS start up the Baron. TP coming in from Boal to join up with everybody else. Keep your eyes on the Keeper's Verdict. Depending on who he knocks away, that could be absolutely massive. Baron already down to half HP. Miru Shuriken flipping away. Does not want to jump back in onto Aja. Boal and Desamas, the two doing the damage onto the Baron right now. PSG on the approach. Aja jumps forward. Nice little lock up there with a Tempered Fate onto Karsa, but it already wears off. Baron down to 6k. VKS back away from the objective. PSG restarted at about half HP. The Scryer's Bloom is going to see them.
This is what PSG want, though, the front-to-back fight, and VKS know it. PSG feeling that this might be their moment to push VKS back.
And VKS will back away from that objective. Objective bounties falling off soon, even though PSG still down about 8,000. Boal, Miru, and Morteus just looking for any moment they could find. This game is so tense for an 8,500 gold lead, Dagda.
But that's because VKS know they need to take these fights with Miru on a flank, to have a threat onto Betty, to have a threat onto Maple. Because if it's just front to back, and Aja is able to walk at Miru like he did in that last fight, they don't have what it needs to carry this through. It is an 8k gold lead, but we are fast approaching full items.
And now immediately Desamas jumps in after Karsa. The fear has already been applied, and the dog is in danger. Trimby takes him out. Betty's your next
did he spell shield the shockwave?
Miru is rooted up. He uses
No,
the second half of the
use
ulti
it.
to get away, but it's a massive shockwave coming in from Maple. Aja jumps forward into the front line, but he's taking a ton of damage. Glacial Fissure to try to protect the escape route. Has more damage, pours into Aja's health bar, but he goes all out onto Boal. Aja looking to make his escape. A little bit more damage from the top laner is not going to be enough here just yet. VKS, they kill the enemy jungler. Boal has to flash to try to get away. Another slam into the ground here with a Q. Boal is in danger. Where's the backup from VKS? PSG fighting for their lives. Boal stays alive. Aja and Woody about to die outside of the base. And Maple is the only man standing. VKS, they ace him.
VKS have done it. VKS have found their moment with that magical journey into the base. It might be a magical moment to keep their dreams alive at Worlds 25.
And they looking a little different this year. Hold on. Hold on. And they looking, we might be on our way up. You never know. So are they playing nothing but the best of threes now?
Nobody else is alive on PSG. This is Brazil and VKS. Stay alive at Worlds 25.
VKS play their game. Leave everything on the rift. And today, they will stand as victors and walk that path once more at Worlds 2025.
What an incredible showing from VKS to stay in the competition here at Worlds. After their first 2 games, we're not at the level they wanted. We're not at the level their fans wanted. This series, this best of 3, where almost everyone predicted PSG to be the favorites, it's VKS who rise to the occasion.
Because it was PSG talent who stepped up against Gen G. It was PSG talent who stepped up against Hanwha. But it's VKS who stepped up here today and now are bowing as winners in front of the crowd.
Beautifully done and incredibly well fought from VKS. Game number 1, a stomp, utter domination. Game number 2 was a really good showing from PSG. VKS fought back valiantly, but PSG came out on top.
No,
and then
fuck
here in
no.
game
Put them
number
bitches
3,
on the
for as
screen
scrappy
again.
as it was early, it's VKS that ultimately rise above.
Man, we need to ban this
Fuck
from
that.
playing Jarvan. That
No, fuck
performance
that.
today
Fuck
from this
everything.
man, even though he struggled in game 2 against Karsa, played fantastically. You can see Karsa bowing out there with the rest of PSG talent, tears in his eyes, tried everything he could today, but unfortunately that just wasn't quite enough.
It's the final bow for PSG, but a moment of victory for VKS as we hand things back over to the analyst desk.
They did it, and Raz, I am proud of you for not flip-flopping again.
You know, you stuck with them, Raz.
Draft. What did they draft? T1's just you gotta give them a good time. You gotta give them a good time. Hey, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Like, no, that round 4 is vicious. Almost. Actually, that's probably the best setup for round 4 that you can get. Yeah, this is where things get a little kooky, because these O2 teams, I don't think they're at the same level as the 1-1 teams. MKOI played pretty well. VKS showed some spirit there. Showed that they're pretty good too, but they're gonna go against BLG. Okay, yeah, everything else is best of 3 now. So weird. All right. It just kind of makes the best of ones kind of, I won't say irrelevant, but you know, like you win 2 best of ones, and it's Meanwhile, MKOI over here, VKS and MKOI, they get to run 3 best of 3 series and get to go to the finals. So they get to advance with 3 best of 3 series. They only had to play best of 2 twice. 1, 2. I knew there was something. I knew there was something wrong with this goddamn bracket. I knew it. I knew there was something wrong with this bracket. I was like, bro, like, wouldn't it be easier for the teams that are winning to beat on the O2 teams, the teams that are losing? I knew there was something wrong with this bracket. That wasn't it. What's wrong with this bracket is that it goes to best of 3 at the very end, and so the teams that really won the best of 1s right here, 2, and they only had to play 1 best of 3 series. Which honestly, I don't feel like in league fatigue is an issue. Like I don't actually feel like that comes into play, really. Like maybe when you're picking like the same 10 champions, but like I don't think it comes into play. I don't. I really don't. I really don't think that adds an advantage. I think you can get unlucky. You can lose. It's like unless this is the seeding. So for the seeds, right? There's no way. That can't be for the seeds because then you would have to have AL or KT play for first or second seed. So I don't think that's for the seeding. But yeah, I mean, they only had to play 1 best of 3 series versus, and then, right? Yo, what is going on? And then 3 teams. I guess it's an advantage to get a best of 1 because you don't have to play a series. You don't have to win 2 games. At the same time, it's the same disadvantage where you kind of have to get lucky. But yeah, anyways, the series are out of sorts. Some teams played 3 best of 1s, right? The teams that went 1-1 for some reason played 3 best of 1s, and then some teams only played 2, and then have to play 3 best of 3s. It's interesting. A little nice by them. Yeah. Games are, I mean, getting longer. I'm not gonna lie, getting longer. These are probably the hardest ones to watch, and I don't think it had anything to do with the seating. Or I mean, like the losses. I just think they were just difficult. I really do think. The games are kind of ending at the same points. Second or third drag, Riff Herald, Apticon. The champion pool is very, very narrow, very small. And yeah, this would be like probably like game number, I don't know, like this is like the 20th game I've watched, and it's getting tiresome. I think my comments are pretty much the same as far as like what I think about their pits and their champions and the meta. And so it becomes even more difficult for me to sit here and like really add on to what I've already said. Um Other than that, I mean, yeah, I really don't have much else to say. Honestly, the breaks in between, the day breaks in between are probably like Those will probably have an impact because you're just kind of like sitting, you know, and it's like you're still 100% focused in the games. Like, oh my god, they're starting to stretch it out even more now. This is tomorrow. Oh, there's a break. Oh, am I free? Oh my god, bro, no way. Like they legit gave him a month. Oh my god, bro. That's like okay. Okay. Well, is this right? Like it might like no 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 no. Okay. No, yeah, no, 3 days. Wait, today's Sunday. Okay. All right, so it restarts on Wednesday. And they're only gonna do 2 series. Okay. I'm not mad at it. Wait, that is the seeding? No way. And they have T1 still at the 3rd seed? Updated yesterday? Oh nah, bro. Nah, bro. Bro, they're tweaking. They are tweaking. All right, well, that's pretty interesting. I think T1's played some of the worst games in the tournament. Absolutely, like, I don't know. For sure. 100%. And I'm not like legit, like those are some pretty tough games, bro. All right, I'm out.